Section 55 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 17, Scotland from the Accession of Charles I to the Restoration, by P. Hume Brown. Part 3. In the Civil War which broke out 1642, between Charles and his Parliament, the Covenanters knew that their own existence was at stake, and the two contending parties equally recognized that the Scots might have it in their power to decide the issue of their quarrel. It was with like eagerness, therefore, that both Charles and the English Parliament sought to secure the Scottish sword for their cause. The decision of the Scots gave conclusive proof that Charles had failed to reassure the National Party by his late concessions. Supported by popular feeling, they identified themselves with the English Parliament in the Solemn League and Covenant, August 1643, which in their intention, if not in the intention of their allies, had for its object the imposition of the Presbyterian form of church government on all the three kingdoms. It was a momentous decision, and the consequences were to prove the ruin of the Covenanters, but their past action had, in truth, left them no alternative. If Charles should be victorious, and at the moment the chances were in his favor, they had every reason to believe that he would seize the first opportunity of undoing all their work since the uprising against his authority. It had been the ground of Charles's ecclesiastical policy that equally in the interest of religion and the state, there should be religious uniformity throughout his three kingdoms, and it was on a similar ground that the Solemn League and Covenant was based. As events were to prove, the one policy was as much a dream as the other, but at the juncture when the League was formed, a Presbyterian England seemed even to the shrewdest of the Covenanting leaders a consummation to which they could reasonably look forward. Their commissioners in London, who conducted the Treaty of 1641, had been flattered and caressed by the English parliamentary leaders. Episcopacy had been abolished with the consent of both houses, and Presbyterianism was in the ascendant in the national councils. What they did not foresee was that the sword of Cromwell was the impending instrument of fate. On January 19, 1644, the Scottish army, raised with the support of the English Parliament, entered England, where for 3 years it was to remain. It appeared at a doubtful moment, and its first year's action in large degree determined the issue of the war. On July 2nd, it decisively contributed to the victory of Marston Moor, and by the close of autumn, all England from the Humber to the Tweed was, largely through its services, secured to the Parliament. But from this moment, both in England and at home, may be dated the decline of the Covenant. Within the period between the autumn of 1644 and the autumn of 1645, Montrose's succession of victories in the cause of Charles ended in his disastrous defeat by David Leslie at Philippa. But it was the course of events in England that was eventually to work the ruin of the Covenanting party. The defeat of Charles at Naseby, June 14, 1645, rendered their further assistance unnecessary to the Parliament, and thenceforward they were regarded as an encumbrance to be got rid of with all convenient speed. Their dream of a Presbyterian England was now proving a fond delusion which had lured them into an impossible position. The ascendancy of Cromwell and the independents had created a new situation which every month rendered more embarrassing. Between Charles and Cromwell, they were in a dilemma from which, as events were to prove, there was no escape without disaster. On May 5, 1646, Charles rode into their camp at Southwell, near Newark. They were brought face to face with an alternative of which they had little dreamed when they had originally crossed the border. When Charles refused to be a covenanted king, it was in consistency with all their principles and their past action that they surrendered him to the English Parliament. To have retired with him to Scotland would at once have occasioned civil war at home and invited invasion from England, two disasters which they temporarily avoided, but which in the end were inevitable. From their ill-starred enterprise there had, indeed, followed one result, which makes it ever memorable in the national history. The Westminster Assembly had miserably deceived their hope of seeing Presbyterianism triumphantly established in both kingdoms, but it at least gave to Scotland a possession which may be truly called a national inheritance. The existing confession of faith of all the Presbyterian churches of Scotland, the larger and shorter catechisms, which embody that confession, and the version of the Psalms sung to this day by congregations of worshippers, have for 2 centuries and a half supplied the spiritual nutriment of the great majority of the Scottish people. In the beginning of January 1647, the Scottish army recrossed the border. A profound change had manifestly passed over the spirit of the nation. In every class which had supported the Covenants, nobles, barons, and burgesses, defection had set in on a scale which proved that the Covenants were no longer the prime concern of a united people. On one point, however, both dissentients and Covenanters were equally agreed, that it was with Charles and not with Cromwell that an understanding must be sought. But the hopeless fact of the situation was that such concessions as Charles was prepared to make could not satisfy both parties in the divided nation. By the secret treaty known as the Engagement, concluded at Carisbrooke Castle in the Isle of Wight, December 27, 1647, Charles agreed to establish Presbyterianism for 3 years, with the stipulation that the covenant should not be made compulsory, while the Scots were to aid him with arms against his English Parliament. The publication of the treaty revealed the irreconcilable opposition between the Scottish parties. Engagers and anti-engagers now divided the nation between them, but it was conclusively shown that the upper classes of the laity were generally for the treaty. In a meeting of the Estates, presided over by Hamilton, a commanding majority voted for the invasion of England in the interests of the king. Inflexibly opposed by the majority of the clergy, especially in the West, Hamilton succeeded in raising an army, but it was an army neither in numbers nor discipline equal to the enterprise in hand. On July 8, 1648, Hamilton led his force across the border, and in 3 days' fighting, August 17th to 19th, suffered hopeless defeat at Preston, Wigan, and Warrington, himself falling into the enemy's hands. As the result of Hamilton's defeat, the anti-engagers once more resumed their ascendancy. At the head of 6,000 men drawn from the west, the Chancellor Loudon and the Earl of Eglinton marched upon Edinburgh, whose populace, faithful to their past traditions, received them with open arms. Over the main body of the Covenanters, Argyle was now supreme, but he had to reckon with the power with which their broken ranks were no longer in a position to contend. In the first week of October 1648, Cromwell appeared in Edinburgh and dictated terms which were entirely acceptable to Argyle and his following. All the supporters of the king, malignants as he called them, were thenceforth to be excluded from all public offices, a measure to which sweeping effect was given by the Act of Classes, passed by the Estates in January of the following year, 1649. In this measure, Cromwell and the Covenanters could find common ground, as the malignants were equally the enemies of both. But it was speedily to be seen that Presbyterianism and independency were in as hopeless antagonism as the Covenants and the royal prerogative. On January 30th, Charles was executed at Whitehall, and by the vast majority of the Scottish people his death was regarded as a ground for war against the party in England who were responsible for the deed. In the great controversy between Charles and his Scottish subjects, there had been the same constitutional difficulty as in the case of the rebellion in England. In Scotland, as in England, the insurgent nation had appealed to earlier, and the king to later, precedent and justification of their respective actions. In the 15th century, the English lawyer, Sir John Fortescue, wrote that the King of Scots may not rule his people by other laws than such as they assent unto. And in the 16th, an English resident at the court of Mary was amazed by the beastly liberty of the Scottish nobility. However it might be in theory, in point of fact throughout the 15th and 16th centuries, the kings of Scots had never been able to exercise the powers which had been acquired by the kings of England, France, and Spain. James III had been dethroned for misgovernment. James V had been thwarted and finally defeated in his policy of seeking alliance with France in preference to England, and it was in defiance of the royal authority that the Reformation had been accomplished. And during the first half of his reign, James VI had had convincing experience of the beastly liberty not only of the nobles, but of all his Protestant subjects. To these precedents it was that the Covenanters appealed in defense of all their action, for even in making the covenants compulsory, they had the example of James himself in the case of the negative confession. On the other hand, Charles could maintain that the latter half of his father's reign had seen a constitution established which made the king supreme equally in church and state, and that in this constitution the nation had at least formally acquiesced by its parliaments and general assemblies. What his own reign and the immediate future proved was that he and his revolted subjects were alike contending for a theory which was incompatible with the essential principle of Protestantism itself. In his own case, the divine right of kings to impose a special form of religion on their subjects had ended in disaster, and it was now to be seen that the same fate awaited the similar attempt of a section of the people to impose its beliefs on a nation. Never was a party in a more hopeless dilemma than the Covenanters at the death of Charles I. With a few insignificant exceptions, they regarded monarchy as a divinely prescribed form of government, sanctioned by Scripture and by immemorial use in the case of their own land. But where were they to find a king who should combine in his own person both the legal right and the necessary consecration that should fit him to be the ruler of a covenanted people? Yet in the existing circumstances there was but one choice possible. In previous crises of the national history, as in the period that followed the dethronement of Mary, a regent had been appointed to carry on the government, but the rightful heir of the crown was now of full age, and the appointment of a regent would have been tantamount to rescinding his right. On February 5, 1649, 6 days after the execution of Charles I, the Scottish Estates proclaimed his son King of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, and by an act passed 2 days later, laid down the conditions on which alone he would be allowed to ascend his father's throne. He must subscribe the National Covenant, the Solemn League and Covenant, and swear to maintain the existing religious settlement. The negotiations that followed with the youthful prince at Breda reveal the full irony of the mutual relations of the contracting parties. Charles agreed to accept a compact which his whole soul loathed, and which he had the full intention of casting to the winds at the first opportunity. And the Covenanters received his pledge in the full knowledge that their deepest convictions were but the idle jest of their chosen king. Even before the negotiations had closed, conclusive proof had been given that it was only an unavoidable alternative that Charles had signed the agreement at Breda, May 1st, 1650, with the design of subduing Scotland in the interest of his master. Montrose had landed in Caithness at the head of some 1,200 men. But on April 27th, his force had been annihilated at Carsbedale by the Kyle of Sutherland, and he was himself taken prisoner a few days later. His enterprise had deliberately aimed at making Charles king, independently of the Covenanters, and his execution was at once an act of policy for the future and of revenge for the past. In accepting Charles as their king, the Scots fully understood that they threw down the gauntlet to the Commonwealth of England. So soon as he had been established as King of Scots, both parties knew that his immediate action would to be make himself King of England also. It was with politic promptness, therefore, that on July 22nd Cromwell entered Scotland with an army of 16,000 men. By the skill of the Scottish General Leslie, the evil day was postponed, but at Dunbar on September 3rd, the Covenanting host was hopelessly overthrown. The immediate result of the defeat, however, was in the interests of Charles himself. Divided in their councils before, the ranks of the Covenanters were now sundered into two sections, and henceforth ceased to be a united national party. By the one section, the acceptance of a malignant king was regarded as a base betrayal of the Covenants. To the other, it seemed the only means of saving the Covenants and the kingdom alike. In the unflinching remonstrance submitted to the Committee of Estates, October 30th, 1650, the remonstrants or protesters arraigned the whole policy of Argyll's government and declined thenceforth to have any dealings with the malignant king. Weakened by this secession, and with Cromwell in possession of Edinburgh and Leith, the Resolutioners, as the party of Argyll was designated, had no alternative but to identify themselves with the supporters of the king. On November 26, the Estates virtually abolished the Act of Classes, thus opening both civil and military offices to every type of malignant, and on January 1st, 1651, Charles was crowned at Scone, Argyll placing the crown on his head. As the force of the remonstrants had been crushed at Hamilton in the preceding December, Cromwell was the only enemy that had to be faced in arms. But Cromwell was now in possession of all the country to the south of the Forth, and an army placed under the command of the experienced Leslie was unequal to the task of ejecting him. A movement on the part of Cromwell at the end of July decided the issue between the two kingdoms. Crossing the Forth to Berthitt's land, he marched on Perth and thus cut off Leslie's communication with the north. The result had been foreseen by Cromwell. On July 31st, the army of Charles began its march into England in the vain hope of a royalist rising, and on September 3rd was cut to pieces at Worcester by the forces of the Commonwealth. With its king in exile, its armies annihilated, and its political and religious parties devoid of a common policy, Scotland might seem to have been rendered powerless for years to come. What many English kings had attempted and failed to accomplish, however, the Commonwealth now effectually took in hand, the political union of the two kingdoms. To achieve this end, the military conquest of Scotland must first be completed, and in the existing state of parties, the task was a sufficiently easy one. By the action of General Monk, the entire kingdom, even including the Orkney Islands, was reduced by the close of February 1652, the Marquis of Argyll himself being constrained to acknowledge the authority of the Commonwealth. So thoroughly had the conquest been accomplished that till the Restoration of 1660, only one royalist rising in the Highlands, speedily suppressed, disturbed the peace of the country. The ground being thus prepared for the union of the two kingdoms, the Commonwealth addressed itself to the task, subsequently followed up by the Protectorate, of providing a common government. As arranged under both systems of rule, Scotland was represented by 30 members in the United Parliament, but a common parliament was only part of the plan for the amalgamation of the two peoples. In the administration of justice, in trade, in education, in religion, Scotland was to be admitted to all the blessings which England had to offer. In October 1651, 8 commissioners were appointed to carry on the government of the country, a body displaced in October 1655 by a Council of State, consisting of 8 members with a president and secretary. For the administration of justice, a separate body of 7 commissioners was set apart, and the manner in which they discharged their responsibilities raised the wonder of the Scots, to whom speedy and just decisions of law were a novel experience. An equally welcome boon was the privilege of free trade with England, the loss of which after the Restoration revealed its full importance. Nor were the higher interests of the nation neglected by either Commonwealth or Protectorate. Money was voted for Protestantizing the Highlands and Islands, a work that had never been thoroughly done before. The universities were substantially aided, and the improvement of elementary education formed part of the duty imposed on the Council of State. In religion, the same policy was followed as in England. Toleration was granted to every sect that did not disturb the peace of the country, a condition which involved the prohibition of general assemblies as turbulent bodies. The Scots could not close their eyes to the fact that under the Commonwealth and Protectorate, they enjoyed tranquility, order, and justice in a degree never known to them under any of their native rulers. But in their eyes, these blessings were vitiated in their source. To every class of the country, the English domination was, from first to last, more or less distasteful. The nobles could only regard with horror an authority which had proscribed the great majority of their order, to the clergy, though, of course, in less degree to the protesters among them. The religious settlement was an incubus which they were prepared to cast off at the first opportunity. And to the people in general, the presence of English officials was a perpetual reminder of the loss of national independence. When, on January 1st, 1660, Monk took his departure for England with the intention, as he assured the representatives of the Scottish burghs and shires, of restoring the liberties of the 3 kingdoms, he bore with him the good wishes of all ranks of the Scottish people, and the enthusiasm which hailed the restoration of Charles II was the spontaneous expression of a loyalty which had never been extinct in the heart of the nation, even in the years when the assertion of the royal authority had seemed most intolerable. In the long controversy which had sundered the throne and the people, much had been said and done by both parties which finds its only justification in the spirit of the time and in the nature of a struggle which involved the deepest issues in the national destinies. Yet, regarded in its true meaning and scope, the controversy was one which assuredly did no discredit either to king or people. In the case of both the one and the other, convictions were at stake for which they were willing to sacrifice what they regarded as their dearest possessions. In refusing to take the covenant, Charles I had shown that he was prepared to forfeit his kingdom, rather than retain it on conditions which marred his idea of the kingly office. But in giving effect to his prerogative, as he conceived it, he had, in Archbishop Spottiswood's words, made himself both king and pope, and had evoked an opposition founded on convictions not less absolute, and, in the case of the nobler, among his adversaries, more disinterested than were his own. What the long contention had shown was that neither Charles's belief in his divine right to impose his will on his subjects, nor the Covenanters' belief in the exclusive divine sanction of their creed and polity, was compatible with the national government of a people. Both conceptions had had their trial, and each alike had failed to find acceptance with the nation. But the lessons of experience are slowly learned, and the reigns of two more Stuart kings, each faithfully following the precedents of his predecessors, were needed to convince responsible men of all parties that only by a prudent compromise, alike in politics and in religion, could subject and prince meet on the common ground of mutual rights and responsibilities. End of section 55. Section 56 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, Ireland, From the Plantation of Ulster to the Cromwellian Settlement, 1611 to 59, by R. Dunlop. Part 1. It is usual to describe the 30 years that elapsed between the plantation of Ulster and the rebellion of 1641 as a period of peace and prosperity. That they were so in a relative sense is not to be denied. It is unquestionable that the country, thanks to the industry of the new settlers, made rapid progress in material prosperity. All the same, it was a period of deep unrest and suppressed discontent. For the time, the sword had done its work, their chiefs slain, exiled or imprisoned, themselves decimated by famine and pestilence. The natives looked on in impotent rage, while the chicaneries of the law stripped them one by one of lands to which they believed they possessed an indefeasible right. In the years immediately following on the plantation of Ulster, 3 other plantations, in North Wexford 1610 to 20, Longford and Ely O'Carroll 1615 to 20, Leitrim and the Midland districts along the Shannon 1620, comprising nearly 500,000 acres of land, were taken in hand. But though not one of these could be regarded as even moderately successful, and though the market price of land in Ulster averaged not more than £50 for 1,000 acres, such were still the fortunes to be made in land jobbing, that it seemed as if the natural boundaries of Ireland could alone set a limit to the craving for Irish land. It was indeed an age of planters and plantation projects, and the philosophical reasoning of Bacon was hardly required to convince men willing to risk their lives and fortunes in trying to effect a settlement in Virginia or on the inhospitable coast of Newfoundland, that they will find more remunerative spheres for their labors nearer home, and would at the same time render the state's signal service by spreading order and civility among the Irish. For Ireland, it was unfortunate that the former consideration largely outweighed the latter. The whole aspect of affairs had changed entirely since the days when Henry VIII had proposed to win Ireland by sober ways, political drifts, and amiable persuasions. For this alteration, the Irish had themselves been largely to blame. Their inability or unwillingness to accommodate themselves to English ideas, their repeated rebellions and intrigues with foreign powers, had exhausted the patience of English statesmen and forced them, at first more in self-defense than from any other reason, to adopt a policy of extirpation and plantation. But with whatever feeling of satisfaction the plantation policy might be regarded in England as offering a hopeful solution of the Irish problem, in Ireland it provoked widespread indignation, not merely on the part of those on whose ruin it was based, but amongst those whose loyalty to the English crown had never been called seriously in question. To the old settlers of Anglo-Norman origin, the new plantations constituted a grave political danger. Notwithstanding their loyalty, they had long been feeling dissatisfied with their position. More than once, They had formally protested against the unconstitutional methods of the Irish government, especially in the matter of cess, and had insisted on the recognition of their rights as Englishmen. Unfortunately for the favorable consideration of their demands and the development of constitutional government, they were almost to a man Roman Catholics. Their hopes that with the accession of James I, their position would undergo a change for the better had been disappointed, and as the determination of government to enforce the Act of Uniformity became unmistakable, they could not close their eyes to the danger that menaced them through the ever-rising tide of Protestant immigration. As symptomatic of the change that had come over them, it was noticed by a contemporary writer that whereas, until of late, the old English race, as well in the Pale as in other parts of the kingdom, despised the mere Irish, accounting them a barbarous people, void of civility and religion. Now, the slaughters and rivers of bloodshed between them are forgotten. And lastly, their union is such as not only the old English dispersed abroad in all parts of the realm, but the inhabitants of the Pale, cities and towns are as apt to take arms against us, which no precedent time hath ever seen, as the ancient Irish. A common religious belief has furnished the cement to many strange alliances, and in Ireland, where religion was becoming more and more the touchstone of national life, it was little wonder if, in face of the danger menacing them, the gentry of the Pales should have thought their only chance of safety lay in a union with the native element. Whether the bond of religion would prove strong enough to withstand the dissolving influences of social and racial differences, it was for the future to decide. It is significant of that strange antithesis between respect for the letter of the law and indifference to its spirit, which ever and again shows itself in the history of the English rule in Ireland, that, after wresting 6 entire counties from the Irish by more or less equivocal methods, the government of James I should have thought it necessary to secure the assent of Parliament to its proceedings. Still, if it had been merely a question of obtaining a parliamentary confirmation of the plantation, precedents were not wanting from Elizabeth's reign to show that it might have been accomplished without resorting to any methods that went beyond the Constitution. But the known intention of the government to propose fresh measures of penal legislation against the Catholics, and the natural apprehension that the opportunity would be seized to use the plantation for securing a Protestant majority in Parliament, forced the gentry of the Pale into a position of extreme hostility to the Crown, when its intention of exercising its right to create some 40 new boroughs became known. In itself, there was indeed nothing very outrageous in this exercise of the royal prerogative, and if some of the newly created boroughs were hardly to be found on a map, there was in this respect, as James shrewdly remarked, no very great difference between them and many of the older ones. The real objection was, of course, that they were merely government pocket boroughs. In announcing November 1611 the king's intention to summon a parliament, Chichester, with an appearance of the utmost candor, invited the nobility of the Pale to confer with one another as to the measures they thought necessary to pass for the benefit of the country. This they refused to do, urging their right, according to a doubtful interpretation of a clause in Poyning's Act, to be made acquainted as part of the council of the realm with the measures intended to be passed in Parliament. But, finding Chichester absolutely determined not to admit their claim, and confirmed in their worst anticipations of further penal legislation by the public execution or martyrdom, in February 1612, of Cornelius O'Devaney, Catholic Bishop of Down and Connor, they addressed in November a strong remonstrance to the king. In it they complained that they had not been consulted by the deputy as the statute required, and that the erection of corporations, consisting of some few and beggarly cottages, could tend to make naught else but that penal law should be imposed upon your subjects. No attention was paid to this protest, and in April 1613, the elections took place amid great excitement. No sooner had Parliament met on May 18th and a motion to elect Sir John Davis Speaker been made than the long pent-up storm broke loose, on the ground that Davis, having no residence in County Fermanagh, had been improperly returned as a knight of that shire. The opposition insisted on scrutinizing all elections before proceeding to any other business, but allowing themselves to be persuaded to nominate a candidate of their own, and letting their choice fall on Sir John Everard. The supporters of Sir John Davis, following English precedent, retired from the chamber to tell their numbers. During the absence, the opposition declared Everard elected and placed him in the chair. Apprised of what had happened, the government party, finding themselves in the majority, returned in hot haste, and, having ejected Everard, installed Davis in his place. Hereupon the opposition, declining to take further part in the Parliament, withdrew. Their friends in the upper house made common cause with them, and Chichester, after vainly trying to effect a compromise, yielded to their request to allow them to send a deputation to submit their complaints to the king. In the meantime, he prorogued Parliament. The petition resolved itself into an elaborate attack on Chichester's administration. It was, as James confidentially admitted, a specious document, and, though he was convinced that it was all a piece of Jesuitry, yet, inasmuch as he was anxious that his Irish subjects should learn, rather to address themselves to the sovereign by humble petition, than, after the old fashion of that country, to run out, upon every occasion of discontent, to the bog and wood, he thought it advisable to appoint a commission to investigate their complaints. How far his impartiality extended was seen from his nominating Chichester head of the commission. It reported on November 12th, and on April 20th, 1614, James read the Irish deputation a severe lecture on their undutiful and disgraceful behavior. Their charges against Chichester he pronounced wholly unfounded, and all that, as a matter of grace, he would concede was the temporary disenfranchisement of several boroughs, provided the petitioners consented to sign a formal instrument of submission. But the opposition which he had encountered gave James reason to pause, and when Chichester reopened Parliament in October, he was authorized to announce that the bill against the Jesuits had been withdrawn. The concession worked favorably on the Catholics, and under Sir John Everard's leadership, they offered no further resistance to government. With their support, a subsidy bill was passed in the following session, and there was every prospect that with a little goodwill on both sides, a reasonable compromise might have been effected. Unfortunately, at this juncture, Parliament was dissolved and Chichester recalled. Where he had failed, there was little reason to expect that either Sir Oliver St. John, 1616-22, or Lord Falkland, 1622-9, would prove more successful, hampered as they were in their anti-Catholic line of policy, by having to regulate their conduct according as the wind blew from Spain or in a contrary direction, and by the perennial bankruptcy of the Irish Treasury. The time had passed away when the Counter-Reformation could be damned in by shilling fines for non-attendance at church and feudal proclamations for the banishment of the Catholic clergy. Such proceedings and the constant rummaging of the land for plantation purposes served only to irritate. Year by year the dissatisfaction grew, and in 1626 it was more than doubtful whether government could command the majority in Parliament which it had possessed 10 years earlier. Anyhow, the experiment was one that Charles preferred, if possible, to avoid. But with a war with France likely to be added to that with Spain, it was imperative that Ireland, which was openly spoken of as the back door to England, should be put in a posture of defense. For this purpose, Falkland was authorized September 1626 to sound the nobility and gentry as to their willingness, in return for certain valuable concessions, to undertake on behalf of the country to maintain an army of 5,000 foot and 500 horse. These concessions, known as the Graces, were skillfully contrived so as to appeal to the interest of every class in the community, and were coupled with the promise of a speedy confirmation by Parliament. To the Catholic landowner in Connaught in particular, whom fear of Plantation kept in a constant state of anxiety, the offer of the Crown to accept 60 years' possession as a bar to all claims came as a special boon. Nevertheless, so general was the repugnance to this extra-parliamentary method of taxation that the agents representing the landed gentry only with the greatest difficulty could be induced, May 1628, to bind the country to contribute £120,000, to be spread over 3 years, and to be deducted from whatever subsidies might be granted by Parliament. The contribution began at once, and Falkland, in fulfillment of his part of the transaction, made preparations for calling a Parliament. But whether Charles deliberately meant to cheat the nation, or whether, as seems more likely, his courage to confront the difficulties of the situation evaporated, time went by, and no Parliament was summoned. In 1629, Falkland was recalled. By reducing the army one half, and by exercising the strictest economy, his successors, the Lords Justices Loftus and Cork, managed to spread the contribution over 4 years. The neglect to call a Parliament was, however, an irreparable blunder, not merely because it rendered such contributions precarious in the future, but chiefly because, by weakening the general confidence in the sincerity of government, it created a situation of which the Jesuits were not slow to take advantage. Indeed, the only interest which the period possesses is that which attaches to the extraordinary progress made in it by Roman Catholicism. The fact is bewailed in nearly every state paper of the time, but beyond knocking down a few mass houses and digging up St. Patrick's Purgatory, the Lords Justices could suggest no means of counteracting it. Without the courage, and perhaps the will, to take the only step that promised safety, that looked on helplessly, while the country drifted into anarchy. Such was the situation of affairs in January 1632, when Charles announced the appointment of a new deputy. More than a year and a half elapsed before Wentworth landed at Ringsend, but his influence had long before then made itself felt in the affairs of the country, with the single object before him of making Ireland a source of strength to the Crown, instead of one of weakness, as it had hitherto been. He succeeded by alternately playing on the fears and hopes of the Catholic party and flattering the loyalty of the Protestants, in obtaining a prolongation of the contribution for 2 years. Thus he secured for himself breathing space in which to develop his policy. Starting with the axiom that a prosperous people is also a loyal people, Wentworth bent all his energies to the development of the natural resources of Ireland, and it must be said for him that, if in trying to accomplish his purpose, he spared no one who ventured to oppose him, neither did he spare himself. His eye was everywhere. If the exportation and manufacture of wool had to be discouraged as detrimental to the staple trade of England, he, by way of compensation, personally superintended the development of the linen industry, and insisted on free export of hides and tallow. He arranged the details of a commercial treaty with Spain, calculated to encourage the fishing industry. He brought over experts to explore the mineral resources of the country, laid down stringent regulations for the preservation of the rapidly disappearing forests, exerted himself to improve the breed of cattle, cleared the narrow seas of the pirates that infested them, and rendered commerce insecure, and by buying out all private interests detrimental to the crown, succeeded in more than doubling the revenue of the state. Knowing the value of order and decorum in public life, he insisted on a strict observance of court etiquette, repaired Dublin Castle, cleared out the wine vaults under Christ Church, and by his own example infused a spirit of emulation in the army, which shortly raised it to the highest pitch of efficiency. For the rest, he was content to bide his time. What he could do to realize his friend Laud's wishes in the matter of ecclesiastical uniformity and discipline by pressure on the episcopacy, and to restore dignity to the church by the recovery of its property, he did. But it was no part of his policy to irritate the Catholics by fining them for non-attendance at church when, as was too often the case, there was no church for them to attend. Doubtless he made many enemies by his policy of thorough, but in his struggle with Cork, Wilmot, Montenoris, Crosby, and the rest, we cannot deny him a certain measure of sympathy. Under his controlling hand, Ireland emerged from a state of anarchy into which she had drifted, and feeling confident of his ability to steer an independent course, he obtained Charles's reluctant consent to risk a parliament. The event more than answered his expectations. Parliament met on July 14, 1634. It was the most splendid scene Dublin had ever witnessed. In his opening speech, Wentworth announced the king's intention to hold 2 sessions, the one for himself, the other for the benefit of his subjects. The proposal to separate grievances from supply was agreeable to neither Catholics nor Protestants, but so evenly balanced were they that, as Wentworth put the case, neither party would allow the other to rob it of applying the whole grace of His Majesty's thanks to itself. Hence, when the motion for supply was made, both did with one voice assent to the giving of 6 subsidies to be paid in 4 years. But if the Commons ever imagined that their loyalty would be rewarded by a candid confirmation of the long-promised graces, they were speedily disabused of the idea. There was nothing on which Wentworth depended more for an improvement of the revenue than a new plantation and a strict revision of the old ones. He was therefore determined at any cost to prevent the confirmation of any grace which threatened to cross his purpose, and particularly of that which accepted 60 years' possession as a bar to all claims on the part of the crown. To this end, he divided the graces into 3 classes, viz., those which he thought not fit to be granted, those which might be continued by way of instruction, and those proper to be passed into laws. By neglecting, as by Poyning's law he was able to do, to transmit any except those in the last class, he transferred all responsibility in the matter from the Crown to himself and the Irish Council. When Parliament reassembled in November, the indignation of the Catholics knew no bounds, and finding themselves accidentally in the majority, they rejected without consideration all and every measure submitted to them. For a moment Wentworth thought of adjourning Parliament, but the Protestants came to his rescue and enabled him to bring the session to a satisfactory conclusion. For the next 4 years his course was clear, and with characteristic energy he at once took up his plantation project. Hitherto, however, they might have answered their purpose of substituting a British for a native proprietary. Their plantations had proved singularly unprofitable to the Crown. Not only had vastly more land, for which they of course paid no rent, been passed to the undertakers than was set out in their patents, but their eager haste to turn their estates to immediate profit had led to such a general breach of the conditions of plantation as constituted a serious danger to the state. So notoriously was this the case in regard to the London Society that in 1632 the Star Chamber had ordered the suspension of its charter and the sequestration of its rents. Though not responsible for this step, Wentworth fully approved it, and on the confiscation of the Society's charter in 1635, he suggested the conversion of its estates into an appanage for the Duke of York. But the Londoners were not the only offenders, and though it was impossible to deal with private individuals in the same drastic fashion without imperiling the whole settlement, the Commission for the Remedy of Defective Titles was admirably contrived to make them pay handsomely for their defaults and at the same time to teach them a salutary lesson for the future. As for the plantations which he intended himself to set on foot in Connaught and elsewhere, though inconsiderable in comparison with those already established, he hoped, by a stricter admeasurement of land and by making estates only in capita, to render them not less profitable to the crown, and by, at the same time, restricting them to English undertakers, to create a counterpoise to the Scottish settlers in the north. For himself, he was perfectly convinced of the validity of the crown's title to the lands he intended to plant, but wishing to give an air of legality, not to say of beneficence, to his proceedings by eliciting a voluntary recognition from the reputed landowners in question, he was enraged beyond measure when the jurors of Galway County, declining to follow the lead of those of Roscommon, Sligo, and Mayo, refused to find a title for the king. It was a comparatively easy matter to punish them in the Court of Castle Chamber, and by an order in the Court of Exchequer to procure a reversal of their verdict. But all this required time, and before things could again be brought into order, his attention was absorbed by more important matters. The little cloud which had been gathering over Edinburgh in the summer of 1637 had spread with such alarming rapidity as at the beginning of the following year to cast its shadow over Ireland also. From Scotland the contagion of the Covenant had spread to Ulster, and faster than either he or his chief ecclesiastical agent, Bishop Bramhall, was aware, the country was slipping out of his control. As the prospect of war between England and Scotland grew more certain, and it became necessary to reckon up his resources, Charles was unreasonably annoyed when reminded that the Irish army barely sufficed to guarantee order in Ireland itself, and while accepting the deputy's offer of 500 men to garrison Carlisle, he could not avoid contrasting the scanty help thus furnished him with the recent magnificent promise of the Earl of Antrim to attack Argyll in his own country with 10,000 men. It was ever Charles's misfortune to be unable to look facts fairly in the face, and finding it impossible to convince him that Antrim's offer was merely intended as a handsome compliment, Wentworth moved the bulk of the army to Carrickfergus, by way of giving what countenance he could to the project. The Treaty of Berwick afforded a slight breathing space, and the deputy's quarrel with Lord Chancellor Loftus having brought him to London in September 1639, Charles eagerly turned to him for advice. Wentworth's remedy was a parliament. He remembered how, when everybody had predicted failure, he had been splendidly successful in Ireland in 1634. Let Charles follow his example. He was convinced that no Englishman would refuse money for driving the Scots out. To hearten the experiment, he would himself hold a parliament in Ireland. Of the result there could be no doubt. How little he knew his own countrymen was soon to appear. But so far as Ireland was concerned, his experiment was crowned with success. He returned to Dublin, Earl of Stratford. Parliament was already in session. On March 23, 1640, the Commons with one voice voted for subsidies, or £180,000. Never had such a scene of unanimity been witnessed. Hats were thrown in the air and assurances given that if more money was wanted, more would be forthcoming, even if they left themselves nothing but hose and doublet. Overjoyed at his victory, Strafford, after appointing Sir Christopher Wandersford, his deputy, and leaving instructions with the Earl of Ormond to add 8,000 men to the army, hastened back to England. He had calculated that the example of the Irish Parliament would find imitation in England. He had not considered that the conduct of the English Parliament might cause a reaction in Ireland. But it was no sooner evident that the day of his power was over than the Commons of Ireland joined with their brethren in England to bring the fallen minister to justice. To Strafford's plea of good government, they replied with a remonstrance under 15 heads, which formed the backbone of his impeachment. For a time, the universal hatred with which he was regarded kept them unanimous. Pillar after pillar of the building, which he had raised with so much care, was thrown to the ground amid general applause. Step by step, the country drifted back into the state of anarchy from which he had rescued it. The nemesis that lies in wait for despotism had overtaken the policy of Thorough. On November 12th, Parliament was adjourned to January 26, 1641. During the recess, Wandersford died, and after some wrangling, Sir William Parsons and Sir John Borlase were appointed Lords Justices. In Parsons, the new settlers had obtained a ruler after their own hearts. End of section 56. Section 57 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, Ireland, from the Plantation of Ulster to the Cromwellian Settlement, 1611 to 59, by R. Dunlop, Part 2. Meanwhile, all eyes were directed to the army, which under Strafford's instructions, Ormond had raised to nearly 10,000 men. You have an army in Ireland you may employ here to reduce this kingdom. Strafford was reported to have advised Charles. Whether this kingdom meant England or Scotland might be disputed, but there could be no question as to the deadly insult to public opinion implied in the suggestion. No words can adequately express the loathing and utter abhorrence which the mere suggestion of employing Irish soldiers in England excited in the breasts of Englishmen. To the demand of the English Commons for its instant disbandment, Charles returned an absolute refusal. The fact was that the Irish army was beginning to assume a new importance to him, as the idea of playing off the Irish Catholics against the English Parliament took hold of his mind. Granted that he could detach the Scots from their bond with the Parliament, which was his immediate object, it would not, he imagined, be impossible by conceding the graces and by extending practical toleration to the Catholics to win over the Irish Parliament to his side. Scotland and Ireland conciliated. The Irish army would materially strengthen his hands in dealing with the English Parliament. It was therefore the utmost importance that it should be kept together. His intentions were suspected, and being driven to consent to the disbandment of the new levies, he tried a middle way by issuing warrants for their transportation to Spain. Curiously enough, this step was strongly opposed by both parties in the Irish Parliament, by the Protestants on the ground that, in case of invasion, it was extremely dangerous to permit so many Irishmen, well acquainted with every creek and haven in the kingdom, to enter the Spanish service. By the Catholics on the ground that it was the height of madness to allow so many men to leave the country when its liberties were menaced by English Puritans and Scottish Presbyterians. The difficulty of finding money to pay their arrears caused some delay. But towards the end of July, this obstacle was overcome, and the soldiers were already assembling at the ports, appointed for their embarkation, when secret instructions arrived from Charles to the Earls of Ormond and Antrim, requiring them to keep the army together and, if possible, to raise its strength to 20,000 men. The message arrived too late, and an express sent to inform the king of the fact found him at York on his way to Scotland. From York, the order came to get the men together again and hold them in readiness, if the occasion arose, to declare for the king. The officers in charge of the disbanded soldiers readily fell in with the plan, and steps were taken to sound the gentry of the Pale and the leaders of the Old Irish as to their views on the subject. It was at this point that the plot, if we may so designate a movement authorized by the king, ran into another of quite independent origin. We know now, what no one at the time suspected, that a rebellion had long been brewing in the north, having for its object the recovery of Ulster and ultimately of Ireland for the Irish, and depending for its access on support promised by Owen Roe O'Neill, commanding in the Spanish service in the Low Countries. On him, since definite tidings had arrived of the death of John O'Neill, commonly called the Conde de Tyrone, before Montjuic, the mantle of leader had fallen. Everything had been prepared, and only the opportunity was wanting for a general rising in Ulster. To Rory O'More, Lord Maguire, and the other northern conspirators, nothing could therefore have happened more in accordance with their wishes than the chance thus afforded them of accomplishing their own designs under color of assisting in a quasi-legal plot. It was the cue of the king's party to lie quiet and wait instructions, but as September drew to a close, a rumor got about that the plot was abandoned, and O'More and Maguire reverted to their old plan. At a meeting of the conspirators on October 5th, the rising was finally fixed for Saturday the 23rd. The rebellion broke out simultaneously all over Ulster on the day appointed. The attempt to capture Dublin failed. Derry, Coleraine, Lisburn, Carrickfergus, Enniskillen escaped. But Dungannon, Claremont, and Newry were captured by the rebels. There was no general massacre, but everywhere the colonists were turned out of house and home, stripped of their possessions, and too often left without a rag to cover their nakedness. Large numbers perished of cold, hunger, and ill treatment, and many, there is no doubt, were butchered in cold blood. But the general majority managed to escape. The rebellion took everyone by surprise, none more so than the quondam allies of Maguire and O'More. Charles, whose conscience may perhaps have reproached him for his share in the mischief, and who was really alarmed when he heard that the rebels were pretending to act by his authority, was the first to insist on active measures being taken for their suppression. And indeed, had government shown a firm hand, the rebellion might easily have been confined to Ulster. Munster, Connaught, and Leinster showed at first no sign of rising. The Catholic gentry of the Pale, though ready enough to countenance any coup d'etat, which promised to secure them a practical toleration of their religion, together with the recognition of their proper position in the state, were by no means anxious to throw themselves into a movement which seemed likely to be attended with little advantage to themselves, and which was already discredited by its barbarity. Even at Ulster itself, the ease with which the colonists, after they had recovered from their first surprise, were able to hold their own, was evidence enough that with a little courage, the rebellion might have been crushed in its beginning. Unfortunately, the government was not prepared to act vigorously. The Lords Justices, who had saved themselves, as it were, by a miracle, seemed to have lost their senses entirely. Their first impulse to trust the Catholic gentry by providing them with arms to defend themselves yielded to an ill-defined dread lest they might thereby be arming their enemies. They could think of no action beyond putting Dublin in a state of defense, concentrating all the available troops in the neighborhood, laying waste the districts around, and husbanding their resources until their piteous appeals for help from England were answered. Judging from their conduct, it might have seemed as if they were rather anxious than otherwise to force a general insurrection. This, at any rate, was its effect. For, finding themselves so utterly distrusted and unable to maintain a position of neutrality, the gentry of the Pale, impelled by their fears and encouraged by the defeat of a small force detached for the relief of Dalgrada, and the apparent impossibility of that town holding out against the forces investing it, finally in December threw in their lot with the northern rebels. In announcing the fact to their friends in England, the Lords Justices warned them against attaching too much importance to what they called the defection of 7 Lords of the Pale. For, though it might seem to add some reputation to the rebels, they who knew that their tenants and followers had long before gone over to the rebels knew that it added no real strength to them. This point they desired to emphasize, lest the state might be misled into consenting to conditions injurious to His Majesty, when, on the contrary, their discovering of themselves now will render advantage to His Majesty, and those great counties of Leinster, Ulster, and the Pale now lie the more open to His Majesty's free disposal and to a general settlement of peace and religion by introducing of English. As the event proved, the Lords Justices erred greatly in their forecast of the probable consequences of the defection of the Pale, but their suggestion of a new plantation did not miss its calculated effect. Meanwhile, the rebellion had been seriously occupying the attention of all parties in England. On the main point, all were of one opinion, and, had it been simply a question between England and Ireland, money and men would have been speedily forthcoming to gratify the national desire for revenge. In the first flush of its wrath, the House of Commons voted that 10,000 foot and 2,000 horse should forthwith be raised for its suppression, and that the offer of Scottish assistance should be accepted. Gradually cooler counsels prevailed. The more the leaders of the parliamentary party came to know of Charles's intrigues, the more they were convinced that the Irish rebellion was only part of the general problem they were trying to solve. To place a victorious army in Charles's hands was merely to fashion an instrument for their own destruction. Until security was obtained on this point, nothing of importance could be done. Towards the end of December, Sir Simon Harcourt arrived at Dublin with 1,500 men. In February 1642, Sir Richard Grenville brought 1,500 foot and 400 horse to the relief of the President of Munster. In April, Robert Monroe reached Carrickfergus with 2,500 Scots. These forces and a contribution of £37,000 were the whole of the aid furnished to the government of Ireland during the first 6 months of the rebellion. Meanwhile, however, no opportunity was neglected of exasperating public opinion against the Irish so as to render a reconciliation between them and Charles impossible. On December 8, 1641, it was resolved that the king should be asked to declare that he would never consent to a toleration of the popish religion in Ireland. On February 24th following, the Lords and Commons voted that, as several million acres of profitable lands in Ireland were calculated to have been rendered liable to confiscation by the rebellion, the proposal of divers worthy and well-affected persons should be accepted for raising £1,000,000 by the sale of 2.5 millions of these acres, to be equally taken out of the 4 provinces of that kingdom, in the proportion for each adventure of £200, £300, £450, and £600 of every 1,000 acres in Ulster, Connaught, Munster, and Leinster, respectively. On March 19th, Charles was forced to give his consent to this atrocious scheme of national robbery. With these two acts, the English Parliament closed the door against any hope of reconciliation. In Ireland, matters were not progressing favorably for the rebels. In March, their lack of artillery compelled them to raise the siege of Drogheda. A month later, the Earl of Ormond inflicted a crushing defeat on them at Kilrush. In May, they were driven out of Newry. These and other disasters, though in a measure counterbalanced by the rapid extension of the rebellion, did not fail to exercise a depressing influence on the gentry of the Pale, and after the retreat of the northern rebels from Drogheda, they made a desperate effort to extract themselves from the critical position into which their fears had driven them. But the Lords Justices, whom success and the prospect of confiscation rendered pitiless, not only rejected every overture for a compromise, but endeavored by every means within their power to prevent any such offers from reaching the king. Orders were issued that no quarter should be given to any rebel found in arms, and that the commanders of garrisons should not grant protection to the Irish, or enter into any treaty with them on any pretext whatever, but prosecute them from place to place with fire and sword. Finding the door of mercy thus resolutely shut upon them, and the government bent on a war of extirpation, the gentry of the Pale took steps in May to organize their resistance by appointing a Supreme Council of 9 to act as a provisional government, pending the meeting of a General Assembly to represent the nation at Kilkenny. Help for them was already on the way. In July, Owen Roe O'Neill arrived in Lough Swilly with 100 veterans and considerable supplies of arms and ammunition, and almost at the same time, Thomas Preston and 500 men with artillery and other stores of war landed at Wexford. With their arrival, the rebellion passed out of the stage of sporadic insurrection into that of regular warfare. On October 24th, the day after the Battle of Edgehill, the General Assembly of the Confederated Catholics met at Kilkenny. It was virtually a parliament of the Irish nation, but regarding them as a merely provisional assembly brought together under exceptional circumstances to devise means for protecting themselves until His Majesty could take measures for their preservation, the Confederates confined themselves to providing for the administration of justice, the assessment of taxes, and the organization of their military strength. The Supreme Council was constituted to consist of 24 members, of whom 12 were to reside constantly at Kilkenny, or wherever they should judge most expedient, to form a central and permanent government for the management of all affairs civil and military, for the administration of local justice and carrying out the behests of the Supreme Council. Each county was provided with a separate council consisting of 1 or 2 deputies from each barony, and each province with a provincial council consisting of 2 deputies out of each county. For military purposes, each province was assigned its own army under its own chief commander. O'Neill in Ulster, Preston in Leinster, Garrett Barry in Munster, and John Burke in Connaught. The form of government having been thus settled and agents appointed to plead their cause at the principal courts in Europe, the General Assembly addressed 2 petitions, the one to the king, explaining the reasons which had forced them to take up arms, protesting their loyalty, and requesting permission to submit their grievances to him, the other to the Queen, entreating her intercession with the king. To Charles it would have been extremely satisfactory if by coming to terms with the Confederates he could have set free his army in Ireland to fight his battles in England. The obstacles to such an agreement appeared, however, insuperable, for quite apart from the fact that the Confederates were not likely to recede from their demands for civil and religious liberty, any attempt to come to terms with the Irish murderers was sure to raise a storm in England and dash his hopes of raising a party in Scotland. Nevertheless, The deplorable condition of the royal forces in Ireland justified him in pleading military necessity by trying to obtain a cessation of arms. Influenced by these considerations, he authorized Ormond on January 11, 1643, to sound the Confederates as to the precise nature of their demands. At the same time, however, privately warning him that he could on no account consent to a legislated toleration of the Roman Catholic religion, or to any claim for parliamentary independence, such as a repeal of Poynion's law implied. When the commission was opened at the council board, Parsons and others strenuously opposed the proposal to treat, and the Confederates taking exception to the terms of the letter, requiring them to appoint agents to submit their grievances. The Lords Justices, in the hope of breaking off the negotiations, managed with difficulty to get 1,500 men in marching order. This force they proposed to entrust to the command of Lord Lisle. But Ormond, who was tired of submitting to their dictation in military matters, insisted on commanding himself. On March 18th, he won a complete victory over Preston at Ross, but owing to lack of provisions was compelled to return to Dublin without reaping the fruits of his success. Meanwhile, the Confederates had reconsidered their position, and on the day before the battle, they handed in a statement of their grievances to the commissioners appointed to receive them. Their demand for a new parliament and religious toleration afforded little prospect of a settlement. Quite apart from the opposition of men like Parsons, it was generally felt that the concession of a free parliament at that time would imperil the entire English interest in the country. Nevertheless, it was clear to any but the blindest partisan that, with the army on the verge of mutiny and without a penny in the treasury, nothing but a cessation of hostilities could save the situation. After his defeat at Ross, Preston had rallied his forces, and in May managed to capture Ballinasgill. On June 4th, Castlehaven inflicted a crushing defeat on Sir Charles Vavasour in Munster, and a fortnight later Galway Castle capitulated to Colonel Burke. Against these successes, the Confederates had to set the defeat of Owen O'Neill by Sir Robert Stewart at Clones. But Stewart had been unable to improve his victory, and a week or two later O'Neill was as strong as ever. Each day added to the difficulties of Ormond's position. In April, Charles had written again insisting on a cessation, and Ormond once more opened negotiations for a truce. But the Confederates, who were fully alive to the strength of their position, persisted in their demand for a new parliament and for a thorough investigation of their grievances. Unable to offer them any guarantee on these points, Ormond once more appealed to the sword. This time, however, Preston avoided giving battle, and Ormond, having convinced himself that there was nothing for it but a cessation, availed himself of new orders that had reached him from Charles in July to reopen negotiations. The attachment of Parsons and other prominent councillors of his faction, about the same time, on a general charge of obstructing the king's service, rendered his task easier. And on September 15th, the cessation for 12 months was concluded in order to enable the Confederates to submit their case personally to Charles and, as it was hoped, to arrange a permanent settlement with him. But since the cessation had not been effected without considerable friction among the Confederates themselves, and, as Carte candidly admits, more out of sense of duty than policy, so no sooner was it proclaimed than it was at once denounced by the adherents of the Parliament. The report of it greatly injured the Royalist cause, but it enabled Charles to accomplish his immediate purpose of setting free part of his army in Ireland. By the beginning of November, 4 regiments had arrived at Bristol from Munster, and more were ready to follow as soon as Lord Inchiquin could find means to transport them. In the same month, 2,000 men under Sir Michael Ernley, landed in Flintshire to form the nucleus of a small army under Lord Byron. But the assistance had been dearly purchased. On January 25, 1644, Byron was defeated and his army routed by Sir Thomas Fairfax at Nantwich. It was hard for Charles to find his hopes thus dashed, but it was harder still to see these same Irish papists, for whom he had drawn upon himself the odium of his own subjects, enlisting after their defeat in the service of his enemies. The Irish danger had been averted, but Parliament was keenly alive to the necessity of preventing such expeditions in the future by furnishing Ormond with sufficient occupation at home. While, therefore, a Scottish army under the Earl of Leven prepared to invade England to assist the Parliament, messengers were dispatched to Ulster to assure Monroe and the northern commanders of the speedy arrival of money and provisions, and to promote a general engagement to the Covenant. Strange to say, Monroe's refusal to recognize the cessation was not distasteful to Charles, who calculated, not without reason, that it would prevent any help from that quarter reaching Leven. Moreover, he was not without hope that, if Antrim succeeded in transporting, as he professed himself able to do, 2,000 Redshanks into Scotland to cooperate with Montrose, Leven might speedily find himself recalled. Hitherto Antrim had not proved very deserving of confidence, but in July he actually managed, with Ormond's assistance, to land 1,600 men in Scotland, where under the leadership of Alister MacDonald, they not a little contributed to Montrose's success. Meanwhile, the agents appointed by the Confederates to arrange the terms of a settlement with Charles had arrived at Oxford in March. Conscious of their improved position, they insisted on the repeal of all penal laws against the Catholics, the abrogation of all acts and ordinances of the Irish Parliament since August 7, 1641, the summoning of a freely elected Parliament, and a general act of oblivion. These terms granted, they bound themselves to furnish him with 10,000 men, and to expose their lives and fortunes in his service. But, tempting as the offer was, it was impossible for Charles to consent to its conditions without forfeiting the support of his own followers. In his dilemma, he referred the matter back again to Ormond. But unfortunately, at the very moment when it behooved him to strengthen the hands of his much-tried deputy by every means within his power, he had the inconceivable folly to add immeasurably to his difficulties by refusing the well-grounded request of Inchiquin for the presidency of Munster. In his wrath, Inchiquin openly declared for the Parliament in August, the necessity of coming to terms, and that speedily, with the Confederates, was more pressing than ever. But it was with a heavy heart and little hope of success that Ormond reopened negotiations in September, only to break them off a week or two later, owing to his inability to satisfy the Catholic demands without sacrificing the Protestant interests. He asked to be relieved of his post, but Charles knew his worth too well to accede to his request. At the same time, however, recognizing that he was hardly the right instrument to carry out his crooked policy, he yielded so far as to appoint the Earl of Glamorgan, whom he had already designated to command the Irish levies, to assist him in negotiating with the Catholics. Various circumstances prevented Glamorgan from reaching Ireland before the beginning of August. In the meantime, fresh instructions reached Ormond, authorizing him to conclude a peace and, if necessary, to concede the demand for the repeal of the penal laws and the suspension of Poyning's Act. Armed with these new powers, Ormond reopened negotiations with the Confederates in April 1645, but only to find that, under the influence of the papal agent Scarampi and the clerical party, they had added to their demands another for the retention of all such churches, chapels, and abbeys as were then in their possession. Exasperated beyond measure at this new demand, Charles declared that rather than consent to it, he would withdraw his army from Ireland, whatever hazard that kingdom might run by it. Affairs were in this critical position when Glamorgan arrived with a commission authorizing him to treat directly with the Confederates, but couched in such curious terms and conferring on him such extraordinary powers as raised strong but apparently unfounded doubts of its genuineness. Finding on his arrival that the only hindrance to the conclusion of the treaty was the newly raised question of the churches, and being determined to secure at all costs the military support, which was to be the price of the bargain, Glamorgan persuaded the Confederate commissioners to embody their demand in a secret article, to which, on the strength of his commission, he pledged the king's conditional consent. Matters being thus smoothed over in a way unknown to Ormond, the public treaty, as it must now be called, made rapid progress, and the Assembly having voted the 10,000 men, Glamorgan was delighted with the success of his plan, when an accident put a sudden end to his hopes. On October 17th, in an attempt to recover Sligo, the Irish were defeated with heavy loss by Sir Charles Coote. Among those killed in the battle was the warlike Bishop of Tuam, Machias Cayley, or Keeley. In his pocket was found a copy of the Glamorgan Treaty. Its subsequent publication by the Parliament caused a profound sensation, and did more than anything else to ruin the king's cause. But even before his intrigues had come to light, Glamorgan had encountered a new and unexpected obstacle in the person of Giovanni Battista Rinuccini, recently appointed legate by Pope Innocent X. Hitherto, under the restraining influence of Innocent's predecessor, Urban VIII, clerical influence had made itself little felt in the councils of the Confederates. But after the arrival of Rinuccini at Kilkenny on November 12th, with a considerable supply of money and ammunition, the clerical party began rapidly to gain the upper hand. Naturally, he had to be made acquainted with the secret treaty, and being from the first more intent on promoting the papal than the royal cause, he made no secret of his dislike to the conditions attached to it. However, at an interview with him on December 20th, Glamorgan, by pledging the king's conditional assent to the appointment of a Catholic viceroy and the admission of the Catholic bishops to sit in Parliament, succeeded in winning from him a reluctant consent to his scheme. Glad to have overcome this difficulty, Glamorgan hastened to Dublin to get things in readiness for transporting his men, when, in consequence of his secret treaty having come to light, he was arrested at the instance of Lord Digby. His arrest spread consternation among the Confederates. None of them questioned his bona fides, and in consequence of their strong remonstrance, coupled with the threat of renewing the war, Ormond consented to release him on bail on January 21st, 1646. Returning to Kilkenny, he endeavored by every means within his power to bring the treaty to a conclusion. But, now that his disavowal by the king was known, Rinuccini absolutely refused to abate one jot of his demand for a confirmation of the concessions in the secret treaty before he would agree to the conclusion of the peace, professing to have information of a treaty in progress between the Pope and Sir Kenelm Digby on behalf of the Queen, containing more favorable terms even than the secret treaty. On the other hand, the majority of the Supreme Council were anxious to conclude the peace on the basis of the agreement with Ormond, leaving further concessions on the guarantee given by Glamorgan to Charles's generosity. The time, they urged, had nearly passed when their assistance could be of any service to him, and their own position was suffering in consequence of the delay. Accordingly, after a long and stormy debate, articles of peace, containing many valuable concessions, but leaving the question of religion to the king's decision, were signed on March 28th. In deference to the nuncio, it was agreed to postpone his proclamation till May 1st, in order to afford him time to obtain a copy of the pretended papal treaty, but in the meantime to dispatch the long-delayed assistance to the king with all possible speed. Unfortunately, the opportunity for this had passed away. By the end of spring, every available seaport along the western coast of England was in the hands of the Parliament. The collapse of the King's cause in England and the activity of the parliamentary party in Ireland, especially in Connaught, brought forcibly home to the Confederates the necessity of immediate and united action, if their own cause was to avoid a similar fate. Accordingly, nothing had been heard of the papal treaty, and Ormond refusing absolutely to sanction Glamorgans, the Supreme Council passed a resolution authorizing the ratification and publication of the peace. The resolution had been carried in face of the fiercest opposition of the nuncio. Outvoted in the council, Ronaccini, after entering a formal protest against the resolution, summoned Owen O'Neill to his support. His messenger found the general in the full flush of victory, having on June 5th almost annihilated the Scottish army under Monroe at Bernburg. It was the only great success that the Confederate arms had achieved, and its consequences might have been even more important than they were, had O'Neill been allowed to carry out his intention of attacking the Scots in their own quarters. Recalled from his pursuit of them, he gave instant obedience to Ronaccini's summons, while the legate, relying on his support, convoked a meeting of the clergy to Waterford, where on August 12th the resolution was passed condemning the peace and forbidding its proclamation under pain of excommunication. The Supreme Council was powerless to resist him, and though the peace was proclaimed at Dublin and Kilkenny, it was everywhere else rejected. On September 18th, Ronaccini entered Kilkenny in triumph, and having caused his opponents to be arrested, he appointed a new council, consisting of his own immediate followers, with himself as president, pending the election of a new General Assembly. It was a most successful coup d'etat, and Ronaccini could with reason boast that under his leadership the much despised clergy of Ireland had, as it were in the twinkling of an eye, made themselves masters of the kingdom. His victory ruined the national cause. For the moment, however, he was master of the situation, and he at once turned his attention to the capture of Dublin. It was late in the year to begin operations, but having effected a reconciliation between Preston and O'Neill, whose mutual jealousy had constantly weakened the Confederates, he determined to make the attempt, and in November set down before the city with 16,000 foot and 1,600 horse. Believing himself unable to offer any successful resistance, Ormond had already in September made overtures to hand over the city to the Parliament, and shortly after the siege had begun, commissioners arrived to arrange the terms of its surrender. Influenced, however, by reports of fresh dissensions in the camp of the Confederates, and of their being prevented by the bad weather from pursuing the siege with vigor, he plucked up courage to reject the terms offered by Parliament. But his confidence was short-lived, and in February 1647 he renewed his offer to surrender on the terms formerly granted him. End of section 57. Section 58 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 18, Ireland, from the Plantation of Ulster to the Cromwellian Settlement, 1611 to 59, by R. Dunlop, Part 3. Several months elapsed before the negotiations were completed, and it was not till July 28th that he formally handed over the sword of state to the commissioners appointed by Parliament to receive it. Aroused to a sense of their danger, the Irish exerted themselves to recover the advantage of which their dissensions had robbed them, and, O'Neill having withdrawn with his army to Connaught, Preston prepared to resume operations against Dublin by breaking down the girdle of fortified places surrounding it. But it was too late. Michael Jones, to whom the defense of Dublin had been committed, had lost no time in restoring confidence and discipline to his troops, and in strengthening his position by opening up communication with Sir Henry Tichborne at Drogheda. At the beginning of August, hearing that Preston was trying to capture Trim, he sallied forth with the united garrisons of Dublin and Drogheda for the purpose of forcing a battle. Compelled by Jones's approach to change his plans, Preston endeavored by a flank movement to cut off his communications with Dublin. The two armies met at Dangan Hill, a few miles southeast of Trim. The advantage of position lay with Preston, but Jones was superior in cavalry, and it was the cavalry that decided the day. In the battle that followed, August 8th, Preston was completely defeated and his army almost exterminated, with the loss of all his artillery. Through the intervention of O'Neill, Jones was prevented from reaping the full fruits of his victory, but its effect was tremendous. Disaster followed quickly on disaster. Inchiquin, whom Castlehaven and his own necessities had long kept inactive, had at last been able to assume the offensive. By the end of August, he had recovered the greater part of Munster. On September 13, he stormed the rock of Cashel, putting the garrison and many of the inhabitants to the sword, with a savagery that has handed down his name to the execration of posterity. On November 13th, he routed and almost destroyed the Confederate army under Lord Taaffe at Knockinnoss, near Mallow, and by the end of the year, his light cavalry had swept the country almost to the very walls of Kilkenny. Nor was this the sum of the Confederates' misfortunes. In July, Parliament appointed Monk commander of all the forces in Ulster, with the exception of the Scottish regiments under Monroe. Though hampered in his action by lack of provisions, his presence served to stiffen resistance there, and by the beginning of October, he was able to hold out a helping hand to Jones. North, south, and east, the Confederates had lost ground. Under the influence of these losses, the moderate party among them recovered their authority, and, being readmitted to their places in the Supreme Council, they insisted on appointing commissioners to proceed to Paris to arrange the terms of a treaty of peace with the Queen, and at the same time to invite the Prince of Wales to Ireland. They could not have chosen a more propitious time for their purpose, in view of the widespread dissatisfaction created by the breach between the Parliament and the army, and of the opportunity which it furnished for an alliance between the Royalists and the Presbyterians against their common enemy, the Independents. Among the first to take the alarm was Inchiquin, who, after carefully sounding Ormond in the matter, openly declared for the king in April 1648. A month later he succeeded, in spite of the opposition of the nuncio, and the general abhorrence with which he was regarded by the Irish, in concluding a cessation with the Confederates. The ground being thus prepared for a Catholic Royalist alliance, Ormond returned to Ireland early in October, on January 17, 1649, a treaty was signed at Kilkenny on the basis of the Peace of 1646, whereby the Irish were secured in the free exercise of their religion and the independence of their parliament, and in return for which they agreed to furnish Ormond with 15,000 foot and 500 horse. As was to be expected, Rinuccini opposed the peace with all his might, but his period of power was over, and in February he quitted Ireland. To Ormond the prospect seemed brighter than ever before, and he sent a pressing message to the Prince of Wales to put himself at their head. Even the execution of Charles served rather to improve the situation than otherwise, for though nothing could shake the fidelity of Jones or Monk or Coote, the All-Scots in Ulster declared for Charles II, and after they had managed to surprise Carrickfergus and Belfast, Monk was driven to seek refuge in Dundalk, and after the surrender of that place to Inchiquin in July, to retire to England. Want of provisions prevented O'Neill from opposing, and Jones, deprived of Inchiquin's support, was obliged to confine himself to defensive operations. Dublin, Drogheda, and Derry alone held out. Towards the end of January, Rupert appeared before Kinsale with 8 vessels. Nothing but one determined effort was, it seemed, wanting to win the whole of Ireland. But appearances were delusive. The country was exhausted. Provisions of all sorts were scarce. Money was nowhere to be got. O'Neill's attitude was at best doubtful. The loyalty of Inchiquin's army uncertain. The fleet under Rupert, owing to his jealousy of Ormond, useless. Still, the situation was beyond all question really critical. Believing it to be such, Cromwell, on March 30th, definitely accepted the command of the army destined for Ireland, and, pending the conclusion of his preparations, dispatched 2,000 men to reinforce the garrison of Dublin. It was June before Ormond could take the field with about 6,000 foot and 2,000 horse. Marching on Dublin, he took up his position between Castleknock and Finchless, while Inchiquin, with a considerable force, advanced against Drogheda. Before the end of the month, Drogheda surrendered, and shortly afterwards Dundalk, Trim, Newry, and Carlingford. Ormond had now about 7,000 foot and 4,000 horse, and he determined to push his lines closer up to the city in the direction of Bagotrath, with the intention of cutting off Jones' forage and grounds. While thus engaged, and having unfortunately sent Inchiquin with a considerable force to Munster on a report that Cromwell intended to land there, he was suddenly attacked at Rathminus by Jones on August 2nd. His army was completely routed, with the loss of 1,800 prisoners, all his military stores and artillery, and his money chest. The Battle of Rathminus decided the issue of the war. When Cromwell landed at Dublin a fortnight later with 8,000 foot and 4,000 horse, Ormond could oppose to him nothing but the shadow of an army. Recognizing that neither he nor the commissioners of trust, acting for the Confederates, could put another army in the field, and that the sole hope of resistance rested with O'Neill and the garrison towns, he threw 2,300 of his best troops under the command of Sir Arthur Aston into Drogheda, and opened negotiations for a reconciliation with O'Neill. But the time when cooperation could be of use had passed away. Himself stricken down by a fatal disease and hardly able to support his own army, O'Neill, though expressing his willingness to come to his assistance and actually sending him 3,000 men under his nephew Hugh O'Neill, could do no more. On November 6th he died at Cloughhofster, in County Cavan. Left to himself, Ormond could only look on in helpless inactivity. On September 3rd, Cromwell appeared before Drogheda with 10,000 men. A week later he stormed the town and put to the sword the whole garrison and not a few civilians, including every priest on whom he could lay his hands, in all about 2,800 persons. "I am persuaded," he wrote, "that this is a righteous judgment of God upon those barbarous wretches who have imbrued their hands in so much innocent blood, and that it will tend to prevent the effusion of blood for the future, which are the satisfactory grounds to such actions, which otherwise cannot but work remorse and regret." As a matter of fact, the sack of Drogheda, however it may be excused by the laws of war, was a most useless and unjustifiable measure. Useless, because after the first terror had passed away it did not serve to weaken the resistance of a single garrison, and unjustifiable, because not one man of the garrison, had in all likelihood been concerned in the massacre, but that Cromwell could, in all sincerity, urge the massacre as a justification of his proceeding only shows how successful the propaganda carried on for the last 8 years by such men as Parsons, Jones, and Temple, supported by an unscrupulous press in England, had been in misleading public opinion as to the real facts of the case. For the moment, however, the terror inspired by the fate of Drogheda was indescribable. Dunkeld and Trim were deserted by their garrisons. Wexford, with a better chance of resistance, was betrayed and shared the fate of Drogheda, while New Ross capitulated without a blow. But Duncannon and Waterford successfully defied the besiegers, and, with an army sadly diminished by dysentery and fever, it might have fared hard with Cromwell, had not the revolt of Inchiquin's army and the Munster garrisons at this juncture, besides providing him with safe winter quarters and the means of recruiting his forces, broken down Ormond's strongest line of defense. As Ormond's ability to offer an effectual resistance declined, so likewise did his authority. In December, a meeting of the Catholic clergy at Clonmacnoise published a manifesto calling on the nation, whether Old English or Old Irish, New English or Scots, to unite against the common enemy in defense of their religion, lives, and fortunes. As threatening a prolongation of the war, the manifesto greatly angered Cromwell, and so soon as the weather permitted, he marched against Kilkenny in the hope of crushing the Confederacy in its stronghold. But Kilkenny, plague-stricken though it was, offered a more stubborn resistance than he expected, and it was only after conceding terms which he had hitherto denied that he got possession of it. Against Clonmel, where Hugh O'Neill had entrenched himself with 1,200 men, he was even less successful. An ineffectual attempt to storm the place cost him 2,000 men, and when in the end it capitulated on May 10, 1650, it was only to find that O'Neill and the garrison had made good their escape. A fortnight later, Cromwell quitted Ireland, leaving the work of further conquest to his son-in-law Ireton. Though the end was no longer doubtful, Ireland had still 2 years of bloodshed to pass through before she collapsed. During the summer, Ireton captured Carlow, Waterford, and Duncannon, while Coote and Venables were successfully breaking down the Scoto-Irish combination in Ulster. On June 21st, the last remnant of Owen O'Neill's once formidable army, under the command of the Bishop of Clogher, Ever McMahon, was cut to pieces at Scariff Hollis, near Letterkenny, and a week or two later, the last outstanding fortress of Charlemont was surrendered by Sir Phelan O'Neill. Limerick, Galway, and Athlone alone remained. On October 6, Ireton sat down before Limerick, but, recognizing that the season was too far advanced for regular siege operations, he shortly afterwards retired into winter quarters. Meanwhile, the clerical reaction that had shown itself in the Clackmannose manifesto was gaining ground among the Irish, though still in a measure possessing the confidence of the Confederates, as represented by the Commissioners of Trust, Ormond, especially since the disavowal of Charles II of the Peace of 1649, had ceased to exercise any practical influence on the course of events, and it scarcely needed the formal demand addressed to him by the clergy on August 10th that he should surrender his authority into hands more worthy of the confidence of the nation, to induce him to retire from a position which had long been hateful to him. Accordingly, having transferred his powers to the Earl of Clanricarde, he quitted Ireland on December 11th. For a moment, an offer of assistance from the vainglorious Duke Charles of Lorraine shed a ray of light through the gathering gloom, but the conditions attached to it, though acceptable to the clerical party, as represented by the Bishop of Ferns and Sir Nicholas Plunkett, were indignantly rejected as Clanricarde as a total transferring of the crown from His Majesty to a foreign prince. It was late in the following year before Ireton took the field, having forced the passage of the Shannon in the face of Castlehaven. He formally summoned Limerick on June 3rd. Nearly 5 months, however, elapsed before the city, worn out by famine and pestilence, capitulated. As the garrison marched out, it was noted by Ludlow that 2 of the soldiers fell down dead of the plague in the ranks. Ireton himself caught the infection and died on November 26th, leaving Ludlow to finish the work of conquest. Meanwhile, Athlone had surrendered to Coote on June 18th. At the beginning of 1652, Galway and a few isolated garrisons alone held out. Galway capitulated to Coote in April, on terms which the parliamentary commissioners refused to ratify. But the country was by no means conquered. Everywhere considerable bands of soldiers, amounting together to several thousands, with whom the soldiers of the Commonwealth had difficulty in coping, carried on an exasperating guerrilla warfare. Cromwell's decree of no pardon had long ago been given up, but all the same it seemed as if the war would never come to an end. The cost of maintaining the army was becoming unbearable, and the adventurers were clamoring for a speedy settlement of their claims. Urged by these conditions, the commissioners of Parliament held out offers of more favorable treatment as an inducement to submit. On May 12th, terms were concluded with the Earl of Westmeath on behalf of his Irish forces in Ulster, permitting him and his men, with the exception of such as had been guilty of murder, to transport themselves abroad into any country at amity with the Commonwealth. These terms, known as the Articles of Kilkenny, furnished the basis for further surrenders. During the summer, one leader after another submitted, and when Fleetwood arrived in September, most of the Irish had laid down their arms. No fewer, it was calculated, than 34,000 Irish soldiers took the opportunity, thus given them, to quit the country. A large number still remained, insufficient indeed to offer any effectual opposition, but sufficient to frustrate any scheme for the extirpation of the nation. The settlement of Ireland could now begin, and no man could have found better qualified to carry it into execution than Fleetwood, by reason of his profound belief in the efficacy of the plantation policy to secure the permanent settlement of Ireland and the safety of England. 2 great acts of state furnish the ground plan of what is called the Cromwellian settlement, viz., first, the Act of March 19th, 1642, for raising £1 million on the security of 2.5 million acres of Irish land, together with certain subsequent acts and ordinances, commonly called the Acts of Subscription, and secondly, an act passed on August 12, 1652, called an Act for the Settling of Ireland. By the Act of 1642, it had been assumed that 2.5 million acres of land had been forfeited by the rebellion. By the Act of 1652, measures were taken to realize the assumption contained in the former act. To this end, all Irishmen, Old Irish, Anglo-Irish, and Scoto-Irish, who could not prove their innocence and good affection to the Commonwealth of England, were taken to have been guilty either as actors or abettors in the rebellion, and were to be punished either by loss of life and property, or of property alone, wholly or partially, according to the degree of their guilt. To determine the cases of those who were to lose their lives, a High Court of Justice was immediately established. But that property was the main thing aimed at is evident from the clause in the Act exempting all laborers, plowmen, and landless men, generally from the consequences of the rebellion, provided They had not been guilty of murder and submitted at once. A fund of land having been thus, as it were, provided for the liquidation of the debts incurred in the suppression of the rebellion, the commissioners having been appointed to survey the forfeited lands, the next step was to settle their distribution. To this end, an act called the Act of Satisfaction was passed on September 26, 1653. For the purpose of the act, Ireland was regarded as divided into two portions, the one comprising the province of Connaught, including County Clare, the other the three other provinces, the former to meet all claims arising on the part of such Irish proprietors as should manage to save any part of their lands in any part of the kingdom, and the latter for the satisfaction of the adventurers, soldiers, and other creditors. As Connaught was to be wholly Irish, so the 5 counties of Kildare, Dublin, Carlow, Wicklow, and Wexford were to be formed into a new English Pale, from which all Irish were to be excluded. 10 counties, viz., Waterford, Limerick, Tipperary, Queen's and King's counties, Meath, Westmeath, Armagh, Down, and Antrim, to which were added as a sort of reserve in case of deficiency, Louth, part of Cork, and Fermanagh, together with a belt of land round Connaught, were put aside to answer the claims of the adventurers and the army, which, since June 5, 1649, had been engaged in the actual conquest of Ireland. The remainder, excluding Dublin, Carlow, Kildare, or the greater portion of these counties, and a moiety of County Cork, together with all wall towns and ecclesiastical lands, which the state reserved for itself, was assigned to answer all other debts, including the arrears due to the parliamentary armies in England and Ireland prior to June 5, 1649, commonly called the English, and 49 arrears respectively. The ground plan of the settlement having been thus laid, preparations were made to put it in execution. For this purpose, the lands designed for the new settlers had first of all to be cleared of their old owners. The first step in this direction had already been taken by an order issued on July 2nd, requiring all English proprietors to transplant themselves and their families to Connaught before May 1st, 1654, and afterwards, on October 14th, such at least seems to have been the interpretation generally adopted, extended to all Irishmen without exception. When May 1st came, it was found that 1,589 certificates, representing 43,308 individuals, had been lodged with the commissioners at Long Ray, appointed to assign lands in Connaught, but of a general transplantation there was not the faintest sign. For a moment it seemed as if the transplantation policy would undergo modification, but in the end the views of Fleetwood and the military party prevailed. On November 30th, a fresh declaration was published requiring all transplantable persons to betake themselves to Connaught before March 1st, 1655, under pain of death. This time, so far as the proprietors were concerned, the order did not remain a dead letter. During the winter, hundreds of families removed into Connaught, but nothing could induce the natives as a body to move. A few were hanged as an example. Multitudes, men, women, and children, were, under the pretext of vagrancy, shipped off to Barbados and elsewhere. But it was all to no purpose. Self-interest and humanity urged the abandonment of a policy that was turning Ireland into a wilderness and leaving it a prey to the wolf and the Tory. Meanwhile, the necessity for a speedy settlement had become imperative. The debt to the army was alarming. There had been a slight disbandment and a partial settlement of 49 arrears in 1653, for which purpose Leitrim had been withdrawn from the lands assigned to the Irish, but there were still more than 30,000 men in pay. To add to the difficulties of the situation, it was found that the land at the disposal of the state was insufficient to answer all obligations. To remedy this deficiency, the army consented to the rates at which the lands were to be calculated being raised. A new and more accurate survey, known as the Downs Survey, under the direction of Dr. William Petty, was ordered, and further lands in Connaught were added to the general fund. Meanwhile, the army was put in possession of the rents accruing from the lands, assigned for its satisfaction. In September 1655, the first great disbandment took place. In March 1656, Petty had finished his survey, and by the close of the year the army had, except the bulk of the 49 arrears, been practically settled on the lands allotted to it. By the end of 1658, most of the adventurers' claims had been satisfied. There was still much to do in the way of settling all the obligations incurred by government, but under the mild rule of Henry Cromwell, who had succeeded Fleetwood in September 1655, though not actually appointed deputy till November 1657, the country gradually emerged from the chaos in which the war and the plantation had involved it. Infinite were the sufferings of the dispossessed Irish. Murder and outrage stalked through the land. The new planters, whithersoever they came, carried their lives in their hands. But the dream of a New England across the Channel, as it had long floated before the imagination of English statesmen, seemed at last to have been realized. 2/3 of the soil of Ireland had passed into the hands of Englishmen. By the identification of its commercial interests with those of England, and the incorporation of Ireland with that country for parliamentary purposes, under the instrument of government, and by the care taken to secure a monopoly in the representation to the new settlers, the Commonwealth had, as it were, placed its seal on its victory. Henceforth the English interest in Ireland might be considered safe. After the death of Cromwell, the government of Ireland shared the fate that overtook the Commonwealth. In vain Ludlow, to the last true to his republican principles, tried hard to avert the inevitable and to reconcile men who would not be reconciled. The country was tired both of the rule of the army and of a discredited parliament, and when on December 16, 1659, Monk declared for a free parliament, the army in Ireland under Coote and Broghill acquiesced. The Restoration brought many changes with it, and among them a fresh land settlement. But, as an expression of the will of England, the Cromwellian settlement was too firmly laid to be radically altered. End of section 58. Section 59 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19, Anarchy and the Restoration, 1659-60, by C.H. Firth, Part 1. The fall of Richard Cromwell was a gradual process. It began on April 22, 1659, when he dissolved Parliament, and ended with his formal abdication on May 25th. But his government came to an end on May 7th, when the Long Parliament reassembled at Westminster. Fleetwood and the great officers of the army who forced Richard to dissolve his Parliament had not intended to overthrow the Protectorate. They meant to limit his power and that of the civil element in his council, and to govern in his name. Accordingly, they at first endeavored, as a Republican said, to piece and mend up that cracked government, though without success, for the inferior officers who were Republicans outvoted their superiors in the council of the army and rejected the plan of the grandees. John Lambert, who was readmitted into the army by the council on April 29th and restored to his old rank of Major General, made himself the advocate of the Long Parliament which he had helped to expel, and he was seconded by many other officers, whom Cromwell had likewise cashiered for opposing the Protectorate. Nor did it a little contribute to the success of the movement that the independent ministers, especially the extremer sectaries, exerted all their influence with the army in favor of the return to a republic. A hasty negotiation between the leaders of the Long Parliament and the heads of the army followed, in which only the vaguest understanding was arrived at between the two parties. The members of the Long Parliament were then invited to resume their authority, and 42 of them reassembled at Westminster on May 7th. In all, about 130 members were qualified to sit, of whom about 120 put in their appearance at different times. But the highest number present in the House during the next 5 months was 76. To this simulacrum of a legislature, the army was obliged to commit supreme power, because it needed some shred of constitutional authority to cover its domination and to provide for its maintenance. But the members of the Long Parliament themselves returned to their seats without a doubt that they possessed an indefeasible right to rule a people, some fraction of which had once elected them to represent it. They were the Bourbons of republicanism. The new government was accepted by the nation with a passive submission which approached indifference. It received pledges of support from every quarter. Rear Admiral Bourne and the squadron in the Downs gave in their adhesion at once. On May 12th, General Monk and the army drew up a declaration of fidelity. On May 18th, Lockhart and the garrison of Dunkirk expressed their acquiescence, and about the middle of June, Henry Cromwell surrendered the government of Ireland to 5 commissioners, whom Parliament had appointed to succeed him. Foreign powers recognized the government without any scruples, and though the French ambassador made some secret offers of help to Richard, he speedily transferred his support to the Republic. On the other hand, the change of government roused the hopes of the Royalists to an uncontrollable pitch. Oliver's death had given them new courage, and during the winter they had begun fresh preparations for insurrection. The young men of the party were eager for action, and in March 1659 the king appointed 6 new commissioners for the management of his affairs in England, of whom John Mordaunt was chief. The committee of older men, known as the Sealed Knot, to whom his business had previously been entrusted, taught by former failures, were reluctant to take up arms, but were pushed into action by Mordaunt and his friends. August 1st, 1659, was fixed as the time for a general rising. When the day came, there were gatherings of Cavaliers in Kent, Surrey, Gloucestershire, and Nottinghamshire. But most of the king's party never stirred. Willis, one of the Sealed Knot, had been in the pay of successive governments ever since 1656, and by postponements and other pretexts, he prevented concerted action amongst his party. Nevertheless, a formidable rising took place in Cheshire and Lancashire and North Wales, where Sir George Booth, one of the members expelled by Pride's Purge in 1648, got together 5,000 or 6,000 men. Booth was a Presbyterian, and the Presbyterian party in general was hostile to the men at Westminster. But he did not openly declare for Charles II, and his manifesto spoke only of a full and free Parliament, though the Royalists who joined him proclaimed the king at Wrexham and Warrington. Once more Charles II prepared to land in England. In August he left Brussels for Calais, while the Duke of York went to Boulogne. With or without the knowledge of Mazarin, Marshal Turenne had promised James a couple of thousand soldiers, arms for 3,000 or 4,000 men, and ships to transport them. Rye was fixed upon as the landing place. There were hopes, too, from the fleet in the Baltic. A secret agent from Charles had been in negotiation with Admiral Montague, who suddenly left his station in the Sound and set sail for England. But all these hopes were made futile by Booth's inability to keep the field. Major General Lambert marched against him with about 3,000 foot and 1,200 horse, and routed him on August 23rd at Winnington Bridge, near Northwich. The Welsh castles, which had been seized for the king, fell into Lambert's hands, and Booth himself, disguised as a woman, was taken prisoner a few days after his defeat. All was over by the time Montague's fleet reached England, and, though he explained his return by the plea of want of provisions, he lost his command and had difficulty in saving himself. His ships passed under the control of Vice Admiral Lawson, an Anabaptist whose republicanism was above suspicion. The victory of the Republican leaders was completed by the prospect of filling their depleted treasury from the confiscated estates of the rebels. In their triumph, they drew up an engagement renouncing the claims of the houses of Stuart and Cromwell, and promising fidelity to the Republic against a king, single person, or house of peers, which they designed to impose upon all officials, civil and military. On the continent, the influence of the Republic had been steadily growing during the 4 months which had elapsed since its foundation. Its foreign policy, directed by the experienced hand of Vane, was firm and moderate, and the friendship of the United Provinces seemed its chief aim. The Republic continued the Protector's attempt to mediate between the northern powers, but it was less partial to Sweden. A treaty between France, England, and the States General, signed at The Hague on May 21, 1659, pledged them to joint mediation in order to bring about a settlement based on the terms of Rosekild. A second agreement between the same powers on July 24th modified the Rosekild terms to the advantage of Denmark. By a third, August 4th, England and the United Provinces alone undertook to use their fleets to force Sweden and Denmark to accept this compromise. Denmark yielded. Sweden protested. "Are republics to give laws to kings?" asked Charles Gustavus, indignant at being called on to halt when Copenhagen seemed about to drop into his hands. "Sire," answered Algernon Sidney, the head of the English embassy, "the acceptance of these conditions is the price of the friendship of England." Unluckily, the return of Montague's fleet to England robbed these lofty words of their effect. "A few shot of our cannon would have made this peace," wrote Sidney, but the belief that England would not resort to force encouraged the King of Sweden in his obduracy and contributed to his downfall. Meanwhile, the relations between France and England, so intimate during the Protectorate, were rapidly becoming less close. The League of the two powers against Spain expired in March 1659. On May 8th, an armistice between France and Spain was agreed upon. On June 4th, a preliminary treaty was signed. On November 7th, the work of peace was completed by the signature of the Treaty of the Pyrenees. In the armistice, England was included for Dunkirk. In the final agreement, the only stipulation directly touching the Republic was a secret article by which France engaged neither directly nor indirectly to assist England against Spain. However, Lockhart, the English ambassador, obtained the insertion in Article 80 of a clause designed to protect the English government against Charles II. By it, the Prince of Condé was bound to disband all his forces without making them over to any other prince or potentate, and he was therefore unable to place them at the disposal of the young king for his projected expedition to England. Charles, who had undertaken a journey to Fuenterrabia, obtained nothing but fair words, and the hopes of the royalists that France and Spain would now unite their arms to restore the Stuarts were shown to be baseless. Mazarin's refusal to give the hand of his niece, Hortense Mancini, to Charles II showed the king that he had little aid to expect from the cardinal, and hitherto the support of Spain had proved of little value. Hopeless of a restoration except through the army, some ardent royalists urged a match between the king and General Lambert's daughter. Yet though the English Republic seemed secure against foreign arms or royalist insurrection, its apparently imposing fabric was undermined by the dissensions of its supporters. There were no recognized party leaders and no party discipline among the 60 or 70 members who sat at Westminster. Chaos, wrote a royalist on June 3, 1659, was a perfection compared to our present order in government. The parties are like so many floating islands, sometimes joining and appearing like a continent when the next flood or ebb separates them, so that it can be hard to be known where they will appear next. In foreign affairs, Vane had the chief influence. In matters of internal policy, Sir Arthur Haselrig. Vane's alliance with the extreme sectaries and his advocacy of constitutional changes discredited him with parliamentary Republicans, while Haselridge's narrow parliamentarianism and overbearing character disqualified him from uniting the military and civil sections of the Republican Party. The army leaders who expected to control the government they had set up found themselves reduced to a subordinate position. In the House, they had little power. In the Council of State, less than 1/3 of the seats were allotted to them. To bring the military sword under the power of the civil authority, as it ought to be in a free nation, was the avowed purpose of the parliamentary leaders, and they carried it out with very little regard for their temporary allies. Although Fleetwood was appointed by Act of Parliament Commander-in-Chief of the forces of the three nations, he was deprived of the power of appointing his officers, which previous generals had enjoyed. The selection of officers was entrusted to 5 commissioners, but their nominees required the approval of Parliament and received their commissions from the Speaker's hands. A sweeping purgation of the list of officers followed, in which political as well as moral delinquencies were taken into account. The same process was applied to the Navy, while the reorganization of the militia supplied Parliament with an instrument meant to counterbalance the standing forces. Parliament's open distrust of the soldiers was made more galling by its neglect of their material interests. The soldiers demanded an effectual and full act of oblivion to protect them from the legal consequences of acts done during the Protectorate. After some delay, they obtained merely an imperfect and ineffectual act of indemnity. Without giving them security for what they had done, it made them liable for whatever they had received, and it was possible that some of them might be called upon to refund large sums of money. Another grievance was the neglect of Parliament to confirm the acts and ordinances of the Protector, on the validity of which the title deeds of many soldiers depended. If there was a cause the army really had at heart, it was the maintenance of freedom of conscience and the further extension of that measure of freedom which had existed during the Protectorate. In this desire it was at one with the sectaries, who had done so much to persuade it to recall the Long Parliament. Both agreed in demanding complete toleration and the separation of church and state. In the House itself, Vane was the chief champion of their views. Outside it, Milton. In February 1659, Milton had published his Treatise of Civil Power in Ecclesiastical Causes, showing that it is not lawful for any power on earth to compel in matters of religion. In August, he followed it up by Considerations touching the likeliest means to remove hirelings out of the church. Not only tithes, he argued, but all customary fees for ministerial service at baptisms, marriages, and funerals should be abolished, for the only lawful maintenance of the ministry consisted in the voluntary offerings of the flock. Milton had hailed the members of the Parliament lately restored as the best patrons of civil and religious liberty that ever these islands brought forth. But his enthusiasm was dashed by their adoption of Cromwell's policy of maintaining a national church. Like Cromwell, the House answered petitioners for the abolition of tithes by voting that their payment should continue till some other more equal and comfortable maintenance could be discovered. June 27th. Moreover, it turned a deaf ear to the petition of the struggling independent congregations in Scotland for freedom from the discipline of the Kirk. Still more contentious was the question of the form to be given to the new government. It seems to me, wrote the French ambassador, that if a perfect commonwealth were established, it would appease a great many malcontents. But no two sections of the Republican Party agreed what a perfect commonwealth was. As a body, the members of the Long Parliament held that the best form of republic was a replica of that existing between 1649 and 1653, an omnipotent single chamber with a Council of State responsible to it. The politicians of the army wanted a republic in which the supremacy of the representative assembly was limited by a system of checks and balances, as in the written constitution of the Protectorate. Some proposed that there should be, by the side of a popular assembly, a select number of men in the nature of the Lacedæmonian Ephori, entrusted with the power of veto to defend the fundamental laws of the Constitution. Others suggested two councils, both chosen by the people, one consisting of 300, empowered only to debate and propose laws, the other of 1,000 empowered to resolve and determine, and both renewable by rotation. The last scheme was the work of James Harrington. In November 1656, he had set it forth at length in his Commonwealth of Oceania, and it seemed to him that the moment had now come for putting it into practice. Not a month passed without a pamphlet from his pen in support of it, and twice during the summer of 1659, petitions in its favor were presented to Parliament. But his ideal commonwealth was too fantastic and too complicated to attract practical politicians, though it was a favorite subject of debate in London coffee houses. For while there was still some waning enthusiasm for the old political ideals, there was none to vivify these new speculations. Parliament was very reluctant to discuss the constitutional problem. It resolved that the present House should not sit beyond May 7, 1660, but that was all. During August, the matter was frequently discussed in committees of the whole House, and on September 8th, a special committee was appointed to prepare something to be offered to the House for the settlement of the Commonwealth. The sole result was an inconclusive discussion on October 3rd, touching filling up the House with members, which indicated a return to the plan frustrated by Cromwell in 1653. Meanwhile, the army was growing impatient. After Booth's defeat, the officers of Lambert's army assembled at Derby and drew up a petition. They declared that the political proposals contained in the army petition of May 12th furnished the best and only expedient to a happy and durable settlement, demanded that Fleetwood should be appointed commander-in-chief with Lambert and other general officers under him, and pressed for the severe punishment of all concerned in the late insurrection. The House answered by declaring, on September 23rd, that to have any more general officers was needless, chargeable, and dangerous to the Commonwealth, and reproved the petitioners. Upon this, a new petition, signed by 230 officers, was presented on October 5th, in which they added two new demands: that no officer should be appointed save by the commissioners for nomination, and that no officer or soldier should be dismissed save by sentence of a court-martial. The House answered the petition firmly and took measures more vigorous than wise to overawe the army. On October 11th, it passed a bill annulling all acts and ordinances passed since April 19, 1653, except insofar as they had been confirmed by the present Parliament, and declaring it high treason to levy money contributions of any kind on the people without their consent in Parliament. Next day, Discovering that signatures to the petition were still being collected, it cashiered Lambert and 8 others, and vested the government of the army in 7 commissioners. The 7 were Fleetwood, Ludlow, Monk, Heselridge, Morley, Walton, and Overton. But only 3 of them were in London, and while Fleetwood openly took part with the mutineers, neither Heselridge nor Morley had any influence with the soldiers. On October 13th, Lambert beset Westminster with soldiers, kept the members from entering the House, and turned back Speaker Lenthal on his way thither. Morley with a couple of regiments endeavored to defend the House, but their ranks were thinned by desertions, and at night they abandoned their posts without a blow. The officers set a guard on the doors of the House, and issued a letter informing the country that they had been necessitated to obstruct the sitting of Parliament for a time, and would for the present take over the government themselves. 10 days later, a committee of safety, nominated by the Council of Officers, superseded the Parliamentary Council of State, October 23rd. Illegal, scandalous, barbarous, cried Milton, or rather scarce to be example amongst any barbarians, that a paid army should, for no other cause, thus subdue the supreme power that set them up. But resistance seemed impossible. London was apathetic and indifferent. On the 13th, in all the hurly-burly, the streets were full, everyone going about his business as not concerned. And when Parliament sent for help to the city answered that it would not meddle in the dispute. It had become customary for the minority in the army to follow the majority, whatever cause it adopted, and the forces in and about London had long determined the action of the whole body. The Irish army remained passive, or rather seemed to favor Lambert, and its commander Ludlow hastened to London to mediate between army and Parliament. The only sign of opposition came from Scotland. As soon as General Monk heard of Lambert's coup d'etat, he wrote to the Speaker announcing his resolve to stand by and assert the liberty and authority of Parliament. Monk had no sympathy with the political ambitions of the officers in England. He had been bred, as he said, in Holland, a commonwealth where soldiers received and observed commands, but gave none. And he had escaped the epidemic of democracy which broke out in 1647 because he was fighting in Ireland at the time. Obedience to authority was his guiding principle. He had been faithful to Cromwell, had acquiesced with reluctance in the removal of Richard, and having accepted the government of the Long Parliament, had never wavered in his fidelity to it. During Booth's rising, he had refused even to listen to the overtures made to him from the king, and had exacted from the leading Scottish royalists an engagement not to act or contrive anything in behalf of Charles Stuart, though Monk was sure of the removal of some of his favorite officers by Parliament. He promised it his support when he saw the crisis approaching, and that promise was one of the causes which led the House to act with such precipitate vigor. As he conceived it, the struggle was not a question between monarchy and a republic, or between a parliamentary and a constitutional republic, but whether England was to be governed by law or the sword. I am engaged, he wrote, in conscience and honor to see my country freed from that intolerable slavery of a sword government, and I know England cannot, nay will not, endure it. Confidently, yet warily, Monk set to work. Fortunately, he had in his treasury some £70,000, and he was an economical administrator. The force at his disposal was 10 regiments of foot, 2 of horse and 1 of dragoons, less than 10,000 men in all, with whom he had to hold Scotland as well as to beat Lambert. His first business was to reorganize his army and get rid of all officers he could not trust. His next to come to some agreement with the Scots, so that he might reduce the garrison he left to the lowest possible point and secure the peace of the country during his absence in England. For these purposes, he needed 6 or 8 weeks, and to gain that time entered into negotiations with the agents of Lambert and talked about compromises and reluctance to shed blood. A treaty was signed on November 15th. In England, the army leaders, anticipating no serious struggle, had fallen to their old game of constitution making. On November 1st, the Committee of Safety appointed a subcommittee of 14 persons to consider and prepare a form of government, in whose deliberations Vane, Ludlow, and other members of the expelled Long Parliament condescended to take part. A Senate of 70 to be called the Great Council was the favorite plan, but there was much dispute whether the new constitution should receive its sanction from Parliament or from the Council of the Army. Finally, they resolved that it should be submitted to a representative council, consisting of 2 officers from each regiment in the 3 nations and of 10 persons elected by the Navy, which was to meet on December 6th. Civilian wits were as busy as military with political theory. Harrington and his disciples founded the Rota Club and met every night at Miles' Coffee House in Palace Yard to discuss and ballot about the principles on which states should be organized. Their discourses in this kind, says Aubrey, were the most ingenious and smart that ever I heard or expect to hear. The arguments in the Parliament House were but flat to it. Meanwhile, England was beginning to move. Monk's protest against the rule of the sword found echoes everywhere. London shook off its apathy. Nearly half the commissioners of the city militia were in favor of Monk, and much the wealthier half, too. The Committee of Safety found it impossible to raise a loan from the London merchants. The apprentices got up a petition for the restoration of the Parliament, defied the orders of the committee against it, and mobbed the soldiers who published their proclamation. On December 5th, there was a riot in which some citizens and apprentices were killed by the soldiers. The corporation demanded a free parliament, control of their own militia, and the removal of all soldiers out of the city. The members of the deposed Council of State were active too. On November 24th, they sent Monk a commission to command all the forces in England and Scotland. 3 of them, Walton, Morley, and Heselrigge, persuaded Nathaniel Wentham, the governor of Portsmouth, to admit them into that stronghold, declared for the restoration of the Parliament, and began to gather troops to effect it, December 3rd. The regiment sent to besiege them revolted and went over to Heselrigge. Another member, Scott, after failing in a plot for the seizure of the Tower, fled to the fleet in the Downs, and persuaded Vice Admiral Lawson and his captains to declare against the arbitrary proceedings of the army, December 13th. The next news which reached the Committee of Safety was that Ireland was lost. Ludlow had left Colonel John Jones and Sir Hardress Walter to command the army there in his absence, and they had taken the side of the English army. On December 13th, Dublin Castle was surprised by Colonels Bridges and Theophilus Jones. Athlone, Limerick, Drogheda, and other garrisons were seized in the same way. Sir Charles Coote and Lord Broghill joined the movement, declared for the restoration of the Parliament, and entered into communication with Monk. By this time, Monk was ready to march into England. He had disavowed the Treaty of November 15th, on the ground that his agents had gone beyond their instructions. He had come to an understanding with representatives of the Scottish shires and burghs, by which they were to endeavor to maintain the peace of their districts during his absence, and, though allowing them to raise a small police force, had successfully evaded their demand for arms. He had obtained from them also a few horses for his cavalry and baggage, a little money, and some recruits for his infantry. On December 8th, he established his headquarters at Coldstream, where he brought together about 6,000 foot and 1,800 horse. Lambert, whose headquarters were at Newcastle, had some 4,000 foot and 3,500 horse, and his superiority in cavalry made Monk's advances into England dangerous. But Lambert's men had no heart in their cause. They felt that it was not their quarrel. As they marched north, some said boldly that they would not fight, but would make a ring for their officers to fight in. And when the scouts of the two armies met, they fired their pistols into the ground instead of at each other's heads, and indulged in a friendly gossip. While Monk and Lambert faced each other on the border, the government which the army had set up in England was putting the finishing touches to its new constitution. The General Council of Officers, fixed for December 6th, met on the appointed date, though without the proposed representation of the regiments in Scotland and Ireland. It discussed for 5 or 6 days the form of government which the nominees of the Committee of Safety had drawn up, agreed upon 7 principles as unalterable fundamentals, and elected 21 conservators of liberty to see that they were maintained. Finally, in accordance with the vote of the Council, the Committee of Safety on December 14th issued a proclamation summoning a new Parliament to meet on January 24th. Next day came the news that the fleet had declared for the restoration of the old Parliament, followed in rapid succession by the tidings of the desertion of the troops sent to besiege Portsmouth and the sudden revolution in Ireland. The rule of the army collapsed like a house of cards. On December 24th, the soldiers about London assembled in Lincoln's Inn Fields, declared for the Parliament, and marching to Chancery Lane, owned Speaker Lenthal as their general. Fleetwood sent the keys of the house to Lenthal, withdrew the guards he had set upon its doors, and declared his submission to the mercy of the Parliament. 2 days later, those members who were in London resumed their places at Westminster. As soon as Monk received this news, he marched into England. Newcastle opened its gates to his vanguard on January 3rd, while Lord Fairfax, who had headed a rising in Yorkshire, occupied York for the Parliament. Lambert's army melted away with the advance of Monk, who, at the invitation of Parliament, continued his march to London, cashiering officers and reorganizing regiments on his way. When the Long Parliament met again on December 26th, only 36 members were present, and the House never numbered, at its highest, more than 53. But its belief in its right to govern England was undiminished. Heselrigge, very jocund and high, at its triumph, was the recognized leader of the House. Scott, the regicide, became Secretary of State, and a new council of the purest republicanism was appointed. The first step taken was to reassert the control of the civil power over the army. Lambert and 8 other leading officers were cashiered and ordered to live remote from London. Once more the army list was purged, and every man who had supported Lambert and Fleetwood was replaced by an officer of sounder principles. It was said that scarce 1 in 10 of the officers of the army retained his commission. Next came the turn of its members of Parliament who had acted with the army during its usurpation. Vane and Sydenham were expelled, Solway suspended, Whitelock frightened away from the House, and Ludlow threatened with impeachment for his attempt to mediate. Simultaneously, the settlement of the Constitution was taken in hand. A bill was passed obliging all members of the Council of State to take an oath abjuring the line of Stuart. Another was brought in imposing the same test upon all members who sat or should sit in Parliament, but met with unexpected opposition. 15 members divided against the first reading, and though the bill was read twice, no attempt was made to push it further. Moreover, half the new Council of State refused to sit rather than take the oath required. Oaths, it was said, were useless and had but multiplied the sins of the nation by perjuries. The truth was that few cared to pledge themselves against the possibilities of the future. The question of the test was comparatively unimportant, and it was on the composition of the Parliament that the fate of the Commonwealth depended. On December 27th, Prynne, with 21 of the secluded members, came to demand readmission. Once more they were kept out by force, and the votes against them confirmed. Instead of admitting them, the House, returning to the abortive scheme of 1653, resolved to recruit its numbers by the election of new members, so as to bring the total up to 400. Meanwhile, for the general satisfaction, it published a declaration promising the speedy settlement of the government and the reformation of all grievances in the Commonwealth. "They declare," wrote Pepys, "for law and gospel and for the tithes, but I do not find people apt to believe them." Not merely incredulity, but contempt and hatred for the dominant feelings in the public mind towards the little gang of Republicans who clung with such avidity to power. In the debates of Richard Cromwell's time, Major General Brown, one of the Presbyterian leaders, had incidentally styled the fag end of the Long Parliament the Rump, and this nickname was now in everybody's mouth. Every day some new derisive ballad about it was sold and sung in the streets of London. The resurrection of the Rump, a New Year's gift for the Rump, the Rump carbonated, the Rump roughly but righteously handled, and the like. In the country, the rising spirit of revolt took a more serious form. County after county set up petitions demanding the readmission of the secluded members, as the first step to the convocation of a full and free Parliament. Devonshire led the way. Berkshire and others followed the example. The House sent the gentleman who presented the Berkshire petition to the Tower, and threatened to treat others in the same fashion, but its threats were met by defiance. Recognizing that Monk and the forces he commanded were the real arbiters of England's fate, the petitioners turned to him, and as he marched through the Midlands, he was met by similar petitions from the adjacent counties. Monk remained inscrutable. In a letter to the Devonshire gentleman, he declared strongly against monarchy, argued against the readmission of the secluded members, and urged submission to the existing Parliament. Other petitioners he received coldly, and answered with studied brevity and vagueness. Many were left with the impression that he would stand by the Rump through thick and thin, but some were still confident that he would finally declare in favor of their demands. For the moment, the Royalist agents abandoned all hope that he would do anything to forward the king's cause. "The most sober judgment," wrote one of them, "is that he entertains fortune by the day, not absolutely determining in his own mind what he will do or say on his arrival." One thing Monk had resolved, and that was to keep the power of deciding the crisis in his own hands. As he drew near London, he demanded the removal of the regiments quartered there, and their replacement by his own troops. This granted, he entered London on February 3rd with 5,600 men, dispersing in detachments throughout the country the regiments on whom Parliament had previously relied. The citizens received him coldly, and as he passed through the streets, there were repeated shouts for a free Parliament. By the Republican leaders he was effusively complimented. To fix him to their interests, they had recently voted him 1,000 a year, and made him Ranger of St. James Park. In reply, he protested his devotion to the Republic. "We must live and die for, and with a Commonwealth," he said to Ludlow. On the other hand, he roused some suspicion by refusing the oath of abjuration, and by telling the House, in answer to its thanks, that the fewer oaths and engagements they imposed, the sooner they would attain their settlement. They should endeavor, he added, to broaden, not to narrow, the basis of the Commonwealth by conciliating the sober gentry, meaning the Presbyterians, and allow no share of power to either the Cavaliers or the fanatics. At the same time, he plainly revealed that he considered himself pledged to the convocation of a free and full Parliament, though not to the admission of the secluded members. "Monk has now pulled off the mask and is clearly Republican," wrote a Royalist agent, February 6th. End of section 59. Section 60 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 19, Anarchy and the Restoration, 1659 to 60, by C. H. Firth, Part 2. 2 days later, the quarrel between London and the Parliament came to a head. The city had refused to pay taxes till the House was filled up, and the Republican leaders resolved to reduce it to obedience by force. Monk was charged to march into the city, arrest 11 of the Common Council, remove the posts and chains set up in the streets, and break down the gates and portcullises. He accepted the unenviable duty, but seized the opportunity of posing as mediator between the two antagonists. On February 9th, after accomplishing the first part of his task, he wrote to Parliament urging the remission of the order about the gates, because it would exasperate the citizens, and he had reason for hoping to bring them to submission by milder means. At Heselredge's instigation, the House answered by bidding him carry out the remainder of his orders, and by voting the immediate dissolution of the Common Council. The favorable reception given the same day to a petition in favor of the abjuration oath showed that there was no prospect of the adoption of a conciliatory policy. Monk completed his task and returned to Whitehall, but determined to be no longer the tool of the rump. Since he came to England, he had realized the general hostility of the nation to that assembly, and he now understood the impracticable character of its leaders. The prolongation of the crisis would lead to fresh civil war. Yet, except under pressure, the party in power would make no concession. He would therefore apply just the amount of pressure necessary to extort concession, without any direct appeal to force. For in order to effect a settlement, he must use the only piece of constitutional machinery which had survived the Civil War, and not adopt the drastic methods of Cromwell and Lambert. The moment was favorable for a change of front. His officers and soldiers, indignant at their late employment, and the citizens, enraged to the utmost, would both stand by him. Accordingly, on the morning of Saturday, February 11th, Monk sent a letter to the Parliament in the name of himself and his officers, couched in a tone of command rather than entreaty. The substance was, "We took up arms against Lambert, not only to restore you to your trust, but to vindicate the liberties of the people. The reason for the present dissatisfaction and trouble in the nation is that it is not fully represented in Parliament. Therefore, we must insist that you issue writs for filling up the vacant seats within the next 6 days, and that you punctually dissolve by May 6th, as you promised to do." Having dispatched this manifesto, he marched back into the city, explained his change of conduct to the corporation, and was welcomed with universal acclamations. Bells and bonfires celebrated the impending downfall of the rump, and it was burnt in effigy in every street in London. Parliament showed its resentment by seeking to limit Monk's military power. It rejected the proposal of his partisans to make him commander-in-chief, and, while reappointing him one of the 5 commissioners for the government of the army, sought to tie his hands by its choice of his colleagues. Nevertheless, it tried to propitiate him by pushing on the bill for filling up the House, which was passed on February 18th, and the writs ordered to be issued. An engagement to be faithful to the government in the way of Commonwealth or Free State, without king, single person, or House of Lords, was substituted for the abjuration, February 14th. On the same day, however, the House passed a vote that no person whose father had been sequestered as a royalist should be capable of being elected to the coming Parliament, although hitherto only those who had actually fought for the king had been similarly disabled. It was obvious that the new Parliament would not be the free and representative body Monk and the nation demanded. Hitherto, Monk had refused to take up the cause of the secluded members. He had accepted the compromise proposed by the Parliament, to the effect that the qualifications imposed should be such as not to hinder their re-election if the constituency wished to choose them. He had arranged 2 meetings between representatives of the sitting members and the secluded ones, in the hope of obtaining their readmission, but both ended in disagreement. The sitting members could not pledge their absent colleagues. The secluded members would not pledge themselves against monarchy. Monk determined to take the settlement of the question into his own hands. He had told the Republicans that if the secluded members attempted to bring in the king, he would himself prevent them, and did not doubt his ability to do it. The determination of the future government he reserved for a free Parliament. But without the presence of the secluded members in the House, the majority necessary to secure such a Parliament could not be obtained. He knew well enough that a free Parliament would recall the king, and had made up his mind to facilitate his restoration. Accordingly, Monk called the secluded members together and laid before them the conditions upon which he would effect their readmission. They must engage in writing to settle the government of the army, provide money for its maintenance, issue writs for a new Parliament to meet on April 20th, and dissolve themselves as speedily as possible. No time for this dissolution was specified, but it was thought 8 days would suffice for all they had to do. It was understood that they should not alter the form of the government, and their leaders had definitely promised not to attempt it. No force was needed to effect the reinstallation. Monk simply ordered the officer in charge of the guard at the house to let them enter on the morning of Tuesday, February 21st. The other members of the house heard nothing of this till they found them in the house, insomuch that the soldiers that stood there to let in the secluded members, they took for such as they had ordered to stand there to prevent their coming in. This peaceful revolution was hailed with no less joy in London than Monk's declaration against the rump 10 days earlier. The citizens knew what it meant. It was a most pleasant sight to see the city from one end to another with a glory about it. So high was the light of the bonfires, and so thick ran the city, that the bells rang everywhere. Some 73 secluded members entered the house on Tuesday, February 21st, and others followed, so that the total number sitting there rose finally to 150, and the party hitherto in power were hopelessly outvoted. They began their work by voting Monk Captain General of all the forces in England, Ireland, and Scotland, and joint commander with Montague of the Navy. They elected a new Council of State, thoroughly Presbyterian in color, restored the privileges of London, and released Sir George Booth and other prisoners of state. They fixed the meeting of the new Parliament for April 25th, and the date of their own dissolution for March 15th. Some constitutional difficulties arose about the details of the bill which was to carry out these last resolutions. It was argued that the Long Parliament was legally dissolved by the death of the king, and, on the other hand, that it could not be dissolved without the consent of the Lords, who were still prevented from sitting. There was a great dispute in whose name the writ should run. Prynne said boldly, in that of King Charles, but it was decided to issue them in the name of the keepers of the liberties of England. There were other disputes about the qualifications of voters and candidates. Royalists were excluded from being elected, but allowed to vote, and the engagement to be faithful to a commonwealth was abolished. The future assembly, if not absolutely a free parliament, would be more free than any elected since 1640. During the same weeks, a new Militia Act was passed. It disbanded the local levies raised by the rump, and appointed men of rank and fortune in the various counties to reorganize the militia. Neither cavaliers nor fanatics were to have a share in the military power. A test was imposed both on commissioners and officers. They were to declare that the war undertaken by both houses of Parliament in their defence against the forces raised by the late king was just and lawful, and that magistracy and ministry were ordained by God. Parliament intended to have an armed force at its disposal, which it could use, if necessary, against its insubordinate regular army. When our militia is formed, wrote a royalist, we shall be able to declare our desires by our representatives, without fear of sectaries or discontented soldiers. At the same time, the reorganization of the church was taken in hand. In his speech to the secluded members, Monk had told them that moderate, not rigid Presbyterian government, with a sufficient liberty for consciences truly tender, would be, in his opinion, the best way to a settlement, and they took him at his word. The Presbyterians were in an overwhelming majority in the House, and resolved to complete the establishment of Presbyterianism begun in 1646. The Confession of Faith, drawn up by the Westminster Assembly in that year, was confirmed and ordered to be published. The Solemn League and Covenant was ordered to be set up in all the churches, and to be read there publicly once a year. An act for the appointment and admission of ministers ordered the division of all England into classical presbyteries, while another reaffirmed the right of ministers holding the livings of the ejected clergy to tithes and other emoluments. For though desiring a monarchical restoration, the Presbyterians were afraid of its consequences. "The great fear," wrote James Sharp, "is that the king will come in, and that with him moderate episcopacy at the least will take place." They resolved, therefore, that Charles should find their own ecclesiastical system impregnably established. A greater fear still began to possess many of the beaten Republicans. Before their dread of a king, their aversion from a protector began to disappear. If they must have a single person, Richard or George would be preferable to Charles. About the end of February, an intrigue for the restoration of Richard Cromwell was set on foot, but only to be killed by ridicule. In March, there was a movement to offer the supreme power to Monk, under any title he chose. The Commonwealth's men, wrote Sharp on March 15th, are now for anything but the king's coming in. They would set up Monk, but he will not be induced to it. He was not ambitious, and knew the feeling of the nation too well. Outside Parliament, it revealed itself more boldly every day. "Everybody," noted Pepys on March 6th, "now drinks the king's health without any fear, whereas before it was very private a man might do it." Within Parliament, as the day fixed for the dissolution drew near, an obvious hesitation to take the plunge manifested itself. In spite of their promises, the members of the triumphant majority sought to prolong their tenure of power. If they dissolved, owned a Presbyterian, they fear the next Parliament will bring in the king, without security for religion and the public cause. Prynne said boldly that, if the king must come in, it was safest for them that he should come in by their votes, who had made the war against his father. There was a general wish to sit longer in order to treat with the king. Monk was deaf to all arguments for an extension of time. It was all he could do to prevent a revolt in the army. As soon as he became commander-in-chief, he had replaced a number of officers whom he judged too fanatical or too obstinately Republican to be trusted. Major General Lambert, unable to find the heavy bail required by the Council of State, was committed to the Tower on March 8th. Major General Overton, the governor of Hull, the most troublesome and dangerous man who still retained a command, was deprived of his government on March 12th, and the governors of many minor garrisons were changed. Nevertheless, even the officers Monk had brought with him from Scotland began to show signs of alarm and insubordination. They drew up about March 7th a protest, which they urged Monk to present to the House, demanding that it should pledge itself against the restoration of a king and a House of Lords. A week later, they endeavored to prevent or delay the passing of the militia bill. Monk answered them stoutly, saying that he brought them not out of Scotland for his, nor for the Parliament's counsel, that for his part he should obey the Parliament, and expected they should do the same. So the stated period passed without open disturbance, and at last on March 16th, after many sad pangs and groans, the Long Parliament was dissolved. The way was now clear for the meeting of a free Parliament and the recall of the king. On March 16th, as an outward sign of the changed times, the inscription Exit Tyrannus Regum Ultimus, set up by the Commonwealth in the exchange where the king's statue had once stood, was publicly blotted out at noonday. The controversy, wrote a royalist agent to Hyde, begins now to be rather upon what terms than whether the king shall be restored. For the 40 days which intervened before the Parliament met, government was in the hands of Monk and the Council of State. That council, elected on February 23rd, was almost entirely composed of Presbyterians, and it now took up again in earnest the projected treaty with the king. Outside the council, the dozen Presbyterian peers who had adhered to the parliamentary cause up to the moment of the late king's trial worked for the same object. Both sought to impose upon Charles II the acceptance of the terms offered his father at the Treaty of Newport in 1648, or of even more stringent conditions. An act of indemnity, the confirmation of the sales of church and crown lands, the control of the militia, the permanent establishment of Presbyterianism. Such were their demands. They did intend to have brought him in, said Admiral Montague, to Pepys, with such conditions as if he had been in chains. Monk prevented this. When the leaders of the council applied to him to consent to the propositions they wished to send to the king, he absolutely refused, saying that he would leave all to a free parliament, as he had promised the nation. His refusal was wise, for a public treaty with the king would probably have caused a much more formidable revolt in the army than the rising which actually took place. Moreover, neither the Council of State nor the little clique of lords associated with them had any moral or legal authority to bind the nation. Nevertheless, either to secure himself or to facilitate the good understanding between king and parliament, which the nation plainly desired, Monk did not scruple to enter into communication with Charles behind the backs of his colleagues. 2 or 3 days after the dissolution, he sent for his cousin, Sir John Greenville, and accepted at last the letter which the king had written to him in the previous summer. "If you once resolve to take my interest to heart," wrote Charles, "I will leave the way and manner of declaring it entirely to your own judgment, and will comply with the advice you shall give me." Monk answered that at heart he had been ever faithful to the king, though till now never able to do him service, and then set forth the policy which he wished the king to adopt. Charles was to promise a general amnesty, from which not more than 4 persons should be excepted. He was to confirm the possessors of confiscated property in their acquisitions, whether obtained by gift or purchase, and whether the lands in question were crown lands, church lands, or the forfeited estates of royalist delinquents. He was to grant liberty of conscience to all his subjects. Finally, since England was still at war with Spain, he urged the king for the sake of his own security to remove at once from Spanish to Dutch territory, and recommended Breda as a suitable resting place. Armed with these verbal instructions, which Monk was too worried to commit to writing, Greenville reached Brussels about March 26th. The king submitted Monk's proposals to Hyde, Ormond, and Nicholas. The principle on which they were based, that the king's concessions should be acts of free grace rather than the results of a bargain, was readily accepted. Apart from its political expediency, it obviated several constitutional difficulties which a formal treaty would have involved. As to the extent of the concessions suggested, there was more hesitation. Neither the king nor his councillors were willing to grant so universal an amnesty, to accept so sweeping a transference of property, or to guarantee such unlimited freedom of religion to all sects. It was therefore resolved to adopt the expedient which Hyde had recommended in earlier negotiations with the Presbyterians and the Levellers, and, while granting in general terms what Monk demanded, to refer to the wisdom of Parliament the precise limits of the king's concessions, and the responsibility for carrying them into effect. Charles felt confident that the coming Parliament would not exact more from him than he was willing to concede. Accordingly, a declaration was drawn up on these lines and dated from Breda, whither the king removed on April 4, 1660. Bearing this declaration, Greenville returned to England. Meanwhile, in England, the elections were in full swing. Never had then been such competition for a seat in Parliament. "The meanest place," wrote a royalist, "hath 5 or 6 importunate pretenders, many 15, 16, or 20. In the little boroughs, where the electors were few, some Republicans managed to get chosen. Scott was elected at Wickham. Ludlow persuaded 19 of the 26 electors of Hindon to give him their votes. In the counties, where the electors numbered thousands, the king's friends carried all before them. The torrent of reviving loyalty was irresistible. Among the few who opposed it to the last was Milton. About the end of February, he had published his Ready and Easy Way to Establish a Free Commonwealth. His scheme for the organization of the Republic was more practicable than Harrington's, which he condemned as too intricate and too rigid, rejecting altogether the scheme of rotation. The governing body of the state was to be a permanent Grand Council, renewable, if it were thought well, by degrees, and combined with this an extended system of local self-government, so that each county would become a sort of little commonwealth, with council, schools, and law courts of its own. Yet England was not to be a loose federation of sovereign states like the United Provinces, but many commonwealths under one united sovereignty. Wise or unwise, such schemes were now idle fancies which had ceased to attract even a moment's attention. It was rather as the last word of expiring republicanism that it forced a hearing. Milton sought to stay the epidemic madness which was driving the misguided multitude back to the thraldom of kingship. To him, a free commonwealth seemed the noblest, the manliest, the equalest, the justest government, the most agreeable to all, to liberty and proportioned equality both human, civil, and Christian, most cherishing to virtue and true religion. He cared little that most Englishmen sincerely preferred monarchy. Freedom was a natural right of which the greater number could not justly deprive the less, and a minority might forcibly compel a majority to remain free. By this time, even the army had abandoned the Miltonic theory of the rights of minorities. On April 10th, the officers of the regiments about London presented Monk with an address in which they declared their willingness to submit to whatever settlement the coming Parliament's consultation should bring forth, knowing that Parliaments only can secure us in our religious and civil rights. On the same day, Lambert escaped from the Tower and set to work to raise an insurrection, but the officers remained faithful to their pledge, and the soldiers obeyed their officers. 3 colonels and a few captains joined Lambert. A troop mutinied at Nottingham, and some deserters tried to surprise York, but the anticipated military revolt did not take place. The parliamentary Republicans did not stir. Heselrigge was too dejected. Scott was in hiding. Ludlow, like many others, distrusted the sincerity of Lambert's republicanism. Those who took up arms represented no definite principle except aversion from monarchy. Ludlow asked one of Lambert's agents what his general declared for. He was answered that it was not now a time to declare what we would be for, but what we would be against, which was that torrent of tyranny and popery that was ready to break in upon us. A purely negative program was a bad rallying cry, and Lambert got together less than 1,000 men. Colonel Ingoldsby, with a force of about the same strength, met them near Daventry on Easter Sunday. Lambert's men would not fight, and the insurrection collapsed without a blow. Lambert, taken by Ingoldsby as he fled, was brought prisoner to London on April 24th. So ended the rising of the fanatics, which for some months all men had dreaded. Their whole design is broken, wrote Pepys, and things now very open and plain, and every man begins to be merry and full of hopes. Next day, the newly elected members of the Commons met at Westminster. One of the last acts of the Long Parliament had been a vote for restoring the ancient rights of the peerage, and 13 peers met also. The leaders of the Presbyterian party in the Council of State had planned to set on foot at once a treaty with Charles II. They hoped to secure a majority by enforcing the restrictions against the election of Cavaliers in the lower house, and by limiting the numbers of the upper. According to their theory, only those peers who had remained faithful to the parliamentary cause during the war had a right to sit. The lords who had sided with the king, those created by him during the war and the exile, and even the young lords who had inherited peerages or grown up to manhood during the interregnum, were to be shut out. Manchester, Northumberland, and about 15 others would thus have controlled the action of Parliament. But the reign of the lordly rump ended in a couple of days. On April 27th, 8 of the young lords took their places, and by May 1st the House numbered 42 peers. In the low house, a similar defeat awaited the Presbyterians. It was calculated that 100 or even 160 members would be excluded if the qualifications prescribed in the Act of the late Parliament were strictly observed. Monk's unexpected opposition frustrated this last attempt to limit the powers of Parliament in order to impose conditions on the king. Some days before the two houses met, Sir John Greenville reached England bearing the king's declaration and letters to Monk, to the speakers of the Lords and Commons, and to the city of London. On April 27th, Greenville waited on Monk, as the letter to the general was to be communicated to the Council of State. Monk did not open it, but told Greenville to hand it to the council. The council refused to open it without the directions of Parliament, and bound Greenville over to attend the next sitting of the House. On Tuesday, May 1st, the letters and declaration were read in both houses. Charles granted a free pardon to all who should claim its benefits within 40 days, excepting only such persons as shall be hereafter exempted by Parliament. We declare, he added, a liberty to tender consciences, and that no man shall be disquieted or called in question for differences of opinion in matters of religion, which do not disturb the peace of the kingdom. And we shall be ready to consent to such an act of Parliament as upon mature deliberation shall be offered to us for the full granting that indulgence. He concluded by promising that all differences relating to sales and purchases of confiscated lands should be determined in Parliament, and that the soldiers of the army under Monk should receive full satisfaction for their arrears of pay. This reference of all disputed questions to Parliament was accompanied by a panegyric of the parliamentary system which Hyde placed in the mouth of the king. We do assure you upon our royal word that none of our predecessors have had a greater esteem of parliaments than we have. We do believe them to be so vital a part of the constitution of the kingdom, and so necessary for the government of it, that we well know Neither prince nor people can be in any tolerable degree happy without them. We shall always look upon their counsels as the best we can receive, and shall be as tender of their privileges, and as careful to preserve and protect them as of that which is most near to ourself and most necessary for our own preservation. Both houses received the king's declaration with enthusiasm. Its reception, wrote Clarendon, was beyond what even the king could expect or hope. A joint vote for the restoration of the ancient government was passed, and a joint committee appointed to answer the declaration. On May 8th, King Charles was publicly proclaimed, and the proclamation emphasized the fact that His Majesty's title to the crown dated from the moment of his father's death, and that the throne was his, not in virtue of any parliamentary recognition, but by inherent birthright. Though there was some show of drawing up bills for presentation to the king, any attempt to make his restoration conditional was abandoned, and on May 29th, Charles entered London. The restoration of the monarchy was the inevitable consequence of the rupture between the civil and military sections of the Republican Party, which occurred in October 1659, and of the division between the two, which dated from April 1653. In the confusion which followed, every imaginable form of republic was proposed, with the result that the feeling in favor of the old constitution became irresistible. It seemed the only form which offered an escape from the two alternatives of military rule or anarchy. Monk perceived this feeling, and by using first one party then another, enabled the national will to find expression through the constitutional channel. It was not without dissimulation and falsehood that he achieved his purpose. Doubtless he regarded them as weapons which it was justifiable to use, in politics as well as war, in order to secure success. Victus sine sanguine ran the words of the patent which made him Duke of Albemarle. Monk has done his business, but with some baseness, was the verdict of one of his helpers. The generation Monk served condoned the baseness because he effected without bloodshed a settlement which closed 18 years of revolution. The question which perplexed contemporaries was not the morality of his conduct, but the precise date when he resolved to work for the king. Was it by accident or design that Monk became the instrument of his restoration? Cumble and Price, Monk's biographers, assert that he was a royalist from August 1659. Clarendon, that he was converted to loyalty about March 1660. Despite his panegyrists, it is impossible to accept the view that he projected a restoration in August 1659, and certain that he intended it when he readmitted the secluded members in February 1660. While the restoration was the result of a general movement of opinion too strong to be withstood, the shape it actually took was due in the main to Monk. His determination to reserve the settlement for a free parliament coincided with the resolve adopted by Charles under Hyde's influence to lead the details to the same body. Owing to this coincidence, the restoration was from the first a restoration of parliamentary monarchy rather than of personal government. End of section 60. Section 61 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20, The Scandinavian North, 1559 to 1660, by W. F. Reddaway, Part 1. The century of Scandinavian history, which closes with the great settlement of the North in 1660, was a time of perpetual rivalry between the Danish and Swedish states. While Gustavus Vasa lived, his free and warlike peasants were probably a match for the hated Jutes. But after his death in 1560, Sweden had to endure half a century of domestic and foreign strife, while Denmark was enjoying tolerable government and almost unbroken peace. It is therefore not surprising that in the War of Kalmar, 1611-13, even the youthful genius of Gustavus Adolphus proved inadequate to the task of vanquishing the Danes, and that for fully 2/3 of his reign he was regarded by Europe as a less powerful sovereign than his rival Christian IV. The collapse of the Danish intervention in Germany, however, in conjunction with the Swedish triumphs over the Poles and the forces of empire and league, showed that the Scandinavian balance had turned, and in 3 several wars between 1643 and 1660, the successors of Gustavus trampled upon Christian and his son. War brought to Sweden empire, to Denmark reform, and the harvesting of these gains at the close of our period forms an epoch in the history of the North. The story of Sweden to 1630 and the share of Denmark in the 30 Years' War have been dealt with in previous chapters. It remains to indicate the chief domestic forces and events which conditioned the foreign policy of Denmark from 1559 to 1660, and to sketch the history of the 3 Scandinavian kingdoms during the 30 years which followed the entry of Gustavus into Germany in 1630. The Danish throne upon which Frederick II succeeded his father, Christian III, in 1559, was that of an empire wide in extent, but somewhat heterogeneous and unstable in character. The waters of the Sound, flanked by Copenhagen and Malmo, the 2 chief cities of the realm, found the center of Denmark in the 16th century. On the one side lay Scania and other provinces which now form the coast of southern Sweden, but which were then the home of a sturdy Danish peasantry, while Denmark's possession of the islands of Bornholm, Gotland, and Ursel indicated and confirmed her predominance in the Baltic. To the westward of the Sound lay Zealand, Fyen, Funen, and Jutland, each of which, like Scania, was governed by its own code of laws. Norway, though its confines then stretched further towards the south and east than at the present day, possessed but a scanty population, whose history was chiefly that of plague, fire, and famine. Since 1536, a mere dependency of Denmark, it was neglected by its Danish kings and pillaged by the Danish nobles. The ancient realm, as one of its sons complained, had lost for the time being the strength of its manhood, and had grown gray and weary, so that the weight of its own fleece bore it to the ground. The geographical situation of Denmark marked her out for close relations with Sweden and Germany, the only nations whose frontiers marched with hers. To her Scandinavian neighbors she was a perpetual menace, save for a single narrow outlet toward the North Sea. At the point at which Göteborg now stands, Sweden found herself cut off from Western and Central Europe by a power superior to herself in renown, in resources, and in population, with Germany close at hand as a recruiting ground, and with the memory of the Kalmar Union to inspire Danish kings with dreams of Scandinavian hegemony. The Danes, moreover, had not yet learned that Sweden, although vulnerable at many points, could, by her vastness and poverty, maintain her freedom so long as her king and people were at one. The years 1611 to 60 were therefore for Scandinavia still a time of discord, to which a succession of 4 bloody wars failed to put an end. With Germany, on the other hand, Denmark grew more and more intimate. The contrast between the 2 nations, due to their separate historical development and political independence, was being diminished by influences which, in the case of Denmark, affected every class of the population. The Danish kings were of German origin and made German marriages. The language of their court and chancery was German. The nobles imitated the social and political pretensions of their German peers. Danish commerce was largely in German hands. and the Danish Reformation had been introduced and nourished from Germany. Danish policy had at this time no dearer aims than to rival or to repress the commercial aristocracies of Lubeck and Hamburg, and to secure the permanent union of Schleswig and Holstein with the crown. As the Swedish power grew, it became clear that in Germany alone could Denmark find scope for the territorial ambition of her kings. The social and constitutional condition of the Danes under Frederick II, however, gave little promise of political advance. The king himself drank hard and had a great power over all who did so, which was a great people. The men of Jutland were noteworthy for the ferocity with which they pursued the trade of wrecking ships. Whatever claim to distinction Denmark possessed, she owed to a few individuals, among whom the theologian Niels Hemmingsen and the astronomer Tycho Brahe were the chief. The crown, which alone could frame a policy for the state, was in great measure a separate power. The kings, it is true, inherited carefully limited claims upon the revenues and services of sections of the nation, but they also possessed independent resources and interests which were not necessarily advantageous to the Danish state. A monarch whose office was elective and who must therefore purchase it by conceding some of its rights to the nobles was nonetheless the proprietor of an income which included the profits of the Sound, then the most productive custom house in Europe. The fleet, moreover, consisted literally of king's ships, while his independent position as ruler of Norway and as part ruler of Schleswig-Holstein made it possible for the king to enlist an army over which Denmark had no control. But the real rulers of the Danish people were the nobles, a caste now some 800 or 900 strong, whose privileges had been swollen by centuries of consistent self-seeking. They had secured not only a monopoly of fiefs and offices under the crown, and that immunity from taxation which formed the badge of their rank, but also the right to nominate and in great measure to control the local judges and agents of administration. Thus fortified against the crown, they had broken in upon the exclusive trading rights of the burghers, while Frederick II, himself an aristocrat in feeling, permitted them to acquire the lands of the peasants. This arrogant aristocracy was ruining the state. The nobles despised or evaded the military service, which alone could in some measure compensate the country for their usurpations. The remonstrances of the kings were futile. In the Rigsråd, or Council of the Realm, the nobles possessed a corporation of great officers which, though nominated by the crown, could always impede and usually frustrate royal efforts towards reform. The Danish sovereigns, moreover, could not imitate the Swedish Vasa by appealing in the last resort to a free people, for popular freedom had almost disappeared. Christian III had reached the throne by tramping upon the insurgent burghers and peasants. Bonde, peasant, a title honored in Sweden, was becoming in Denmark synonymous with thrall. Servitude, it is true, was often voluntary in origin, for, since the burden of taxation fell upon those who were independent and not noble, the yeomen sought to become tenant farmers, and the tenant farmers laborers. After 1570, the peasants find no place in the diets, nor was the Danish church better able to arrest the advance of the pretensions of the nobility. Despoiled and humiliated at the Reformation, she shared the feelings and impotence of a people whose ignorance and bigotry she only too faithfully reflected. A priest might purchase a living by taking to wife the cast-off mistress of a noble patron, or, where the parishioners retained the right of appointment, by marrying the widow of his predecessor, who would otherwise have been chargeable to them. So long as the university remained unlearned and the town small and weak, the church could possess little and no power of leadership or independent source of strength. These abuses, however, roused neither Frederick II nor his successor upon the throne to undertake a resolute campaign against the nobles. From 1559 to 1570, the energy of the young king was taxed to the full by foreign affairs. His reign began with the joint expedition of the rulers of Schleswig-Holstein against the district of Dinmarschen, where, in 1500, a community of free fenmen had repulsed a similar invasion with a great slaughter of nobles. In 1559, however, their brave defense, in which women played a part, was unavailing against the genius of John Rantzau, and the remnants of their tribe were forced to swear fealty to Frederick and his uncles. In 1563, the latent antagonism between Denmark and Sweden broke out in the Northern 7 Years' War. Frederick was the aggressor, but his failure to lead his troops to Stockholm quenched his ardor for strife. For 18 years after the peace of 1570, Denmark had leisure to recover from the war, while the king hunted and drank, occasionally rousing himself to take measures for safeguarding the strict Lutheranism of his dominions or for exploiting the sound dues. Above all, however, he effected a measure of settlement in the question of Schleswig-Holstein, which, for more than 4 centuries, intermittently distracted Danish statesmen before it became one of European significance. Since 1386, when the Counts of Holstein compelled the King of Denmark to acknowledge them as hereditary dukes of Schleswig, this question had passed through several phases. For nearly 60 years, the sworn undertaking of King Valdemar that Schleswig should never be united with Denmark had prevailed. In 1448, however, Christian of Oldenburg, a nephew of the sole ruler of Schleswig-Holstein, was, through his uncle's exertions, elected to the Danish throne. 12 years later, he inherited the duchy and county and became the ruler of both Schleswig and Holstein, on swearing that their constitutions and their union should be undisturbed. Schleswig-Holstein was not a duchy, thus became an independent possession of the Danish royal house, and in 1533 joined Denmark in a federal alliance so intimate as to be not inappropriately called a union. In 1544, however, Christian III of Denmark and his 2 brothers partitioned it like a German estate, choosing in turn one of 3 portions, 3 ducal lines, named from their chief fortresses Sonderburg, Hadelsleben, and Gottorp, came thus to rule territories scattered over both duchies, while common rights and common debt bore witness to the unity of the whole. For Holstein, the 3 brothers did joint homage to the emperor, but the younger 2 resisted the attempt of the eldest, Christian III, to make good the feudal claims of the Danish crown over Schleswig. Such was the tangled problem which descended to Frederick II from his father Christian III. Thanks to the vigilance of Rantzau, he managed to take part in the Ditchmarschen campaign, and so prevented the conquered district from being appropriated by one or both of his uncles. 5 years later, in acknowledgment of the right of John, his younger brother, to a share in the estate of their father, 1/3 of the royal or Sonderburg portion was assigned to him. At this point, however, the fatal policy of partition was checked by the remonstrance of the estates of Schleswig-Holstein. John, though endowed with lands and title, was excluded from a share in the government, which, so far as affairs common to the whole of the 2 duchies were concerned, was to be carried on by the king and the 2 dukes in annual rotation. The protracted dispute with regard to the feudal claims of the Danish crown over Schleswig was mitigated if not terminated in 1579, when the 3 rulers consented each to serve the Danish crown with 40 horse and 80 foot in wars to the making of which they were privy. Next year the line of Hadelsleben came to an end. Fresh disputes arose, but from 1580 to 1586 there were but 2 ruling dukes in Schleswig-Holstein. In 1588 each of these was represented by several sons, but the estates made good their right of election and chose Christian IV and Philip to be ruling dukes. Thenceforward, the existence of the House of Gottorp in Holstein implied that Denmark's immediate neighbor was a power whose lot was closely, but not of necessity beneficially interwoven with their own. In 1588, Frederick died. His heir, Christian IV, was not quite 11 years of age, and it therefore fell to the Rigsråd to provide for a regency. Fully convinced of the superior advantages of their own government, they determined that the king should remain a minor until his 20th birthday, and that the administration should be delegated to 4 aged officers of state. For 8 years, therefore, the country was ruled by a moderate aristocracy, chastened by the sense of the dawning power of the young monarch. Although Denmark neglected to profit by the Russo-Swedish War and the temporary paralysis to which Sweden was subjected by the accession of Sigismund, the Danish nation was not ungrateful for the prolongation of peace. Christian IV, whose birth, heralded according to general belief by voices of another world, had thrown the nation into a fever of delight, attained to his majority in 1596, and the event was hailed by an outburst of national enthusiasm. 3 royal dynasties had passed away since an heir to the King of Denmark had been born within the land. Of this remembrance, Christian IV enjoyed the benefit during a reign of 60 years, and 5 centuries of Danish history must be scanned to find a sovereign who was his peer in the reverence and affection of his subjects and of their posterity. He lived in the midst of his people and toiled restlessly in their service. He brought his country to the greatest political prominence that it has reached since the Middle Ages. And when he died, the preacher could find no parallel to him save David of Israel. Yet the royal duties which he left undone were more weighty than those which he performed, and he involved his people in disasters which rendered his labors futile. A calm comparison of his grandiose policy with his reckless neglect of the means indispensable to its fulfillment must result in enrolling him with Christian II as one of the very worst kings of Denmark of modern history. His character was as full of contradictions as his career. He was refined in taste and foul in speech, industrious and frivolous, grasping and extravagant, pious and dissolute. Even in that profligate age, his stark rouses and other breaches of the moral law astonished travelers from all Europe. Yet he hazarded his life to attend divine service when in the grip of disease, and he lived in full assurance that at Rottenburg Christ had appeared to him. His popular habits concealed, but did not banish, the deep-lying aristocratic prejudices which, as a Duke of Holstein, he shared with the magnates of northern Germany. He danced at peasant weddings, scaled the tottering church steeple to see to its repairs, and rose at daybreak to work as foreman on the royal wharf. But he was also the king who enlarged the hunting grounds of the crown, who viewed with equanimity the monstrous privileges of the nobles, who set his face against diets, who admired the Spanish monarchy, and who could never understand that burgher corporations might have rights. He seems in truth to have been the victim of a feverish energy which banished all power of reflection. Alike in peace and in war, he took much upon himself, but in neither field of government could he formulate a policy, organize an administration, or even communicate to his fellow laborers a spark of his own zeal. Denmark paid dear for his blunders, but in the hour of peril he showed activity and courage which in some measure redeemed them. At his accession to full power in 1596, Christian was a youth of 19, masterful, adventurous, and enamored of the sea. All his chief passions he was able to gratify in Norway, a land which the royal house may almost be said to have now discovered anew. In 1591, he made the first of more than a score of voyages thither, and amid scenes of revelry, entered on a lifelong endeavor for the welfare of the Norwegian people. Unhampered there by an indigenous caste of nobles, he chastised tyrannical officials, established silver and copper mines, and founded a series of towns of which the chief, Christiania, bears his name. His belief in the potential wealth of Norway heightened his sensitiveness to the claims of Charles IX of Sweden upon districts to the extreme north, and helped to precipitate the War of Kalmar in 1611. War with Sweden, however, ensued only after a long struggle in Denmark. From the accession of Charles IX in 1599, Christian felt acutely that, with so violent an anti-Jute on the throne at Stockholm, nothing could be more humiliating and perilous than to allow the decline of the Danish forces to continue. He did all that lay in his power to prepare for a conflict which appealed to his martial instinct and which seemed to promise him, as his power increased, no less a prize than the crown of Sweden. He accumulated treasure, created a fleet, exhorted the Danish nobles to take up arms, and cultivated the friendship of his brothers-in-law in Brandenburg and in Scotland. For a full decade, however, his plans were frustrated by the rod. He reduced its numbers and left great offices of state unfilled, but he was powerless to deprive it of the moral support of an aristocracy which dreaded both the burden of war and the danger that war might augment the power of the crown. In 1601, indeed, the rod met Christian's arguments by propounding a formidable dilemma. Sweden, they rightly maintained, was by nature a realm most easy to defend against invasion, for a small army would be crushed there and a large one would starve. Their military insight was vindicated by the event. In 1611, however, Christian succeeded in forcing Denmark into a war which, in spite of the prowess of the king and his mercenaries, brought her little permanent advantage. The War of Kalmar nonetheless demonstrated the value of the royal fleet and the lack of a native territorial army. In 1614, Christian endeavored to organize at least a system of home defense, but the development of the art of war and the selfishness of the nobles combined to frustrate his attempts to create even a small permanent national militia. A foreign army, hired and controlled by the king, was the natural outcome of the faults of Denmark. It may not unreasonably be supposed that the ruin of his designs on the crown of Sweden threw Christian with heightened zest into that policy of aggrandizement in Germany which, in spite of the opposition of the rod, led to his participation in the 30 Years' War. The ambition of the King of Denmark to intervene in the settlement of the empire at least contributed to the maintenance of peace in Scandinavia. The rivalry between Christian and Gustavus, accentuated by the arrogant claim of the Master of the Sound to control the Baltic, revealed itself in many acts of diplomatic and commercial unfriendliness. But in 1624, peace was formally prolonged at a meeting on the border of the two kingdoms. So long as the forces of the Counter-Reformation triumphed, moreover, Denmark and Sweden were forced by their common danger into a reluctant and jealous entente. 30 years of peace between the Scandinavian kingdoms followed the War of Kalmar. This period, 1613 to 43, in which Denmark for the last time essayed to play the part of a great power, revealed but did not remedy the flaws in her constitution. The chief of these were still the irresponsible ascendancy of the nobles and the half-independent position of the king as a foreign potentate. This position, which had enabled Christian to force the War of Kalmar upon the Danes by declaring that he would in any case make war as Duke of Holstein, enabled the Rod to treat his intervention in Germany as primarily an affair not of Denmark, but only of the lower Saxon circle. In the hour of disaster, they demurred to receiving the royal mercenaries into the islands, while the peasants of the northernmost part of Jutland saved their crops and homesteads by cutting off the retreat thither of 3,000 of Christian's horse. October 1627. Much might have been pardoned in a king who would have set himself to wrest power from the nobles and to redeem from political insignificance the other classes within the state. For this, however, Christian was too haughty or too short-sighted, and in such skirmishes as happened to arise, the nobles proved easily victorious. In 1604, the king convoked representatives of the Jutish towns to confer with him at Horsens. But, in deference to the wishes of the Rod and of the nobles, he cancelled the invitation. 25 years later, the men of Jutland laid before the king an indictment against the nobles which emphasized the grievances of burghers and peasants alike. In 1636, however, a royal ordinance forbade all such complaints to the king unless they had been endorsed by the lord of the fief from which they came. Particular credits were severely dealt with. The theologian Dybad was deprived of his professorship because of an academic attack upon the freedom of the nobles from taxation. His son, who declared that until the nobles were thrust aside, the king could be king only in name, was condemned in 1620 to close imprisonment for life. Christian's proposals in 1634 for the abolition of serfage in eastern Denmark proved futile, and his policy of marrying his numerous daughters to the chief nobles of the land was not calculated to assist the crown in any future campaign against the caste as a whole. Nor can it be said that Christian's administrative labors, laudable as they were, remedied the chief disease of the Danish body politic. Minor administrative duties, indeed, he performed with so much zeal as to see that his pigs were fed with green meat in the dog days. He built castles and towns, founded colleges, organized commercial companies, developed posts, promoted manufactures, invited useful immigrants into the kingdom, and sought profit in regions as far distant as Greenland and Ceylon. This prolonged and well-meant activity meant something to the towns, much to the peasants on the crown estates, most of all perhaps in the fullness of time to the monarchy itself. But where constructive legislation was essential, there Christian's abilities proved inadequate. He tried in vain to reform the government of the towns and to secure the emancipation of the peasants from feudal dependence. Heavy taxes pressed upon the commons of Denmark and Norway for many years without bringing compensation in the shape of a formidable standing army, while all foreign nations were estranged by the spoliation of their merchants in the Sound. Towards Sweden, although the Rod consistently advocated a policy of friendship, Christian showed in many ways an ill will, which Axel Oxenstierna was of all men the least likely to condone. The descent of the Swedish hosts upon Denmark in 1643 was thus provoked by her king. It found her isolated and unprepared. It left her humiliated and dismembered. The fall of Gustavus Adolphus at Lutzen, 1632, had left the Swedish government face to face with two great problems. The German war had never excited the enthusiasm of the people at large, and the Swedish constitution was still undefined. 42 years had passed by since Sweden had enjoyed more than glimpses of peace, and in such a period no class could escape from grave sacrifices of blood and treasure. The nobles resented the weakening of their cherished privilege, for, as was said with justice, this they thought to be freedom, to give nothing to the crown. The peasants showed their discontent by struggling more and more frequently to evade the conscription, on several occasions even by revolt. None but a king, and no king save another Gustavus, could hope to inspire the nation with the spirit of sacrifice adequate to the task which it had undertaken. Nor was it entirely clear upon whom power ought now to devolve. Christina, the only child of Gustavus, was not yet 6 years of age. Some of the Swedes, the more readily that the Polish Vasa stoutly maintained their title by right of birth, was still disposed to regard the throne as elective. The Queen Mother, the hysterical Maria Eleanor of Brandenburg, and the Count Palatine John Casimir, the brother-in-law and minister of Gustavus, presented embarrassing claims to influence the government. The new method of administration by colleges or boards could show hardly any other title to existence than the will of the late king, while, as a corporate body, the Rod, or Council of High Officials and Statesmen, possessed only an ill-defined authority. At this crisis, intensified as it was by a desperate war, Sweden was saved by the reputation and ability of the Chancellor, Axel Oxenstierna. Without leaving Germany, where he watched over the war in the Swedish provinces, he piloted the ship of state through the shoals. Thanks to his counsel, the Diet of 1633 authorized the Rad to govern the realm in the name of Queen Christina, and in 1634 a constitution drawn up by him was accepted by both Rad and Diet. The form of government of 1634 is a great national memorial of Gustavus as a constitutional statesman, invoking his authority, prefaced by words supposed to be his. It aims with success at making permanent his principles of administration and his administrative machine. It serves also as a measure of the swift progress of Sweden from the almost patriarchal government of Charles IX to a fixed and elaborate constitution which served as a pattern to other lands. Attributing the past sufferings of the realm to disputed successions, religious disunion, and the lack of an organized government which might supplement and modulate the exercise of royal power, the form proceeds to remedy the last of these defects. The king, it is clearly enunciated, is and must be the supreme governor. The business of the realm is, however, too great for him to transact alone, and he therefore appoints helpers in accordance with the law and the needs of the land in his own good pleasure. These helpers are the officials from the 5 great officers of state and their colleagues in the Rod, down to the national huntsmen, who already existed and whose status and competence now receive the definition and sanction of the law. Henceforward, whenever necessary, the steward, marshal, admiral, chancellor, and treasurer were empowered collectively to supply the place of the king, save that the number 25 was suggested as its normal complement. No attempt was made to deprive the Rod of the elasticity desirable in a body whose great functions were to advise the king, to provide him with confidential envoys, and to influence the Diet on his behalf. In sharp contrast with the freedom conceded to the central power, the 5 colleges, which shared the burden of administration, were carefully circumscribed. These were, first, the High Court with its branches at Stockholm, Abo, Dorpat, and Jönköping, which was competent to deal with all ordinary cases at law. Then the War Office, the Admiralty, the Chancery, through which diplomatic correspondence passed and in which all official documents were drawn up. And lastly, the Treasury. No member of a college might exercise individually the authority which belonged to the college as a whole, and no college might encroach upon the domain of another. Sweden thus gained a true civil service, of which every member was a pillar of the state as well as a servant of the king. Nobles by birth, they acquired from their calling the corporate feeling of a bureaucracy. For 12 years from the death of Gustavus, Axel Oxenstierna, though not unopposed in the Rod, controlled the foreign and domestic policy of Sweden. From 1636, when he quitted Germany, to the close of 1644, when the minority of Queen Christina ceased. His chancellorship was in reality kingship. He was surrounded and supported by nobles of the new generation, whom Gustavus had inspired and trained for service in peace and war. His own brother was steward, and his cousin treasurer, while in Jacob de la Gardie, Karl Carlson Gillenheim, Klaas Fleming, and Per Brahe, he possessed colleagues as able in administration as their contemporaries John Bonner and Leonard Torstenson in strategy. Sweden was fortunate, moreover, in enlisting the services of the Walloon, Louis de Geer, who made his adopted country eminent in the manufacture of munitions of war. In its main features, a continuation of the foregoing reign, the policy of the Regency was not untinged by the opinions of the Chancellor. While he pressed forward the war and the work of developing the country and promoting education, Oxenstierna showed himself less eager than Gustavus to meet the people face to face, but perhaps more eager to advance religious toleration and freedom of trade within the realm. Again, the Church defeated an attempt of the state to reduce it to order by the establishment of a general consistory court. The greatest difficulty, however, was the financial. The strain upon the Swedish treasury was doubled when in 1635, Vladislav of Poland exacted the retrocession of the Prussian provinces with their lucrative custom dues as the price of the prolongation of the truce. In spite of a rigorous scrutiny of the receipts and so much attention to the customs that their yield increased fourfold in 13 years, Sweden could not escape a deficit. An honorable peace was for the time being out of reach, and Oxenstierna was determined not to abandon Germany with dishonor. Under these circumstances, the Regency was compelled to resort to measures which left a deep impress upon Swedish history. They accepted subsidies from France, admonished their generals to make the war support itself, and in 1638 won the consent of the Rod to a freilskap, or sale of noble rights, to the extent of 200,000 crowns. The freilskap of 1638 formed a precedent adopted in moderation by the Regency and followed to the verge of bankruptcy by Queen Christina. The whole administration was at this time based upon the produce or rents of the crown estates. To sell these estates or rents, which nobles alone had the right of purchasing, was to endow the buyer either with the land itself or with an income from moneys hitherto paid to the crown by what had been practically a body of yeomen, owning their homes and farms on condition of making fixed payments. The effects of the freilskap were both to divert the revenue of the kingdom into private pockets and to place at the mercy of the nobles a class which had hitherto enjoyed immunity from feudal servitude. From this time forward, the latent antagonism between nobles and commoners was intensified, and the cry for a reduction, i.e., a resumption of these royal grants, grew louder year by year. End of section 61. Section 62 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20, The Scandinavian North, 1559 to 1660, by W. F. Reddaway, Part 2. From 1641 onwards, peace negotiations between Sweden and the Emperor were on foot. In 1643, Oxenstierna felt emboldened to express in action his long-standing beliefs that the true ambition of Sweden should be to dominate the North, and that her mortal enemy was Denmark. Throughout his reign, Christian IV had shown towards his neighbor a spirit which made it easy for Oxenstierna to lay before the Rad a formidable list of his offenses. He had incited the Poles to attack Sweden, aided the widow of Gustavus to insult Sweden by flight, schemed to plant his brother upon the throne of the Tsars, struck heavy blows at Swedish commerce by high-handed action in the Sound, and posed as a mediator in Germany in order to rob the Swedes of the fruits of victory. "We find," wrote the Chancellor, "that Denmark is not less inimical to us than Austria, and the worse enemy because she is the nearer." In face of this manifest hostility, it was perhaps unnecessary to seek further ground for war, and for the Rad to allege that the Danish armaments were menacing Sweden, and that Christian was in reality the aggressor. On May 25, 1643, the order was sent to Torstenson to lead his army into Denmark. He received the Chancellor's letter in Moravia, exactly 4 months later, and for 6 weeks more, until he had reached Havelberg on the Elbe, he kept its contents secret even from his staff. In November, the Danish resident at Stockholm warned Christian that the augmented courtesy of the Swedes meant mischief afoot. So late as December 12th, however, the king continued to scoff at the suggestion of war and to refuse to burden the land with costly and unnecessary armaments. On that very day, Torstenson marched into Holstein. Duke Frederick of Gottorp purchased neutrality by opening his gates, and Jutland lay almost defenseless. Before the end of January 1644, the Swedes were masters of the mainland, and waited only for the freezing of the Little Belt to attack Fyen. Their plan of campaign was to conquer Scania and Jutland at the same time, and then, with help from the Dutch, to transport both the victorious armies to the intermediate islands. In February, Gustav Horn crossed the eastern frontier of Denmark, but on the shores of the Sound, he was checked by the stubborn defense of Malmö. In the west, Torstenson's hopes of a bridge of ice had been disappointed. The fate of Denmark depended upon the command of the sea. At this crisis, despite his 67 years, Christian saved the state. From the moment of Torstenson's inroad, he had worked with all the energy of his younger days to organize the defense of the islands. Indeed, he even dared to take the offensive by attacking Göteborg. The plan was too bold, but in May, the fleet created and directed by him entered the North Sea, encountered the squadron of 32 ships which Louis de Geer had enlisted in Holland, and compelled it to return. Soon afterwards, however, Claes Fleming, with the Royal Navy of Sweden, sailed from Elslaben, the naval base near Stockholm, towards the Little Belt. On his way, he captured Furnen, the southernmost of the Danish islands, but was confronted off its coast by the king in almost equal force. Although 4 encounters brought no decisive issue, the desperate naval struggle of Coburg Heath, July 1st, 1644, did more than many victories to enhance Christian's fame. Blinded in one eye and suffering from more than a score of wounds, he fought on until nightfall and infused something of his own courage into his men. After the battle, the Swedes were penned in the fjord of Kiel, where Claes Fleming was mortally wounded by a cannonball from the land. Christian's thoughts traveled as far as the capture of Elfsnabben, but during the night of August 1st, Wrangel, Fleming's successor, extricated the Swedish fleet. Isolated, save for the presence in Holstein of Gallus, the sluggish imperialist general, and hampered by the rod, which now is always clamored for peace, Christian was henceforward impotent to stay the flood of disaster. In October, Wrangel and de Geer joined forces and secured the command of the sea by destroying 15 Danish vessels. In 1645, while Christian could only hope for mediation, the Swedes continued to prove their superiority by land and sea, and Wrangel captured Bornholm. Their daring schemes, however, had demanded for its complete success that Denmark should be crushed by the first combined attack, or that the whole force of Sweden should be turned against her. Christian and his navy had removed the former possibility, and to the latter, the claims of Germany were fatal. At the same time, although war with Denmark had been welcomed in Sweden, a growing party now embarrassed Oxenstierna and the young queen by pressing for its termination. To promote war in Germany, France mediated for peace in Scandinavia, and after 6 months' conference on the border, the Treaty of Bromsebro was signed in August 1645. Its terms mark clearly the degradation of Denmark from the primacy of the North, the ancient freedom of Sweden from the payment of dues in the Sound and the Belts was, though with an important reservation, confirmed and extended to the commerce of her provinces on the east of the Baltic and in Germany. As security for this freedom, Halland, a province on the shores of the Sound, was ceded to her for 30 years, while she acquired on the one flank the islands of Gotland and Ursel, and on the other the Norwegian provinces of Jämtland and Herjedalen. It is said that Christian flung the treaty in the face of Corfitz-Ulfeldt, who had conducted the negotiations on the Danish side. During the next 3 years, 1645 to 8, while the Swedes were securing the fruits of their labors in Germany, Christian, in the evening of his life, was forced to reap the troubles which he had freely sown. The war had impoverished Denmark without giving her consolidation. Norway, indeed, under the able and ambitious viceroy, Hannibal Sehested, had made some progress towards a separate national existence, and this was attested by a military force of its own. But the national peril had not roused the Danish nobles to any display of patriotism, and the king was not clamoring for the repayment of 1,000,000 thalers that he had lent to the sorely taxed Commonwealth. While the crown, and therefore the nation, was weaker than before the war, Denmark remained in perilous international isolation. The Swedish power established itself on the lower Elbe and Weser, in the ports of western Pomerania, and by means of alliance with the House of Gottorp in Holstein itself. To the Dutch, Christian paid dear for his former extortions and for his intriguings with Spain. Their natural and consistent aim was to secure free access to the Baltic, which they styled the mother of merchants, and which accounted for more than 1/2 the tonnage of their ships, which were engaged in foreign trade. During the negotiations at Bromsebro, they had given diplomatic support to Sweden, and De Witt had dealt the Lord of the Baltic the most painful blow that he had ever received by sailing unchallenged through the Sound. At the Peace of Christinople, August 1645, Christian made concessions to them which reduced the revenue from the dues to an inconsiderable remnant. Yet in the same year they renewed their alliance with Sweden for a term of 40 years. In the hope of securing one ally among the Protestant powers, Christian dispatched his son-in-law, Corfitz-Ulfeldt, on a mission to The Hague, December 1646. The chief result of 7 months' costly diplomacy was to demonstrate and embitter the domestic strife which now surrounded the Danish throne. 4 years after the death of his queen in 1611, Christian had made a morganatic marriage with Christina Munk, who bore him 2 sons and 8 daughters. One of the latter became the bride of Hannibal Sehested. Another, the king's beautiful and accomplished favorite, Leonora Christina, was married to Corfitz-Ulfeldt. These 2 sons-in-law were jealous rivals for power, but their rivalry was overshadowed by the feud between the relatives of Christina Munk, who had been dismissed for infidelity in 1630, and a third group of the king's children, the offspring of her maid, Vibeke Cruz. This domestic struggle, complicated by the claims of the noble caste to which Christina Monk belonged, ended with the triumph of Ulfeld over all competitors for power and with the humiliation of the monarchy. Spurred on both by the obvious needs of the state and by an avarice which grew with age and misfortune, the king had striven to commute the antiquated knight service of the nobles into a tax and to farm out the fiefs of the crown to the highest bidder. To overcome the opposition of the nobles, he made concessions both in central and local government. Henceforward, when a vacancy occurred in the Rod, the remaining members might nominate 6 or 8 nobles from whom the king was to choose a successor. Commissioners appointed by the nobles were to replace the direct control of the crown over the local officials. In 1647, however, the death of his heir, the profligate elected Prince Christian, compelled the king to surrender all his hopes in order to secure the succession for his second son, Frederick. In February 1648, before the Diet had met to make the election, he died, broken by trouble. The events which followed the death of Christian IV gave new proof that Denmark had lost the balance of her constitution. The peasants were no longer free, and the monarchy now became its shadow. For some months the realm was governed by the 4 great officers of state, with Ulfeld at their head, and the Rod claimed that the nobles alone possessed the right to elect a king. Before they acquiesced in the accession of Frederick, they succeeded in destroying the few remnants of royal independence in order to safeguard aristocratic privilege. The king-elect acknowledged the supremacy of their power and bound himself not to make war or alliance, and not to call out the land forces or arm the fleet, or even quit the country without their consent. Frederick III, though well-educated and well-meaning, thus found himself too closely fettered to accomplish great things for a land in which the commons were looking eagerly towards the crown. Reserved and self-contained, he was long in gaining any hold upon the imagination of the people. Some development of internal communications and the fortification of Fredericia constituted the meager profits of his early years as king. For 3 years, indeed, Ulfeld rather than Frederick was the chief man in the state, while the inevitable struggle between their consorts distracted the court. Early in 1649, Ulfeld embarked on a second and more fruitful mission to The Hague. He conceded to the Dutch freedom from the Sound dues in return for an annual composition of 120,000 thalers, a bargain which pleased neither nation and which was revoked in 1653. To the disgust of the Swedes, however, he secured a treaty of defensive alliance with their allies in the Netherlands. On his return to Denmark, he found himself accused of peculation and of conspiring to poison the king. The latter charge broke down, but to escape the former, which had just proved fatal to the career of Hannibal Sehested, he fled to Holland with his wife and treasure. Soon, however, he took up his abode in Sweden and became the open enemy of Frederick III. His flight in July 1651 marked the fall of the children of Christina Monk from power. A caste rather than a single family thenceforward wielded an aristocratic tyranny in Denmark. Nevertheless, it was as an ill-organized and unwarlike state that, as will be narrated below, she in 1657 once more came into conflict with Sweden. The period from 1645 to 1648, from the humiliation of Denmark by the Peace of Brömsebro to the establishment of the Swedish power in Germany by the Peace of Westphalia, marks the gradual decline of Oxenstierna's supremacy in Sweden. In 1645, he received the thanks of the Queen and became Count of Sodra Mori. But in 1648, little save humiliation and reproach fell to his share. The daughter of Gustavus Adolphus, it was clear, would tolerate no preceptor. Once more the personal characteristics of a monarch became of the first importance in Swedish history. In some respects unique, Christina shared largely in the common heritage of the Vasa. Like her royal ancestors, she was strong in body and keen in brain, ardent, restless, and autocratic. In courage, she was excelled by none of them. Her education had been that of her house. At 18, she read Thucydides and Polybius in Greek, and wrote and spoke Latin, French, and German. At 23, she conferred daily with Descartes. Besides her sex, however, there was much that was unprecedented in her succession. From the moment of her birth, unlike almost all of her predecessors, she had been the destined heir to the throne. Her early training was such as to deepen at every stage her sense of isolation. An only child, she lost her father before her 6th birthday, and before her 12th, the Aunt Catherine, wife of John Casimir, who had brought her up, while reasons of state dictated the removal from her side of a mother who despised Sweden. She grew to womanhood as the living embodiment of a monarchy, which the most consummate statesman and the most formidable army in Europe combined to make resplendent. Lonely as she was, conscious of energy and imagination beyond the ordinary, hourly exposed to the flattery of her court and the reverence of her people, it need excite little wonder she failed to discriminate between her own greatness and the greatness of her office. "It is a pleasure," wrote the French ambassador Chanot, "to see her lay the crown beneath her feet and declare that virtue is the only good. She held it in honor," ran Christina's comment on this verdict, "to place under her feet what other kings set upon their heads. Thou hast made me so great," she cried to God, "that if thou gavest me the whole realm of earth, my heart were not content." Like Elizabeth of England, Christina was constantly importuned to provide for the welfare of the state by marriage. The Elector of Brandenburg, as the nominee of Gustavus Adolphus, was first spoken of, and Count Magnus de Lagarde enjoyed the obvious favor of the Queen. But her cousin and playmate, Charles Gustavus, soon became her expectant lover and the choice of the people. Marriage, however, she regarded as a repulsive servitude, and she resolved never to endure it. In 1649, she wrung from the rod and the diet a reluctant acknowledgment of Charles Gustavus as her eventual successor upon the throne. And next year, in spite of the opposition of Oxenstierna, his male descendants were placed in the line of succession. Administrative routine in a government of which the monarch was still the center filled Christina with disgust. Her zeal for learning, illustrated by her patronage of Grotius, Salmasius, and Descartes, as well as of the Swedish men of science, Sternhoek and Sternheim, found expression in educational reform. But this service to the state was far outweighed by her neglect of affairs, and especially by her financial incompetence. Simple in diet and in dress, she set no bounds to the flood of her liberality. In 10 years, she doubled the number of noble families and endowed them with grants of estates so lavish that the crown had no more to give. The recklessness of the Queen strengthened a movement which had been gathering strength since the Falls-Acop of 1638, and which found open expression at the Diet of 1650, led by Professor Tesserus and Nils Nilsson, the mayor of Stockholm. The Commons demanded a reduction or resumption of part of the alienated estates and revenues of the crown. The Diet was prolonged to the unprecedented duration of 4 months, and for a moment civil war seemed to be at hand. The Commons, however, assured of the Queen's sympathy with their defense of their freedom, contented themselves with presenting to her a written indictment of the nobles. Many began to look upon Charles Gustavus, who for the time being held aloof from politics, as the destined savior of the state. Amid extravagant festivities, however, Christina was crowned in October 1650. In February 1654, she informed the Rad of her irrevocable determination to abdicate. In the meantime, she had received further proofs of the toilsomeness and unpopularity of her rule, and had found a new and potent motive for laying it down. In December 1651, a rhymed pamphlet was discovered which attacked the government of the Queen and called upon Charles Gustavus to overthrow it. The author, Arnold Messenius, suffered death, but investigation showed that he had been but the imprudent spokesman of the opposition. Charles Gustavus cleared himself to the Queen's satisfaction, and by her command the matter was hushed up. In 1652 she met the Diet, which in face of the threatening attitude of Poland and Denmark, did not refuse to vote 3 years' conscription and augmented taxes. The grievances of the peasants against the nobles, heightened as they were by the negligence and extravagance of the Queen, seemed nonetheless to threaten revolution. The ferment of the nation could not but increase Christina's distaste for the crown. So early as 1648, she had spoken privately of abdicating, and 3 years later she published her design. Her subsequent hesitation was now brought to an end, as seems probable, by her eagerness for full reception into the Church of Rome. Accomplished and sympathetic foreigners, Chanet, Bourdelot, the French physician whom she believed to have saved her life, disguised Jesuits above all, since 1652, the Spanish ambassador Pimentelli, had prepared the way for a conversion which it was impossible for a Swedish monarch to complete. Having secured a substantial appanage, Christina formally put off the trappings of sovereignty in June 1654. A few days later she was rejoicing in the hope that she had quitted Sweden forever. The abdication of Christina signified neither the extinction of the Vasa dynasty in Sweden, nor a breach in its long sequence of distinguished monarchs. Charles X Gustavus, who succeeded her, was the grandson of Charles IX and the grandsire of Charles XII, and proved himself not unworthy to be named with them, or even with the great Gustavus. A Wittelsbach, by descent on the father's side, he belonged in thought and character to the land which had sheltered the Count Palatine, John Casimir, his father, and in which he himself was born and bred. With France, Germany, and Denmark he was already well acquainted. He had learned strategy from Tordenson and diplomacy from Oxenstierna, while at Leipzig and in Oland he had gained experience of administration. His kinship to the royal house had made him from infancy the center of party strife, and it was in war that he had sought refuge from this, and from his pain at the rejection of his suit by Christina. He came to the throne as a man of 32, experienced and pious, modest and firm, inscrutable yet winning, and ready to face with an immense reserve of energy the chaos in which he found the nation. His conduct towards Axel Oxenstierna, who had been the most steadfast political opponent both of John Casimir and of his son, gave early proof of his magnanimity. With filial reverence, the king at once turned to him for help, and when, in August 1654, the aged chancellor died, he appointed his son Eric in his stead. His statesmanship was next tested by the need of transforming a bankrupt and divided nation, fringed by provinces which it had conquered but not assimilated, into a state able and willing to seize, in the face of many enemies, the present opportunity of expansion. For reasons to be mentioned immediately, King and Rad decided in 1654 in favor of a Polish war. It remained for the Diet of 1655 not only to endorse their decision, but also, at the expense of the recently aggrandized nobles, to restore the balance of the Constitution and the revenue of the Crown. The demand of the Commons for some reduction gained irresistible force from the mere contemplation of the national impotence. When the navy was short of provisions and the king's horses without hay, It was clear that some of the estates, which formed the only source of such supplies, must be resumed by the crown. But while the peasants fiercely insisted upon a sweeping measure of confiscation, the great nobles, whose united force could almost defy coercion, were loath to disgorge more than a small fraction of their gains, at the price of a secure title to the remainder. Charles solved the problem by proposing, with the consent of the Rad, a reduction large enough to give the state a revenue, and not too large for a firm and tactful monarch to carry into effect. Those estates which were termed indispensable, because the maintenance of a definite part of the administration was specifically charged upon them, were to be resumed in their entirety. Of the remaining alienations, 1/4 was to be surrendered. The great nobles succeeded, however, in limiting the latter provision to the estates which they had acquired since the death of Gustavus Adolphus, and in confining their immediate sacrifice to an annual payment in money. A special college or department of government, under the active presidency of Herman Fleming, immediately began to investigate the title to lands and to reduce the appropriate fraction to the full ownership of the crown. Although the subsequent turmoil made it impossible to complete the work, the crown thus regained nearly 3,000 homesteads. The remainder of his short reign proved that Charles lacked neither interest nor skill in administration. He was a keen-eyed overseer of the land, and kept an open ear for the complaints of his people. In 6 years he convoked the estates 5 times, and again succeeded in persuading his weary subjects to make the sacrifices necessary for foreign war. He rivaled his predecessors in zeal for learning. From him, the University of Uppsala received a constitution which remained valid for almost 200 years, 1655 to 1853. He granted to the Livonian Palmstruck in 1656 a patent for the term of 30 years for the first Swedish bank, and the famous iron and steel industry of Eskilstuna was at the same time transplanted thither from Riga. Many signs betokened the advent of a strong and beneficent ruler possessing the confidence of his people. Outside the peninsula, the king's first duty, besides furthering the political advantage of Sweden by means of a suitable marriage, was to bring to an end the war which Bremen had been waging with some success against Christina in defense of its ancient rights as a free city of the empire. His marriage in October 1654 with Hedvig Eleonora, the second daughter of the Duke of Holstein-Gottorp, was a bid for security against the hostility of Denmark, particularly near Elba and Weser. The affair of Bremen showed clearly the new international position of Sweden. The revolt of the citizens against a foreign master won the sympathy of their fellow Germans, while France was hopeful that the new monarch, as heir to the House of Zweibrücken, would march from Bremen to the Rhine and make valid his claims to Julia Cleves by joining her in a common campaign against the Habsburgs. Charles was content, however, with the submission of the city, which relieved Sweden from a burdensome struggle and permitted her to sweep into her own ranks the mercenaries of northern Germany. From the Diet of 1655 onwards, however, the history of the reign is mainly that of the Polish War, and of the wars with Russia and Denmark consequent upon it. The decision of king and people to attack Poland signally illustrates their mind and character, and the strength and weakness of Sweden. Justification for hostilities was indeed not far to seek. Since 1592, the two countries had been involved in a dynastic struggle interrupted only by truces. The last of these, arranged at Altmark in 1629 for 6 years, and prolonged at Stundorf in 1635 for 26 years more, had now almost run its course. In 1648, Oxenstierna had striven earnestly to convert it into a definite treaty, but the Polish Vasa still refused to recognize their rivals as lawful sovereigns of Sweden. France wished to establish a firm peace between two dynasties, each of which might do her good service against the Habsburgs. But both in 1651 and 1652, a congress held at Lübeck failed to accomplish her desire. Jeopardized by the revolt of the Cossacks, but no longer menaced by the host which Sweden had so long maintained in Germany, the Poles adhered to their outrageous demands that their rivals should evacuate Livonia and pay compensation for the throne, which Sigismund had forfeited in 1599. The final failure of the Congress in February 1653 left the future to decide which of the two powers would first be ready to strike, the Poles to vindicate these claims, or the Swedes to silence them forever. It is said that in 1654, the envoy of John Casimir of Poland issued a solemn protest against the transference of the Swedish crown from the Vasa family to Charles Gustavus. The Great Settlement of 1648, moreover, had loosened all anterior political systems, and in a new phase of European international relations, the Polish quarrel might well involve Sweden in a new peril. It would be idle to pretend, however, that the momentous declaration of war in 1655 was made with the sole purpose of defending Sweden against an eventual Polish attack. The questions which Charles and the Rads set themselves to answer were, in fact, first, is war desirable? And second, if so, with whom? For many reasons, it might seem expedient that Sweden should not lightly abandon what has been styled her most lucrative industry, and these reasons were powerfully reinforced by the aims and predilections of the king. Eminent though he was in diplomacy and administration, Charles was at heart a soldier, scorning to loosen by compromise knots which might be cut by the sword, threatening like some new Alaric that he would march to Italy with his Goths, excelling and delighting in war. By war alone could an army like that to which Sweden owed her new empire be kept together and paid, while without war it seemed impossible to free the land from the turbulence of the disbanded soldiery and the burning strife between nobles and commons. Charles, as his own best general, might well hope that war would bring popularity to himself and power to his crown. If these hopes overcame the half-hearted arguments that war meant fresh expenditure at a time when Sweden already owed 2 millions, and fresh exertion when 60 years of strife had strained her powers, there was much to indicate Poland rather than Denmark, which some preferred, as the most profitable field of battle. Poland was not, like Russia, a land too barren to nourish the invaders. In Prussia, with its Baltic coastline and rich customs dues, she offered a great prize, and by victory in Poland it might now be possible to end at a blow the two great conflicts which had embarrassed Sweden for generations. Those Baltic provinces, the magazine of Sweden, which constituted her heritage from the Knights of the Sword, might be made secure after a century of armed contention, and the dynastic schism might at last be healed by the triumph of Charles X. At this juncture, moreover, the Republic seemed so defenseless as to warrant the assertion that it was the duty of the Swedes to intervene in Poland to prevent their Baltic transmarine possessions from being outflanked by the conquest of the Tsar. The military successes of Vladislav IV, 1632-48, had in no wise turned back the current which was bearing Poland towards anarchy. The nobles continued to grow in luxury and power, and a new danger to the state arose in the alienation of the Cossacks from their Catholic overlords. Before the reign of the brother and successor of Vladislav, John Casimir, had well begun, the revolted Cossacks under Chmielnicki plunged the state into a desperate civil strife. After 5 bloody campaigns, interrupted by a brief interval of peace in 1650, the Poles had called the Tartars to their aid, while the Cossacks transferred their allegiance to the Tsar. In 1654, therefore, Poles, Cossacks, Tartars, and Russians were struggling together in the Ukraine, while the Tsar marched into Lithuania, triumphed over Prince Radziwill, and captured many places, including the strong border fortress of Smolensk. The forces of Russia had thus secured a firm grip upon the eastern flank of Poland. Swedish Livonia sheltered fugitives from across the border, and the Lithuanian nobles sought a protector in Charles X. The Polish state seemed to be on the verge of dissolution, to the profit of the power whose advent on the shores of the Baltic would menace the whole structure of the Swedish Empire. To facilitate his immediate enterprise of profiting by the chaos in Poland and of anticipating the Tsar, Charles spared no effort of statecraft. Sweden and her monarch, as the affair of Bremen had taught them, were at this time suspect in Europe. The unauthorized declaration of Schlippenbach, her envoy at Berlin, that in the modern world a convenient opportunity of injuring a neighbor and annexing territory must take the place of dreams and prophecy as indicating the divine will, was not unnaturally held to express the principles of Swedish policy. Wrangel, the veteran of the 30 Years' War, whose motto ran, "He who takes has," was not unsupported in the right when he advocated the political maxim, "Let us seek profit as best we can." Yet on every side, in Holland, Denmark, Russia, Transylvania, and Courland, among the Cossacks and the discontented Poles, above all in Brandenburg and England, Charles sought by diplomatic means to win security, countenance, or alliance in his adventure. The event showed that it was possible to secure some armed assistance from the great elector, Frederick William of Brandenburg, and from George Rákóczi II, Prince of Transylvania, but only at the price of territorial concessions which were bound to estrange the Poles. End of section 62. Section 63 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 20, The Scandinavian North, 1559 to 1660, by W. F. Reddaway, Part 3. The immediate plan of Charles X was to isolate and conquer the Polish province of West Prussia. His great design, as developed by events, seems to have been to incorporate with Sweden the whole southeastern coastline of the Baltic and to buttress his empire with dependent principalities carved out of Poland, if necessary, by the sword. It might well be questioned, however, whether such a scheme contained even the possibility of success. Dunbar, a Scottish merchant of Danzig, anticipated in November 1655 the verdict of posterity upon the Polish adventure of Charles X. Any wise man, he wrote, may see that, although all the inhabitants of the Swedes' dominions were to be transplanted thither and distributed as cunningly as the wit of man could devise, when they shall look on the number of the conquered, ponder the robustness of their bodies, their qualifications to war, wanting nothing but discipline, which time among the experted Swedes would soon teach them, they must stand in continual fear of a massacre. The Swedes, however, once more proved their devotion to their kings. In June 1655, Charles succeeded in overcoming the aversion of the peasants and priests of his diet to the burden of a fresh war. By land and sea, in Sweden, Finland, Livonia, and Germany, nearly 50,000 troops had already been mustered. In July, undeterred by the offers and remonstrances of peace envoys from the Polish estates, the king set out for Poland from his capital, which he never saw again. More complete success than that of the first campaign could hardly have been hoped for. using Swedish Pomerania as a base. Arvid Wittenberg, escorted by the exile Radzukowski, and followed by King Charles, hastened towards Warsaw. The capital with all its stores surrendered unconditionally, and soon the whole of Great Poland was in Swedish hands. John Casimir indeed had shown fight, but with scarcely 5,000 men he could not hope to check the invaders. Soon he was a fugitive in Silesia, and the time seemed to have come for Charles to turn against Prussia. Electing, however, first to secure Little Poland, he marched southward and in October reduced Krakow, the ancient capital of the Republic. The Poles, indeed, looked with indifference upon what they regarded as a mere dynastic contest. A martial aristocracy, they might well turn with relief from their feeble and frivolous sovereign to the royal soldier who promised to respect their rights. In little more than 3 months, and at the cost of one battle, the western half of the territory of John Casimir had changed masters. Many nobles and soldiers, John Sobieski among them, did homage to Charles and received fiefs at his hand. The Protestants, headed by Prince Radziwill, gave him willing support, and the Catholics at least preferred him to the Tsar. Under the stress of the Russian invasion, the Lithuanians formally surrendered themselves to the King and Crown of Sweden. He exercised the rights of sovereignty and summoned the Polish Diet to meet at Warsaw. The war was, however, by no means a simple duel between the Vasa rivals. While Russians, Cossacks, and Tartars struggled in the east and south, and Charles reduced the southwest to submission, the great Elector, who held the Duchy of East Prussia under the Polish crown, was endeavoring to cross the Swedish plan by snatching West Prussia from the conflagration. He was cowed, however, by the speed and energy of the king, who marched from end to end of Poland, took Thorn and Elbing, the keys of the duchy, and encircled the Elector in his Prussian capital. Early in January 1656, Frederick William assented to the Treaty of Königsberg, which bound him to do homage to Charles for East Prussia, to surrender the half of its customs dues, and to supply 1,500 auxiliaries to the Swedish force. He received in return the bishopric of Ermenland, which rounded off his duchy, and he preserved his army, humiliated but still unbroken. Charles, now rejoicing at the birth of an heir, seemed to have only to conquer Danzig, the inveterate and powerful foe of Sweden, in order to complete his success. In the moment of seeming triumph, however, his position was exhibiting defects due to its foundation in military force and to the complex character of the war. Proud and Catholic Poland seemed to itself contaminated by the presence of the heretic sovereign of a despised race, who, in spite of his promise to maintain the Polish liberties, seemed to pose as a conqueror. In the earliest stages of the enterprise, the famous Swedish discipline had been maintained, and the hanging corpses of some 500 mercenaries had marked Wittenberg's route. But as the campaign widened, Charles could neither pay his men nor adequately control detachments, habituated to the license of the 30 Years' War. Their extortion and outrage kindled the national spirit of the people, and soon religion lent its aid. Towards the close of the year 1655, the successful defense of the monastery of Częstochowa, the Loretta of Poland, convinced devout patriots that God was on their side. The prior did not scruple to assert that 70 monks, 5 nobles, and 160 rustic soldiers had miraculously foiled an army more than 40 times as great. Confederations of Polish nobles were formed for the defense of the king, the faith, and freedom, and many isolated parties of Swedish soldiers were put to the sword. John Casimir soon returned to Polish soil and solemnly consecrated his kingdom to the Blessed Virgin. Charles strove in vain to crush the national rising by a swift march southward in the depth of winter. Having dispatched Delegardi to observe the Russians, he quitted the neighborhood of Danzig, and 3 weeks later routed Czarniecko at Colombo, far beyond Warsaw, February 7, 1656. Before the end of the month, he was preparing to besiege Lemberg, having reached Jaroslav, distant some 570 miles in a direct line from his starting point. He escaped from destruction, however, only by a wonderful retreat on Warsaw, after more than 2 months of futile heroism in the face of danger and hardship of every kind. Thence he sped to besiege Danzig, and in June 1656, John Casimir regained his capital. Charles had proved himself a pupil of Torstenson and a forerunner of Charles XII, but he failed to conquer Poland. At the same moment, the Tsar began a campaign in the Baltic provinces, where Magnus Delegardi, with a few heroic troops, strove to defend the lands which his father had won for Sweden. The Russian invasion, moreover, seemed to be but the prelude to a general storm provoked by Swedish aggression. The exhortations of Pope Alexander VII, the hostility of the Emperor, who had incited the Tsar to make war, the jealousy of the Danes, the uncertain temper of his own great nobles and new provinces, and the menacing attitude of the Dutch, who seized the Swedish colony on the Delaware and determined to safeguard at all costs their interest in the Baltic. All these perils environed the Swedish king, yet he clung to his plans, hoping that one great victory would change the whole scene. A single ally might still be purchased. Frederick William of Brandenburg had much to fear from the return of John Casimir, whose allegiance he had renounced, and much to hope from a Swedish conquest of Prussia. In June 1656, therefore, he signed a new treaty with Charles at Marienburg, the immediate effect of which was to increase the king's Brandenburg auxiliaries from 1,500 to 4,000 men. Having thus raised his army to a strength of 18,000, Charles marched on Warsaw, which was held by John Casimir and Czarniecki, with at least 50,000 Poles and Tartars. Overruling the elector, he insisted on battle, and after 2 days of maneuvering won a complete victory and captured the city. This brilliant feat raised the prestige of the Swedish arms still higher and checked for a moment the growth of the hostile coalition. But it was far from conquering Poland or inducing John Casimir to come to terms. The elector refused to advance south of Warsaw, and Danzig was relieved by the Dutch fleet. With Poland unconquered, Ingria and Livonia overrun, the Baltic commanded by unfriendly ships, and Sweden hourly expecting to be invaded, Charles was forced to sacrifice some portion of his design. In September, Erik Oxenstierna negotiated the Treaty of Elding with the Dutch, by which Sweden granted them the position of the most favored nation, and in November, after the untimely death of his chancellor, the king made the momentous Treaty of Labiau, in order to buy off Brandenburg and so to secure West Prussia. The elector was now to receive the full and perpetual sovereignty over East Prussia, Charles thus consenting that the Baltic coast from Memel to the eastern outlet of the Vistula should remain outside his empire. A new alliance made in December with Rakowski promised to deluge southern Poland with a horde of Transylvanians and Cossacks, besides perhaps serving as a check on the emperor. The joint campaign of Charles and Rákóczi in 1657 devastated Poland but led to no decisive success. The king, whose strategy depended upon striking heavy blows with matchless speed, wearied of a land whose vastness mocked its speed and in which he could seldom close with his opponent. At the same time, the diplomacy against which he had been running a race reached its goal. In spite of the sudden death of the emperor, an Austrian force took the field against him, and on June 1st, 1657, Denmark declared war. Aware as he was of the insufficient training of the Danes in arms, Charles hesitated for a moment between his new foes. but he could hardly hope that Frederick William, already a rebel against the Polish crown, would now venture to oppose the Habsburgs also. He therefore resolved to retain the advantages of attack and to make Denmark pay for whatever loss he might incur in Livonia and Prussia. In their enterprise of 1657, the Danes were far more united than during the two wars of Christian IV with Sweden. A few of the elder members of the Rod, it is true, urged that the army was undisciplined and the treasury unfilled. But the majority joined the younger nobles in clamoring for war, and in February 1657, the Diet at Odense voted a war tax of 3 million thalers. Frederick III clutched at war as the only hope of recovering the lost prerogative of the crown, together with the provinces sacrificed to Sweden in 1645. He was urged on by half of Europe, by Poland, Russia, Spain, the House of Austria, and above all by the Dutch. In 1656, the recapture of the Polish capital deterred him from declaring war. But now both Tsar and Habsburg were in the field, and it seemed that his neighbor was hopelessly entangled in Poland. An army of 34,000 men were therefore mustered. Marshal Anders Bild easily reconquered Bremen and Verden, while Frederick lay in wait in the Baltic to cut off Charles as he fled across the sea to Sweden. Charles had, however, no thought of such a flight. Committing the defense of the peninsula to Per Brahe and the peasants, and leaving the Polish and Russian wars to smolder on, he resolved to tread in the footsteps of Torstenson and to crush the Danes by an irresistible attack on land. At the head of some 6,000 tattered veterans, he accomplished another prodigious march, from Brest in the heart of Poland to Stettin. There he reinforced by Wrangel, while the exile, Corfitz Ulfeld, came to contribute his influence and diplomatic skill to the overthrow of Frederick's throne. The horses died by hundreds, but within 8 weeks from the declaration of war, 13,000 Swedes crossed the frontier of Holstein, July 1657. The Duke of Holstein-Gottorp placed no obstacle in the path of his son-in-law, and Hamburg, the steadfast foe of the Danish monarchy, supplied the invaders with every necessary. The Danes were expelled from Bremen, and the fall of Itzehoe drove them from Holstein. Some were forced into the Swedish ranks, others fled by sea to Jutland, or by land to Frederiksgata, their new fortress on the shores of the Little Belt. Soon, the 6,000 defenders of Frederiksgata formed the sole important barrier against the Swedish power on the mainland. By matchless daring, speed, and skill, Charles had delivered Sweden proper from anything more dangerous than frontier warfare, and had established a claim to receive compensation in Denmark for his losses in the East. He could not, however, hope to partition a state with which the House of Austria, the Poles, and the Dutch were in alliance unless foreign mediation should be averted and unless his small army should continue to enjoy swift and unqualified success. The conquest of Jutland must be followed and completed by that of Vian, which would in its turn prepare the way for the decisive struggle in Zealand. In pursuance of this plan, the Swedish fleet sailed for the Little Belt, but on September 12th and 13th it was beaten back. It became impossible to land in Vian and to isolate Frederiksgata. Charles was learning by experience, as Torstenson had learned in 1644, that islands cannot be conquered without the command of the sea. At this crisis, while fencing with the mediation of France and England, Charles learned that at Walthau, the Elector Frederick William, deserted as he complained by the Swedish king, had sold his alliance to Poland. The Swedes might soon be imprisoned in Jutland by a combined force of Austrians, Poles, and Brandenburgers, and, even if they cut their way through, they possessed no bridge to Sweden. This peril was averted by a mixture of daring and good fortune which made the winter campaign of 1657-8 forever memorable. On the night of Sunday, October 24th, Wrangel with some 4,000 men surprised and stormed Frederiksborg, while Marshal Bilder was mortally wounded and more than 3,000 of his troops laid down their arms. The mainland was now subdued and the newborn unity of the Danes shattered, but for 3 months the Swedes remained unable to cross the Little Belt. At the end of January 1658, however, they astounded Europe by marching over the ice in face of a hostile force and swiftly conquering Fian. The daring of this exploit was by no means limited to a crossing during which 2 squadrons of horse in the carriages of the king and the French ambassador were swallowed up. By landing at Fian, Charles committed his person and his army to an island of no great size, situated in a sea which the enemy commanded. The unwonted cold, however, continued, and on hearing that the triple alliance of his foes had dispatched against him a force greater than his own, the king thought for a moment of retracing his steps in order to strike, with the support of France and England, at the Habsburgs. But the pledge of his young quartermaster general, Eric Dahlberg, to guide the army safely across the Great Belt, turned the scale. Despite the remonstrances of Wrangel and Ulfeld, Charles resolved to tempt fortune a second time and to seek Frederick in his capital. Led by Dahlberg, the Swedes quitted Fian on the night of February 4th, and during a whole week passed from island to island, conquering each in turn. Tasinge, Langeland, Leyland, Falster, and finally Zeeland formed the successive stations on a march which was accomplished almost without loss, and which placed Copenhagen at the mercy of the invader. Danish peace commissioners were already on their way to Charles, and neither the severity of his demands nor his choice of the traitor Ulfeld to urge them warranted the Danes in breaking off negotiations. Before the close of February 1658, the ring of Sweden's foes was broken by a treaty with Denmark at Roskilde. The terms of the Treaty of Roskilde supplemented those of the Treaty of 1645 and completed the expulsion of the Danish power from the south of the Scandinavian peninsula. Scania, Halland, and Bekling became Swedish, as did also Bornholm, the sole remaining Danish outpost towards the eastern Baltic. From Norway were taken Trondheim and the maritime county of Bahus, by which the outlet of Sweden towards the North Sea was enlarged to its present size. Other clauses, more transient but less humiliating, provided for the transfer of troops to the Swedish service, the renunciation of anti-Swedish alliances, the closing of the Sound against fleets hostile to Sweden, the restoration of the estates of Ulfeld, and an indemnity to the Duke of Holstein-Gottorp, which should be determined by direct negotiation between himself and Denmark. A submission which humbled Denmark in the dust was followed by a singular display of friendship between the 2 monarchs. After 3 days of royal festivity at Frederiksborg, Charles crossed the Sound and passed in triumph through his new provinces to Kazbek, whither he had summoned a committee of the Swedish estates. Wrangel and the army remained on Danish soil. 2 marches and a skirmish comprised within a fortnight seemed to have endowed Sweden with their natural frontier, and with the opportunity of peace. The reopening of social strife seemed to assure the impotence of Denmark. The arrangements by which the south of Scandinavia became Swedish found their strongest guarantee, moreover, in the approval of the Dutch and English, who congratulated themselves that henceforward the power over that narrow entry into the Baltic, being balanced betwixt 2 emulous crowns, will be an effectual preventive of any new exactions or usurpations in the Sound. South and east of the Baltic, the prospects of Sweden had also grown brighter. The Elector of Brandenburg, who had based his latest change on side on a pardonable miscalculation, was already penitent. The Tsar, repulsed from Noterburg, Kexholm, and Riga, and menaced by the alliance of the House of Austria with the Poles, had grown weary of the struggle for an outlet towards the west. If Charles would abandon Prussia, The remnants of the coalition would not lightly assail his undivided power, and none but a soldier could doubt that in peace alone could Sweden regain social harmony and assimilate to her national life her acquisitions of the preceding 15 years. During the spring of 1658, therefore, the destiny of his country lay in the keeping of Charles X. Historical research has not yet fully elucidated the origin of an event which confounded all Europe and blighted the promise of a fair future for Sweden. In February, as has been shown, the concord of Scandinavia seemed assured. In July, its foundations were shattered by the hand of Charles, and the catastrophe of his brief reign had begun. Ostensibly, at least, the Second Danish War of Charles X arose out of the diplomatic sequel to the treaty which concluded the first. As was inevitable when systems of policy were to be reversed and provinces to exchange sovereigns, many details remained to be discussed by commissioners, and until these were settled, the infliction of the Swedish troops continued to oppress Denmark. The negotiations were protracted, and the newborn mutual confidence of the two monarchs vanished. On March 7th, the English agent at Copenhagen had reported that the only remaining business is to adjust the satisfaction of the Duke of Holstein. This will be the work but of a few days. His colleague at The Hague, however, noted the belief of the Dutch that the King of Denmark would, in making his peace, deceive the King of Sweden, and ere long the attitude of Frederick towards the Dutch seems to have convinced Charles that at Roskilde he had stayed his hand too soon. He accepted the idea of a Scandinavian defensive alliance, but demanded that the Danes should assist in closing the Baltic to foreign armaments. This demand admitted of no compromise, for Danzig and perhaps all of Prussia might be won and lost in the Sound. But 2 months while the ground was hardening and the crops growing ripe, the king had to wait a reply. Then, on June 28th, he wrote to his commissioners with his own hand that if Denmark would assent to this, they should complete the negotiations forthwith. Thus, to renounce the Dutch alliance was, however, too hard for the Danes, and they frankly confessed it. Frederick dispatched Jewel to negotiate with Charles in person, but the die was already cast. On July 1st, the Swedish commissioners were instructed that even if the Danes should yield, pretexts for prolonging the discussion must be found. Apart from the need of succoring his brother Adolphus John in Prussia, the problem of 1655 was pressing upon Charles with a weight that his recent conquests had only served to increase. Sweden seemed still unable either to disarm in safety or to maintain her armaments without using them. The election of Leopold to the empire cleared the political horizon of Europe and rendered a Swedish campaign in Brandenburg, Prussia, or Poland even more hazardous than before. If Charles sought employment for his troops, aggrandizement for his state, and a free back when his face should again be turned towards the east, he could satisfy all his needs in no other way than by renewing the strife with Denmark. The idea was realized with the speed and secrecy which distinguished the Swedish Napoleon. On July 7th at Gottorp, he secured the concurrence of the Rod. 11 days later, he directed Wrangel to complete the operations of the last campaign by attacking Copenhagen, Kronborg, and Christiania in turn. Again, as in 1655, the Swedish plan was to efface a state by the exertions of a small army. And again, the first movements promised success. On August 7th, when Charles completed the voyage from Kiel to Corsair and prepared to march across Zealand, Copenhagen seemed to be a helpless and panic-stricken town. 4 days later, however, the Swedish army found the suburbs aflame and the walls manned by a host of soldiers, students, and citizens, inspired by Frederick III, who, when urged to flee, replied that he would die in his own nest. Instead of the swift success upon which Charles had reckoned, he must face a bloody siege attended by widespread revolt in districts which he had already conquered. But he was now confronted by other forces, In a struggle with Denmark alone, Charles had little to fear. Although 30,000 Austrians, Brandenburgers, and Poles under Montecuculi, the Elector Frederick William, and Czar Niecki were invading Jutland, and although the disaffected Danes succeeded in expelling their conquerors from Trondheim and Bornholm, he would still in all likelihood have triumphed by military force on land. Early in September, the great fortress of Kronborg had fallen. As Lord of the Sound, Charles might well have starved Copenhagen into surrender, and his plan of dethroning Frederick, driving the nobles from the land, and uniting on his own head the three crowns of Scandinavia, might soon have been accomplished. Such an issue, however, was injurious not only to the neighboring states, who dreaded Sweden, but also to the French, who wished Charles to turn his arms against the Habsburgs, and above all, to the sea powers, who, though mutually antagonistic, were resolved that no single janitor should again possess the keys of the Baltic, while the Dutch, who hoped to make Denmark their tool, feared for their trade with Danzig and Russia. The ideal of Charles encroached upon England as giving the Swede the sole and entire possession of the chief materials, as masts, deals, pitch, tar, copper, iron, etc., needful for the apparel and equipage of our ships. Too great a treasure to be entrusted in one hand. Not a grain of Denmark, therefore, became substantially an ultimatum to Charles from two states, either of which, if unchecked by the other, could frustrate all that the Swedes might attempt outside their own peninsula, while England was paralyzed by the death of Cromwell. 35 warships under Opdam forced the Sound, joined the Danish fleet, relieved Copenhagen, October 29, 1658, and drove the flag of Sweden from the sea. This vindication of the international interest in the Baltic ruined Charles's first campaign, and the so-called Concert of the Hague, May 11, 1659, by which the Dutch joined the French and English in an agreement to dictate terms to the combatants, doomed his whole enterprise to failure. The Western powers resolved to restore peace in the North on the conditions laid down at Roskilde, and to veto the sealing of the Baltic against the fleets of non-riparian states. This potent intervention, unwelcome even to the Danes, dwarfed all else in the war. It availed little that in December 1658, Charles made a 3 years' truce with the Tsar, that his lieutenants broke the series of reverses in the east, or that the Swedish power was extended over new Danish islands. Western policy reduced the importance, though it could not dim the fame, of the valor with which the men of Copenhagen beat back the Swedish assault, and of the courage with which Charles X, now menaced by 6 powerful enemies, chose rather to stand out to the last than to receive loss from anybody. The king's defiant attitude indeed provoked in July 1659 2 fresh concerts, concluded under Dutch influence, by which still harder conditions were to be thrust peremptorily upon Sweden. Charles vainly offered to partition Denmark with the Dutch. In November, while he looked on impotent in Zealand, Ryder ferried 9,000 of the allies from Jutland to Fian, where Philip of Kazbek was cooped up with 6,000 picked troops. At Nyborg, this force was annihilated, and a Danish island second only to Zealand passed from the scepter of Charles. Zealand and liberty were left to the foremost warrior of the age only because his overthrow would have prejudiced the commercial interest of the Dutch. The victors of Nyborg could not prevail on Ryder to convoy them across the Great Belt. At this crisis, while his provinces from the Duna to the Weser were being torn from his grasp, Charles sought earnestly for peace. Negotiations for converting the truce with Russia into a peace had been set on foot in May. From the Poles, Charles now demanded only that the king should renounce his claim to Sweden and the Republic their claim to Livonia, and that in Prussia the status quo ante bellum should be restored. Suzerainty over Courland, whose duke the Swedes had abducted a year before, was also to be demanded, but not inflexibly. After much negotiation, the monastery of Owlivia near Danzig had been agreed on as the place of discussion, and the danger of an imperial candidature for their throne made the Poles more than ordinarily compliant. Early in the new year, peace with Poland was in sight. In the west, distrustful of Denmark, Charles insisted that the three powers of the concert should guarantee the peace, and that southern Norway at least should remain his. To support his demands, which still embraced also the fief of Trondheim, he dispatched the aged field marshal Lars Kag on a winter expedition up the eastern shore of the Kattegat. Horsemen had frozen to death in the saddle, and sentinels at their posts, wrote Kag, but not a man has been heard to murmur. The last effort of Charles X, however, like that of Charles XII, failed before the walls of Hald, the border fortress upon which its sovereign now conferred the style of Frederiksskjold. While still hopeful of conquering southern Norway and of recovering Fyen, Charles met the Diet at Godesberg. There he was seized with fever, which, though for a month it failed to arrest his labors, then became dangerous and soon proved mortal. His last acts were to appoint a regency for his son, and to exhort its members to make peace and to observe the law of Sweden. In the night of February 12th to 13th, 1660, he died, little more than 37 years old. Despite grave errors of policy, he had, in less than 6 years, raised Sweden from decadence to the zenith of her power. The death of Charles X exposed his country to internal dangers even greater than any due to her foreign foes. During his brief reign, his firm hand had repressed that conflict between the noble and non-noble estates which Christina had inflamed and in which deep-lying antagonism of interest was revealed. But his will showed traces of that early distrust of the oligarchy which had inspired his protests to Christina, praying that God might keep him from living to see the day when, after the death of Her Majesty, he should be in the hands of those lords. Dreading, it would seem, the reactionary regency of the Rad, he had designated his untrained and emotional queen, Hedwig Eleonora, as president with 2 votes. To his brother, the detested Adolphus John, he gave the 2nd place in the office of marshal, while his brother-in-law, Magnus de la Garda, became chancellor and the treasury was entrusted to Hermann Fleming, the soul of the reduction. These dispositions immediately divided the Diet into 2 hostile camps. The 3 non-noble estates, the priests, burghers, and peasants, urged the acceptance of the will, while the nobles, greater and lesser alike, declared that it violated the law of Sweden. In deference to the unfinished wars and to the threat that no member of the Rod would hold office if Adolphus John were in the government, the 3 estates consented that the confirmation of the will should be deferred, February 16, 1660. The guidance of affairs was therefore left to the great officers of state, who found a skillful leader in Per Brahe, the richest noble in Sweden, and Stuart Ridstoff, for nearly 20 years. Towards the close of April 1660, before the regency was 10 weeks old, peace, of which the Swedish forces in Prussia stood in desperate need, was arranged with the Poles at Owlivia. In the provisions of the treaty, the forward policy in Livonia, inaugurated by Eric XIV, and the Lutheran and National Swedish Revolution of 1593-9, at last found complete vindication. On behalf of the Polish Vasa, now a dying race, John Casimir renounced all claim to the crown of Sweden. At the same time, by a pact in which the Emperor and the Elector of Brandenburg joined, the possession of West Prussia was confirmed to the Republic, and that of Livonia to Sweden, while in East Prussia the Elector was emancipated from vassalage to any power. Denmark, meanwhile, though suffering acutely from the state of war, allowed the hope of recovering Scania to interfere with progress towards peace. Immediately after receiving the news of the death of Charles X, The ambassadors of the Western powers at Copenhagen had returned with vigor to their work of mediation, having extorted from the Swedish envoys an admission that they desired peace. They hastened to Frederick sanguine of success. His reluctance was at length overcome by the action of the Dutch, who made a treaty with Sweden and used their command of the sea to immobilize the forces of Denmark and her allies. Towards the close of March, the conferences began, but a treacherous attempt of the Dutch to force Sweden to accept their terms threw everything into confusion. In April, Reidar seized 9 Swedish men of war in the Sound. The Swedes retorted with an embargo upon Dutch ships and goods, and the Triple Concert was paralyzed. Where mediation failed, however, direct negotiation between the combatants proved more successful. On June 6, 1660, accelerated by the news from Owlivia, by the restoration of Frederick's relative Charles II, and above all by the state of the Swedish finances, a treaty of peace between Denmark and Sweden was signed at Copenhagen. This abiding settlement between the two Scandinavian powers conformed to the wishes of the concert. Frederick recovered Trondheim and Bornholm, the latter by purchasing 18 great estates in Scania for the Swedish crown. The terms established at Roskilde were confirmed, but the closing of the Baltic to foreign warships was abandoned. Peace with the Tsar, on the other hand, which Charles X had endeavored to negotiate, was by no means yet assured. It was always difficult to conclude a treaty with a power which, though it had begun to turn towards the West for tacticians, in diplomacy was still barbarian. In the spring of 1660, moreover, the Tsar's refusal to surrender an inch of his conquests broke up the conference. For a moment it seemed probable that there would at last be realized that union of Sweden and Poland to curb their dangerous neighbor, which was advocated by the Polish Queen. Ill-paid and mutinous as were the armies of the Republic, the conclusion of peace at Owlivia had brought them victory in Lithuania and in the Ukraine. By joining her forces to theirs, Sweden might bring the Tsar to his knees in one campaign. Despite the ruin of the finances, some of the Raj shared the martial ardor of Wrangel, a soldier who held that every knot should be cut by the sword. Some were influenced by the argument that foreign war alone could save the state from a war of revolution, while others held that the hint of a hostile alliance would bring Russia to terms. At the close of the year, cautious overtures were made to Poland, and in Sweden and Livonia, troops were mustered for a new campaign. With an armed nation at her back, yet chastened by the fear that the Poles might themselves make peace, the Swedes brought their new negotiation at Cardis to a successful issue. In June 1661, the Tsar consented to surrender his conquests, and the settlement of 1617 was in substance re-established. The Great War, kindled by the revolt of the Cossacks in 1648, after flaming up in a conflagration which remolded northern Europe, had now dwindled into a smoldering feud between Poland and the Tsar. Denmark, with alien fortresses almost within sight of her capital, was preparing to avenge her mutilation upon her nobles. For the first time in the 17th century, Sweden was at peace with all the world. End of section 63. Section 64, The Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 21, Mazarin, by Stanley Leiths, Part 1. Before his death, Richelieu had himself designated Giulio Mazarini, called Mazarin, in his adopted country, as the man best qualified to carry on his policy. Born in Sicily of humble parentage, Mazarin had nevertheless received an excellent education at Rome and in Spain. For a short time he had followed the profession of arms, but soon found his true vocation in the diplomatic service of the court of Rome. Before Casale in 1630, he had negotiated an arrangement between France and Spain, which ultimately brought the Mantuan War to a conclusion. From 1634 to 1636, he served as nuncio extraordinary in France, and in 1639, he formally entered the service of France and was naturalized. He did good work, especially as an envoy in Piedmont, and was rewarded in 1641 by the Cardinal Late. The king now called him to his councils and announced his choice to the parliaments of France. Louis at first made a point of showing that the death of Richelieu caused no change. A sudden rupture would have implied that the dead minister had been the true ruler of France. The existing officials were retained in power. The late cardinal's offices were distributed among his relations. Armand de Wignerod, now Duke of Richelieu, became general of the galleys and governor of Havre. Armand de Malbreze, now Duke of Fronsac, received the office of Superintendent of Navigation and the command of Brouage. The Marshal de la Meilleraie inherited the government of Brittany, but the difference was soon felt. The cardinal's enemies were liberated from their prisons or returned from exile. Gaston of Orleans appeared at court and was later allowed to be reunited with his wife, Margaret of Lorraine. The families of Vendôme and Guise came back to France. The body of the late Queen Mother was brought from abroad and interred at St. Denis. The new rule was milder and more conciliatory. The foreign policy of France was not changed. Great efforts were made to continue the war with vigor, especially on the northern frontier, where the king himself proposed to take the command. Guebriant was strengthened and encouraged to propose an effective plan of action on the Rhine. The conquest of Catalonia was to be pressed. Prince Thomas of Savoy was assured of continued French support, and an expedition against Franche-Comté was planned. The new minister, meanwhile, was strengthening his position. Supple and elusive, he masked his advance with consummate skill. Of Richelieu's creatures, those whose rivalry was most to be feared were Supple de Noyers, the able minister of war, and the young Boutillier, now Comte de Chavigny. Supple de Noyers was first pushed aside, and Michel Letellier, Mazarin's dependent, took his place. Meanwhile, the king's health was breaking. A long minority, a long regency were in view. Without exciting suspicion, without haste or eagerness, Mazarin succeeded in winning his way to the queen's confidence. Now a cipher, she must later become a power. His beauty, his grace, his exquisite address facilitated his task. Yet, when the plans for the regency were discussed, Mazarin was careful on the one hand not to thwart the king's intention of closely limiting his wife's authority, and on the other, to secure that the odium of these measures should fall upon others, especially upon Chavigny. In April 1643, the king's plan was announced. Anne of Austria was to be regent, the Duke of Orleans her lieutenant general, but both were to be controlled by a permanent council, irremovable, deciding all questions and filling its vacancies by a majority of votes. In this council, the Queen's vote, or that of Orleans, was to count for no more than those of the other members. Condé, Mazarin, the Chancellor Ségollier, and the two Boutilliers. Peace and war, finance and appointments to all important posts were expressly reserved for the council. 2 persons alone were excluded from the general amnesty, the Duchess of Chevreuse and the unfortunate Chateauneuf. The former was to remain in exile, the latter in prison until the end of the year. This declaration was communicated to the Parliament at a lit de justice and registered April 20th, 21st. On May 14th, the king expired, and measures were at once taken to defeat his last intentions. The consent of the principal persons was obtained. The magistrates were sounded. On May 18th, the Queen and the young King appeared in the Parliament. The chief councillors were present, but Mazarin was conspicuously absent. Orleans, Condé, and the Chancellor demanded that the recent declaration should be cancelled and the sovereign authority of the Queen Regent recognized. After the stern repression of Richelieu, the Parliament rejoiced to find its intervention in matters of high government not only tolerated but invited. The necessary resolutions were speedily passed, and the declaration registered by the express command of the late King was expunged from the records. A fresh declaration was issued, vesting the royal power in the care of the young King in the Queen as regent, with Orleans as her lieutenant general and the Condé as his deputy. The same evening, the Queen confirmed Mazarin in his post as chief minister. The new rule began propitiously. Francisco de Mello had crossed the frontier and was besieging Rocroi. The French army, which Louis had intended to lead in person, had been entrusted to the young Duke of Enghien, son of the Prince of Condé, with the Marshal de la Hopital to supplement his lack of experience. Enghien marched to the relief of Rocroi, and in spite of la Hopital, resolved to risk a general engagement. The Spanish general, eagerly pressing his siege and expecting no such bold move, allowed the French army to approach and neglected to protect his forces by entrenchments. On May 18th, the two armies confronted each other, the Spaniards numbering between 24,000 and 26,000, including 5 tercios of the redoubtable Spanish infantry. The French inferior by some 3,000 to 4,000 men, the proportions of cavalry and infantry being similar in the two armies. A rash forward movement on the French left nearly led to disaster, but the mistake was remedied before Don Francisco had seized his opportunity. The day was now far advanced, and the contest was deferred till the morrow. During the night, word came to the French leader that Mello expected reinforcements in the morning. The attack must be made at once, if at all. Before dawn, the French moved forward. Enghien and Accession on the right overthrew the Flemish cavalry which opposed them. On the left, once more, La Ferté, advised by L'Hopital, advanced rashly, was taken in flank, and thrown into disorder by the German horse. The French artillery was captured and was turned upon the French center, which began to retreat. At this moment, Enghien rallied his victorious cavalry and fell upon the flank and rear of the Spanish center. The Walloons and the Germans were driven in flight. The Spanish infantry still remained unshaken. On the other hand, the French retreat was arrested, and their center once more advanced. The French left reformed. The Spanish right was attacked in front and behind. Enghien left his victorious wing and led the infantry of his center against the tercios viejos. 3 times they repulsed the attack. The 4th time their steadfast ranks were broken. When the slaughter had been with difficulty arrested, the Spanish infantry was no more. Of 6,000 men present at the battle, only 1,500 escaped. The victory was complete, and the main credit of it fell to the young commander, though the services of Accession with the cavalry on the right and of Surratt in checking the retreat of the center had also been conspicuous. A great general, who was also a prince of the blood, had come upon the scene. The decision to attack was his, the admirable dispositions of the approach and before the battle, the brilliant inspiration in the heat of combat, the final and crushing blow, all these were due to him. At the age of 21, Louis de Bourbon, Duke of Enghien, had proved himself to be one of the boldest and most skillful commanders of the time. How would his government regard him? With jealousy, fear, and suspicion, or as the fittest instrument to fulfill the destinies of France? It must be reckoned to the credit of Mazarin that Enghien seldom failed to receive his full support and confidence, until he had incurred suspicion through the rebellion of his relatives. Mazarin saw the necessity for cooperation between the army of the Low Countries and that of the Rhine. As a preliminary step towards this end, he accepted Engien's proposal to lay siege forthwith to Thionville, Diedenhofen, on the Moselle. The army of Champagne was ordered to assist. Guebriant was strengthened and commanded to give occupation to the Bavarians and other German forces in the south. On June 14th, the investment of Thionville began, but before it was complete, a force of 2,000 men contrived their entry and raised the garrison to adequate strength. The siege was vigorously pushed, and in spite of accidents, Thionville was forced to capitulate on August 10th. Cirque was then taken, and Enghien advanced even to the gates of Luxembourg. His task in this direction was now completed, and he availed himself of permission duly granted to return to court. Had he waited a few days, orders would have reached him canceling his leave and bidding him march to Guebriant's succor in Alsace. The time wasted in Paris was precious, and when at length Enghien had joined Guebriant, handed over to him the requisite reinforcements, and sent him forth to find his winter quarters elsewhere than in Alsace. Winter had almost begun. Disaster and death came to Guebriant, and the Bernardines were left without a leader. Turenne was at once chosen to command the broken and demoralized army. It can hardly have been only good fortune that led Mazarin in his first year of power to choose for high command two generals so different in stamp from those employed by Richelieu. It was certainly more than good fortune that caused him to use them and support them after their high qualities had been proved. Older by 10 years than Enghien, Henry de la Tour d'Auvergne, Vicomte de Turenne, younger brother of the Duke of Bouillon, was at the head of a regiment in 1630, had recently held a command in Italy, and became Marshal of France in 1643. Patient, laborious, and thoughtful, Turenne attained by slow degrees the eminence which Enghien reached more rapidly. The task now before him was arduous. He had to restore order where all discipline had ceased, to reconstruct an army out of mutinous units, to conciliate the jealousy of the Bernardine captains. This work was not completed until the following June. Meanwhile, Mazarin had been gaining strength. At first he was regarded as a temporary stopgap and hardly taken seriously. The easy liberality of the Regency in its early months confirmed this opinion. A government which refused nothing could not in the nature of things last long. Ambition saw an easy path to power. Even the Protestants seemed once more to be a danger, and the mission of Turenne to Italy had in part at least the object of removing from France their most illustrious leader. Their strength was, however, small, and their grievances in reality slight. A little firmness and tact and the punctilious observance of the edicts allayed the disquiet. Personal ambitions were more dangerous. Condé and Orléans could be kept in check by playing off one against the other. But a clique was soon formed among those who had espoused the Queen's cause in the days when her friendship was perilous, and who now claimed the reward of their fidelity. The head of this clique was the Duke of Beaufort. Vain, showy, and incapable, his ambitions were in direct proportion to his ignorance of affairs. All the malcontents gathered about him. His followers, Saint-Ibal, Montresor, Bethune, and Fontrailles, pluming themselves upon their merit, received the name of Les Importants. Their object was no doubt to displace the cardinal and open a fair field for the display of their own supposed capacity. They formed an alliance with the Bishop of Beauvais, who seemed most likely to supplant Mazarin in the Queen's confidence. They were hostile to Richelieu's heirs and Richelieu's agents. They drove from the council the two Boutilliers. thereby in fact removing from Mazarin's path two ministers whose experience and ministerial record marked them as his rivals. But for the moment, Mazarin seemed to stand almost alone, and his fall was daily expected. The Duchess of Chevreuse, that indefatigable intriguer, returned to Paris and counted on reassuming her former ascendancy over the Queen. She allied herself with Chateauneuf, in whom his contemporaries recognized high qualities and capacities, which he never had sufficient opportunity to prove. Her policy was reconciliation with Spain, and she remembered that the Queen was a Spaniard. She remembered also the treatment which she had received from Richelieu, and by pressing the claims of the Vendôme family to Brittany, was preparing an alliance with Beaufort and a blow at an enemy's heirs. Amid these intrigues, Mazarin steered his way patiently and skillfully, steadily increasing his personal ascendancy over the Queen's mind. Owing to a quarrel with Madame Le Longueville, Conde's beautiful daughter, the Duchess of Montbazon, was ordered to leave the court. The Duke of Beaufort, at that time her lover, resolved to avenge the insult to his mistress. In August 1643, it would seem, he determined to attempt the assassination of the cardinal. Several schemes having failed, the design became known, and the Duke of Beaufort was arrested on September 2nd and imprisoned on the following day at Vincennes. It seems probable that there was a plot. Had there been none, it would still have been useful to invent one. With Beaufort in prison, the cabal of the importantes was easily scattered. Chateauneuf, Madame de Chevreuse, and the Vendôme family were banished from the court. Other supporters of the party retired, fled, or were disgraced. Mazarin felt himself strong enough to recall Chavigny to the council. The Queen took up her residence at Richelieu's palace, henceforward known as the Palais Royal, where she was constantly accessible from Mazarin's own dwelling. This act marked the establishment between the Queen and her minister of still more intimate relations. The remaining adherents of the Importantes party were gradually dispersed or reduced to impotence. Mazarin even succeeded in procuring the recall of Goering, the British ambassador, on account of his friendship with Madame de Chevreuse. The summer of 1644 was devoted to a campaign such as Richelieu effected. An overwhelming force commanded by Gaston of Orleans undertook the siege of Gravelines, supported by the Dutch fleet. Enghien had only an inferior command and had to be pacified by the gift of the government of Champagne. Meanwhile, the Dutch were to undertake the siege of Saint-Vergant. The siege of Gravelines was begun in May, and the town capitulated on July 28th. Saint-Vergant held out until September, when the fall of Gravelines appeared certain. Enghien was allowed to join Turenne, and the two generals advanced together against Mercy and fought the three vigorous actions in the neighborhood of Freiburg, August. Mercy was forced to retreat, and the French armies working down the Rhine seized Philipsburg. Speyer and Worms placed themselves under French protection. Mainz opened its gates. Landau was taken, and the whole of the left bank of the Rhine from Breisach to Koblenz was thus in the possession of France, September 1644. Though Orleans, when policy required his employment as a commander, followed on the old lines whatever Enghien or Turenne commanded, bold and rapid movements, intrepid attacks, took the place of Richelieu's cautious strategy, his tedious sieges. This was even more evident in the following year, when the defeat of Turenne at Herbshausen, near Mergentheim, was avenged by Enghien and Turenne near Nordlingen, August 3, 1645. The campaigns in Bavaria, 1646, 1647, and 1648, forced the Elector Maximilian first to temporize and finally to yield. These operations, described elsewhere, prove either that the generals had escaped from the control of the government, or that the conduct of the war was no longer mainly regulated by the fears of the minister for his own personal ascendancy. The latter is more probably the case. Mazarin was secure in the royal favor, as Richelieu had never been. Victories enhanced his credit. France and her government needed peace, and peace could only be won by a vigorous offensive. Angien, who in 1646 became by his father's death the Prince of Condé, was more dangerous in inactivity than at the head of victorious armies. Mazarin trusted his own influence and his own astuteness to defeat the claims of all possible rivals. Such may have been his calculations, yet the glory of these 6 years of almost unbroken success must, in part, belong to the minister who was not afraid of victory. In Flanders, the summer of 1645 was devoted to another campaign under the Duke of Orleans. A number of places were seized in the direction of Dunkirk, Mardyk, Link, Bourbourg, but the Duke did not venture to besiege Dunkirk itself, which was covered by Piccolomini. The French army then turned aside and occupied various strongholds on the Lys, among others Bethune. A separate army laid siege to one of the few uncaptured fortresses in Lorraine, the Mont d'Argonne, and took it. After the Duke of Orleans had left the front, his lieutenants continued this petty warfare until late in the autumn. Lens, Orchies, and Arleux were occupied. Gassion even crossed Flanders between Ghent and Bruges and joined hands with the Dutch, who captured Hulst. However, the results of great efforts and expenditure during these 2 years were hardly adequate. A different spirit pervaded the campaign of 1646. Political reasons suggested that the armies of the North should be divided. Orléans and Angien received separate commands, but the two rivals united their forces and Angien infused more energy into their joint operations. Cantrell was taken in the face of the united forces of Lorraine, Piccolomini, Bec, and Lamboy. The Dutch were beginning to be jealous of the French advance and refused to cooperate in the joint campaign. After the recapture of Mardyk, lost during the previous winter, Orléans left the army and Angien was in sole command. The difference was soon felt. On September 19th, the siege of Dunkirk was begun. This place was the chief arsenal of the Spaniards in these parts and the base of their maritime raids. The Dutch, whose desire to protect their commerce for the moment outweighed their fears of France, ordered Tromp to blockade the port while Angien vigorously pushed the attack by land. On October 11th, Dunkirk surrendered. The French frontier was thus moved forward in this direction to nearly its present line, including also Furnes and Courtrai, which now form part of Belgium. The danger to Dutch trade from the possession of Dunkirk by the French, the proposal of France to exchange Catalonia for the Spanish Netherlands, the declining health of Frederick Henry and his death in March 1647, all contribute to stimulate the Dutch desire for peace. Their cooperation in 1645-6 had been but slight. They now seriously prepared to treat, though their Treaty of Münster was not concluded until January 1648. It had been settled in principle more than a year before, and the year of 1647 saw the French left alone in their northern struggle with Spain. In this year, Louis de Bourbon, now Prince of Condé, was occupied in Catalonia, and Turenne was detained in Germany by the revolt of the Bernardine troops. France was exhausted, and the conquest of Dixmodin in Flanders and La Bassée between Bethune and Lille were compensated by the loss of Menin, Armentières, and Landrecies. In October, Gassion was killed at the siege of Lens. In 1648, Condé, recalled from Catalonia, was nominated to the command in Flanders. A final effort was to be made to extort peace. Ypres had been taken and Courtrai lost, when, in July, He was summoned to Paris in consequence of the opening troubles of the Fronde. Once more at the front, and joined by Erlach with 4,000 men from the army of Brissac, he advanced to the relief of Lens, which he found had already surrendered to the Archduke Leopold. Retreating toward Bethune, he enticed the Spaniards to leave their entrenchments, and a general engagement followed according to his desire, August 20th. The French army, though its right wing at first was roughly handled, was completely victorious. Both wings of the Spaniards were driven in flight. Beck was wounded and captured, refused all assistance, and died of his wounds. Leopold and Fusildana fled to Douai. The Spanish infantry, no longer maintaining the tradition of those who had fallen at Rocroi, surrendered in thousands. The Spanish loss was 8,000 men, 30 cannon, all their baggage, and 120 banners. 6 days later, Paris was in revolt. Many years were to pass before a similar victory was gained by the arms of France. The great successes of France were won in fields where Condé or Turenne commanded. In Catalonia, the occasional gains were outweighed by the repeated failures. In 1643, the whole of Catalonia, with the exception of Rosses and Tarragona, was in French hands. The war was to be vigorously pursued by land and sea. La Motte Haudecourt commanded by land, the young Admiral de Brezé by sea. Brezé did his part. A fleet convoying provisions to Rosas was attacked and defeated with the loss of 6 vessels. A little later, September 3rd, the main fleet of Spain suffered a disastrous reverse off Cartagena, and the French became masters of the western Mediterranean. The complete conquest of Catalonia and perhaps further acquisition seemed to be in sight. But La Motte Haudecourt did nothing, laying the blame, as it would seem unjustly, on Michel Letellier, the Minister of War. The following year, he was defeated before Lerida, which the Spaniards were besieging, and when at length he undertook the siege at Tarragona, he was forced to raise it, September. The general was recalled, and Harcourt, with a brilliant record from Casale and Turin, was sent in his place. Siege was laid to Rosas, April 2nd, 1645, which at length, after a glorious resistance, capitulated May 28th. Flix was lost, but afterwards recovered, and Balaguer surrendered after a prolonged investment October 20th. The discontent of the Catalans was for the moment appeased. Harcourt in May 1646 laid siege to Lerida and endeavored to reduce the fortress by famine. But in November, it was still holding out when the Spanish army attacked and surprised the French in their lines. Supplies were thrown into the beleaguered town. Harcourt was forced to raise the siege, abandoning his heavy artillery and his baggage. Catalan complaints broke out again, and perhaps to show the province that France was in earnest, Condé himself was sent to take command as viceroy. But Catalonia was the grave of reputations. Condé determined to lay siege once more at Lerida. After a month, even he was forced to acknowledge that the difficulties of climate and locality were insurmountable, and the siege was abandoned. He was recalled, and Mazarin's brother Michel, now a cardinal, was nominated to succeed him. But after long delays, he did no more than visit Barcelona and speedily returned to Rome. Schonberg, who took his place, was fortunate enough to carry Tortosa by assault and to force its citadel to open its gates, July 13, 1648. Events in France then put an end to French efforts in this region. Catalonia had been chiefly valued as a possible exchange for the Spanish Netherlands. Had such a bargain been possible, the Catalans would have been unhesitatingly left to their fate. But this project, if ever seriously entertained by Spain, was frustrated by the opposition of the Dutch, and the waste of men and treasure thus found no adequate compensation. In Italy alone, the power of Spain remained substantially unshaken. France kept her hand upon Savoy. But the futility of attacks upon the Milanese had long since been demonstrated. The War of Parma, 1642-4, divided the possible friends of France and weakened those Italian powers which still retained a formal independence. When France had succeeded in bringing this war to a conclusion, she suffered another blow in the election of Giambattista Parfili to the papal chair as Innocent X, 1644. He was not only well disposed of Spain, but a personal enemy of Mazarin, and was soon seen when he refused to make the minister's brother a cardinal, though his suit was warmly pressed. The chief hope of France in this direction lay in the disaffection of Naples and Sicily, overtaxed in a cause which was not their own. Here the naval power which Richelieu had created might be used to full advantage. This Mazarin saw, but he failed to find fit instruments to execute his policy, and perhaps to formulate that policy with clearness and precision. He made his first advance against the Spanish presidio on the coast of Tuscany and in Elba, the maritime outpost which linked Naples with the dependent Republic of Genoa, and so with the Milanese. The neutrality of the Grand Duke of Tuscany was secured. The fleet was entrusted to Admiral de Brezé, a bold and skillful seaman, 1646. Prince Thomas of Savoy was to command on land, part of the troops being drawn from Piedmont and shipped to Savona. The enterprise was mismanaged. Telamone and San Stefano were seized, but instead of Porto Ercole, Orvietello was then attacked, an inaccessible fort girt with malarial swamps. The Spanish fleet came up and was beaten off by Brezé, but to the great loss of France, the gallant admiral himself was killed by a cannon shot, June 14, 1646. His lieutenant, Du Dagnon, pretending that his fleet required repairs, hurried off to Provence, where he left his ships and made for Brouage. This important command was vacant by Brezé's death. Du Dagnon seized and held it in defiance of the government, and owing to the rivalries of Condé and Vendôme, the post of admiral remained unfilled. Meanwhile, the Spaniards entered Porto Ercole, whence they directed attacks against their besiegers. Other reinforcements came by land through papal territory. Prince Thomas was forced to raise the siege and return to Piedmont by land. The design, but for the malarious climate of the Tuscan Marena, was not unpromising. It failed owing to the death of Brezé, the treachery of Du Dagnon, and the incompetence of Prince Thomas. Mazarin resolved to try again. In September, a fresh expedition set forth under La Meilleraie, and Ononeglia took up troops from Piedmont, commanded by Du Plessis Praslin. Piombino was seized, and Porto Lagone on the island of Elba was captured after a brief siege. A firm base was thus acquired for operations in the Kingdom of Naples, should such appear desirable. Mazarin was reckoning on disorder in Naples and Sicily. He was looking for a king to replace King Philip, and Thomas of Savoy had perhaps been chosen to lead the first expedition as the fittest person for such a post. Condé himself was sounded but refused. Fontenay Mariolle was sent to Rome to learn what could be learnt and to encourage a Neapolitan revolt. When the rebellion, described in a subsequent chapter, occurred, its course was uniformly unpropitious for Mazarin. It was a popular rebellion whose leaders had no solid authority and were not supported outside Naples. The nobles, even the middle class, were hostile. No government was established with which the French king could treat. The intervention of the Duke of Guise was ill-judged and unwelcome. The French fleet appeared before Naples but could not act in concert with Guise. Its own operations were hesitating and indecisive, and it finally returned to Provence without attempting any serious action. The rebellion collapsed, and the places seized on Elba and in Tuscany were left isolated and insecure. Mazarin had seen what sea power might do against Spain in Italy, but he failed to realize his vision. These failures seriously shook his prestige, and the enterprise against Milan, which he undertook in conjunction with Savoy and Modena during the winter of 1647-8, was equally unsuccessful. Mazarin's authority was shaken, but before the ground actually crumbled beneath his feet, he was able to achieve one capital effort of statesmanship. He was a born negotiator. Indeed, his enemies averred that he was apt to negotiate when action was required. More than once his diplomatic action influenced the course of the Great German War. When hostilities between Denmark and Sweden had for a time diverted one of the chief members of the coalition to easier fields of conquest, Mazarin was instrumental in bringing about the Peace of Bronseborough, 1645. War between Poland and Sweden was another danger which he averted, and he secured French influence in Poland by arranging the marriage of Marie de Gonzaga with her king. He stirred up Rákóczi of Transylvania against Austria. He concluded at Copenhagen, 1645, a separate treaty with Denmark which secured free passage for French commerce through the Danish Straits. But the Peace of Westphalia was the great triumph of his diplomacy. The preliminaries of a double Congress had been arranged in 1641, but no actual conference took place until 1644. The French envoys, de Vaux and Servien, were dispatched in October 1643, but their first mission was to The Hague, where they renewed the alliance with the United Provinces and bound the States General once more to conclude no separate peace, 1644. Preliminaries were slowly advanced, and meanwhile, the efforts of Mazarin were directed to securing the support of the imperial towns of Germany. He represented France as the champion of German liberties against the encroachments of the emperor. He worked at the same time upon the German princes, and following Richelieu's tradition, especially upon the Elector of Bavaria. After negotiations had definitely begun, the Duke of Longueville was sent in order that a person of greater dignity and position might supplement the trained ability of Severin and de Vaux and keep their jealousies in check. Nothing could be more complicated than the conflict of forces and interests. On the side of France, satisfaction for the Swedes, the restoration of the Palatinate to its rightful lords, the demands of the United Provinces, the obligations incurred towards Catalonia and Portugal, the protection and support of the lesser German states. All these had to be borne in mind simultaneously with the claims of France to territorial extension in Alsace, the Sundgau, Breisach, Philipsburg, and in Flanders. On the other hand, the efforts of Spain were directed against peace, and through her influence at the end of 1646, the United Provinces were detached from the common cause, and in 1647 the Emperor seemed inclined to suspend negotiations. The secession of the Dutch, however, while making peace with Spain almost impossible, rendered the remaining problems more manageable, and after the Elector of Bavaria had a second time been brought to his knees, after the Battle of Lens had crippled for the moment the influence of Spain, Mazarin, whose position at home was becoming more and more precarious, made his last effort, and in October 1648, peace was concluded between Sweden and France on the one hand, and the Emperor on the other. Longueville had returned to Paris, and de Vaux had been recalled, and thus Severin, who was in Mazarin's complete confidence, was left alone to conduct the final negotiations. The Austrian rights and possessions in Alsace and the Sundgau, with Breisach and Philipsburg, were ceded to France. The three bishoprics of Toul, Metz, and Verdun were abandoned in all sovereignty to France, who had held them by the right of the strongest since the time of Henry II. The French were to surrender the forest towns of Sackingen, Walsett, Laufenburg, and Rheinfeiden, and to pay an indemnity of 3 million livres to Archduke Ferdinand and Charles. The terms secured for the allies of France have been detailed elsewhere. The Emperor abandoned the clause of the Duke of Lorraine, whose territories remained in French occupation. Duke Charles was forced to throw in his lot with Spain, while the Empire was debarred from affording any further assistance to the Spanish power. The recognition of the right of the several estates of the Germanic body to conclude separate treaties with foreign powers left France at liberty to ally herself with any of the German powers, or with any combination of them. The King of France was thus established as patron of Germanic liberties, which meant in effect of German particularism. The War of 1870 was needed to efface completely the consequences of this treaty. Peace was indeed necessary for France, where discontent was rapidly coming to a head. The Spanish statesmen encouraged the rising insubordination, by which they hoped to profit, now that their account with Holland had been closed. Hence they declined the terms of Mazarin and did their best to break his treaty with the Empire. A Spanish garrison still held Frankenthal in the Palatinate. The Spanish Habsburgs had claims upon Alsace. That fortress and those claims they refused to surrender, and thus the Austrian house, in compensation, had to forego the indemnity promised for Alsace, and to leave the cities of the Black Forest in the hands of France. Hard as these additional concessions were, to continue the war was even harder. In spite of the efforts of Spain, the Peace of Westphalia was ratified in February 1649. End of section 64. Section 65 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 21, Mazarin by Stanley Leiths, Part 2. Mazarin was the heir of Richelieu, of his policy, of his system, of his debits and his credits. That policy had led to war by sea and by land, to north, south, east, and west. That system had mortgaged the future to meet the present needs. The strain of 6 more years of war had not improved the financial situation. At Richelieu's death, the revenue for 3 years had been anticipated. It does not appear that the position was materially worse in 1648 than it had been in 1642. But every source of revenue had been pledged. The tradents, or contractors, had amassed enormous wealth, and each draft that the government made upon the public revenue necessitated a new and ruinous bargain with the great financiers. Against the territorial gain secured by the Treaty of Westphalia, we must place an impoverished nation, an empty treasury, the domination of usury, the paralysis of law, a precarious tyranny. Debts and assets alike Mazarin had inherited. He had not improved. He had not sensibly impaired his heritage. But unlike Richelieu, he was unable to avoid the reckoning. The conflict, which began in 1648, was only a symptom of the deep-seated disorders of the state. Mazarin's opponents were desultory and irresolute, and from their resemblance to the schoolboys who slung stones in the moats of Paris and ran away when the authorities appeared, received their name of Frondeurs. The Fronde, which paralyzed the government of France for 5 years, was the outcome of many forces, political, constitutional, social, and personal. In essence, it was a revolt against the lawless despotism established by Richelieu. But the French kingdom, the French people, were not so organized as to offer much hope for reform by way of revolution. Of all French institutions, the monarchy alone had the vitality required for the reconstruction of society. That was the task of Louis XIV and Colbert. They laid the foundations on which the Constituent Assembly and Napoleon built. Yet constitutional aspirations existed and were stimulated perhaps by the example of rights successfully asserted beyond the Channel. The English Parliament was forced to use, to test, and to develop its powers. It had proved capable of successful warfare and of government. France also had her Parliament of Paris, her provincial parliaments, similar indeed in name alone to the two houses of the English people, and representing but one narrow class, but invested with powers which were capable of considerable extension, possessed of a high and venerable tradition, the recognized exponents of the law, the would-be arbiters between king and people. Besides the parlements, there were other sovereign bodies, the Cour des Aides, the Chambre des Comptes, the Grand Council, with definite though inferior functions indispensable to the lawful action of the government. Richelieu had set himself to confine the Parlement to the adjudication of causes between party and party. In 1641, he had caused a declaration to be registered at a lit de justice, expressly forbidding the Parliament to take cognizance of any matter touching the state, its administration, or its government. Edicts on such matters were to be registered and published without comment, and financial edicts could only be the subject of respectful representations. They could not be rejected or amended. But at the very beginning of the new reign, the aid of the Parlement had been needed to ratify the reversal of the dispositions for the Regency made by the late king. The Edict of 1641 had been treated as a dead letter. Richelieu had coerced the Parlement by exiling or imprisoning obnoxious councillors and by depriving the contumacious of their offices. Mazarin, always averse from strong measures, had endeavored to reach his ends by conciliation and accommodation. The magistrates had ceased to fear. Disorder and discontent produced a cumulative effect, until at length the Parlement was moved to attack the whole problem of government and to raise the most vital issues. Since 1643, sedition had been growing. In that year, revolts against oppressive taxation broke out in Poitou, Saintonge, Anjou, Rouage. In the following year, there were risings in Alençon, in Dauphiné, at Montpellier, and at Valence. The Controller General, Particelli d'Emery, showed considerable ingenuity in creating new debts to liquidate the old, in alienating revenues and domains, and inventing new offices to sell. But fresh sources of income were needed, and in 1644 the toise was proposed, an old edict which forbade the erection of buildings in a zone surrounding the walls of Paris had been disregarded, and flourishing suburbs had grown up. The King's Council issued an edict January 1644, imposing a tax of 40 to 50 sous on each square fathom, toise, covered by the illegal buildings. The occupants resisted, and the Parlement took up their cause. The tax was suspended for the time, and in its place a new proposal required all wealthy persons to contribute to a forced loan. But the Parlement insisted, in the first place, on exempting all members of the four sovereign courts, and eventually so many restrictions were introduced that the forced loan, if levied, would have fallen on the financiers alone. The government could not afford to offend the great financial interests, and in the end, after a struggle lasting over nearly 2 years, both toise and taxes et essai were abandoned. During the contest, 4 members of the Parlement were exiled or imprisoned, but the government was forced to recall the exiles, and the victory rested with the Assembly. In 1647, a new tariff was drawn up of dues to be levied on goods entering Paris, and was sanctioned by the Cour des Aides. This measure, if successful, would have been extended to the other towns of the kingdom, but the Parlement again intervened, and the struggle began once more and lasted through the year. In 1648, the expiration of the period for which the Paulette had been established seemed to give an opportunity of exacting concessions from the Parlement in return for its continuance, which involved the recognition of the heritable property of the magistrates in their offices. A lit de justice was held on January 12, 1648, at which edicts were registered revoking the tariff and the taxe d'aise, imposing new imposts, creating new offices, and especially 12 posts of maître des requêtes. The other maître des requêtes, resenting the consequent diminution of their individual profits, appealed to the Parlement, and the Parlement took up the examination of this and the other edicts, although they had already been registered. The government, at its wits' end for funds, proposed in return for the continuance of the Paulette to require 4 years' salary from the magistrates concerned. The exemption of the Parlement from the effects of this measure did not suffice to win its support. The Parlement made common cause with the other sovereign corporations, and on May 13, 1648, it was agreed that the representatives of each should be deputed to meet in the Hall of St. Louis and discuss the general situation. Thus, the financial disorder had its political effect. Extraordinary measures were needed, for which the cooperation of the Parlement was indispensable. The ruinous nature of the expedients usually chosen could not escape observation. Remonstrance grew to expostulation, thence to resistance, and at last the 4 sovereign bodies united to take their stand, as protectors of their own interests in the first place, but incidentally as champions of the poor, as critics of the government, and as defenders and reformers of the Constitution. For these functions, excepting that of criticism, these judicial bodies were ill-fitted. They knew nothing of the wider problems of government. They had never felt its responsibility. They possessed no legal power of initiative, no executive authority except that of administering and enforcing the law. Thus, they were insensibly led to exceed their legitimate functions. Their new activity found them without experience, and they eventually became the tools of selfish interests and ambitions. Even their earliest efforts presented a medley of philosophic reform and impracticable conservatism. By July 12th, 27 articles had been prepared by the Assembly of the Hall of St. Louis, and had been laid before the Parlement for consideration, amendment, and adoption. These articles proposed such vital changes as the suppression of the intendant, the revocation of all contracts dealing with the taille, and the reduction of the taille by 1/4. No edict imposing new taxes or creating new offices was henceforward to be valid without the consent of the Parlement voting freely. No person was to be detained in prison for more than 24 hours without being brought before his natural judges. Another article forbade the creation of new offices in the sovereign companies and any change in their constitution, while others suppressed all commercial monopolies and privileges and established a special court of justice to deal with financiers. Finally, the advances already made by the traitants were not to be repaid to them. The union of the chambers had been at first rigorously opposed by the government. Some of the deputies were exiled, others imprisoned. But in June, Mazarin ceased to resist the movement. The prisoners were delivered, the exiles recalled, and the Paulette was conceded to all the companies on the old conditions. Emery was dismissed, and La Meilleraye, who knew more about siege works than about finance, took his place. July. The intendants were abolished, except in the frontier provinces of Champagne, Picardy, Burgundy, Provence, Languedoc, where they were to be retained for military purposes only. The taille was diminished, and a chamber of justice was established to investigate financial abuses. The uncertainty as to all bargains with the financiers led to a partial bankruptcy. The government seemed to have capitulated, but Mazarin was only temporizing. Condé was summoned to Paris in July. Terms were no doubt then arranged with him, and a course of action was settled. An open rupture with the Parliament was to be avoided until a victory had been won. Then the army of the Netherlands was to restore the royal authority. On the news of the victory of Lens, the execution of this plan was begun. Two of the most uncompromising councillors of the Parlement, one of them named Broussel, were arrested, but the government had reckoned without the mob of Paris, among whom de Retz, who now first comes to the front, had secretly established a powerful influence. On hearing of the arrest, the people rose in arms, and during the night of August 26th to 7th, innumerable barricades were raised and manned. The government was helpless. Broussel and his colleague were released, and order was that for the moment restored. On September 13th, the court left Paris and retired to Rouen. To strengthen his own position and remove his rivals, Mazarin procured the exile of Châteauneuf and the imprisonment of Chavigny. The court was preparing to resist the Parlement, whose decrees were cancelled, when suddenly this course was abandoned and negotiations were opened at Saint-Germain. Condé, who was now at court, seemed to have been the prompter of this change of policy. The envoys of the Parlement were admitted to treat, and October 24th, the Declaration of Saint-Germain was registered, which embodied the chief part of their demands, including a clause exempting all officers of justice from imprisonment until letters de cachet, and one providing that no subject should be treated as a criminal otherwise than by legal process. The victory of the Constitutional Party seemed complete, but government was impossible on these terms. The revocation of the intendant crippled the administration. The remission of taxes meant bankruptcy, and the restrictions on fresh financial legislation were likely to cut off all sources of fresh revenues. The Declaration of Saint-Germain, registered at Paris, and the Treaty of Westphalia signed at Münster on the same day, show the diverse results at home and abroad produced by the Richelieu-Mazarin policy. With the Declaration of Saint-Germain, the constitutional interest of the Fronde ends. France needed a strong government. That principle was inadequately, unworthily perhaps, embodied in Mazarin. The monarchy needed settled principles, respect for law and justice. That need the Parlement dimly perceived. Had these two powers been able to work together, an orderly and law-abiding government might have been established. But the minister saw in law only the limitation of authority. The Parlement saw in Mazarin's government only the negation of law. Both might be excused for holding such views, but in consequence the principles formulated in the Hall of St. Louis remained a dead letter. The monarchy set itself steadfastly to nullify the concessions made to law and justice. Thus Mazarin did not dare to restore the intendant, but he employed commissioners drawn from parliamentary families with similar powers and for similar duties, and so enlisted individual councillors in the service of absolutism, which collectively they had condemned. Henceforward, principles recede more and more into the background. The struggle becomes a sordid conflict of individual ambitions with hardly a gleam of redeeming virtue. The various forces, personal and collective, group themselves variously at various times, and produce a complexity of disorder which hardly admits of simple exposition. But neglecting minor complications, we may yet endeavor to fix the chief factors of the problem, and to indicate the principal issues at stake during the Fronde. The central figure is Mazarin. The principal issue is his predominance. His strength lay partly in his elusive wealth of resource, his supple insistence, his unscrupulous opportunism, his patience and perseverance, but still more in the fidelity of his friends, especially that of the Queen Mother. It seems impossible to believe that a simple relation of mistress and servant existed between the two. Affection and trust seldom inspire such resolute attachment. The theory of a secret marriage, though not proved, is highly probable. Thus the cause of Mazarin, though not perhaps essentially the cause of the monarchy, was always the cause of the court, and could always rally to its forces the loyalty and traditional obedience. The firm support of his able adherents, Servien, Lyon, Letellier, and the Fouquets, with many other humbler agents, also did much to win for him the ultimate victory. The Duke of Orleans played in the Fronde a part not unlike that which he had played under Louis XIII. After the Queen, he stood by right of birth highest in the realm. His name gave a semblance of legality to seditious action. His opposition diminished the credit of the government. Thus each party made efforts and sacrifices to win him, which far exceeded his personal value. He was governed by counselors who used his prestige to accomplish their selfish ends. The Abbé de la Rivière hoped by his means to win a cardinal's hat, and played fast and loose with Mazarin, to whom he owed his place. In the struggle he went down, and De Retz for a time controlled the Duke. His romantic and headstrong daughter, Anne-Marie Louise de Montpensier, La Grande Mademoiselle, had at one time hopes of marrying her cousin Louis XIV, and more than once, acting in her father's name, turned for the moment the course of events. Condé stood second by birth in the hierarchy of princes, but his military talents and respite seemed to justify a boundless ambition. Several of the French regiments were raised by his family, and many of the officers obeyed him rather than the king. By instinct he supported the crown. He was averse from the constitutional notions of the Parlement, and hated mob rule. His many generous qualities were disfigured by arrogance. His biting tongue made him many enemies. In debate he was hasty and intemperate. He could not bear to be overruled, hardly to be questioned. His brother was now governor of Champagne. He himself had Burgundy and Berry. In 1648 he received Stenay, Gemetz, Clement and Argonne, spoils of Lorraine, and other gifts. But he was not satisfied, and demanded further concessions for himself and his relations. His claims were inconsistent with the royal authority, and this, as much as his personal rivalry with Mazarin, drove him at length into rebellion. He was much influenced by women, and the counsels of his sister, Madame de Longueville, and of Isabel de Montmorency, Duchess of Chatillon, had a great share in determining his course of action. His brother Conti, without his talents, was a useful figurehead in the rebel camp, and was completely swayed by Anne de Longueville, who, in her turn, was governed by her lover, the Prince de Marsillac, afterwards Duke of La Rochefoucauld, and author of the Maxims. Chauvigny was firmly attached to the Condé interest, and when this star was in the ascendant, was regarded as the natural successor of Mazarin. Chateauneuf, on the other hand, another aspirant to the post of chief minister, was pursued by the undying hatred of the House of Condé for his share in the condemnation and death of Montmorency, 1632. He was therefore supported by the enemies of Condé. The head of the illegitimate House of Vendôme had but little part in these events, but the rivalry of his family with the House of Condé was an important factor, and had been clearly shown when the post of admiral was vacated by the death of Brézé. His elder son, the Duke of Mercer, was won by Mazarin and married the minister's niece, Laurie Mancini, in the critical year of 1651. His second son, Francois, Duke of Beaufort, escaped from Vincennes about the beginning of the Troubles. He came to Paris before the time of the barricades, and was made the idol of the Paris Halles, and thus was closely associated with De Retz and the leaders of the Parisian Fronde. The populace of Paris was at first enlisted in the cause of the Parliamentary Fronde, Afterward, it was used to coerce the Parlement, or the municipal government of Paris, as happened to suit the immediate ends of de Retz, or Beaufort, whose personal charm made him a power, while his stupidity made him the tool of cleverer men. Paul de Gondi, better known as de Retz, coadjutor to his uncle, the Archbishop of Paris, had as such a seat in the Parlement of Paris. There, by his insight and skill in guiding assemblies, he played an important part. In spite of his disorderly life, he had considerable influence with the church, and especially with the clergy of Paris. He spared neither pains nor money to win the favor of the Paris mob. His ambition aimed first at the cardinalate, and through that dignity at the post of chief minister. For this end he even endeavored to rival Mazarin in the Queen's affections, closely linked from the first with Madame de Chevreuse, and according to his own statement, the lover of her daughter. He shifted his alliance as events suggested, working even with Mazarin, whose power was incompatible with his own ambitions, and his quarrel with Condé in 1651 did more than anything else to wreck the fortunes of the Fronde, then at the height of its power. His memoirs assigned to him a more important place in history than he really filled, but he was probably the ablest, as he certainly was among the least scrupulous of the conspirators. He saw, perhaps more clearly than any, the political and constitutional needs of France, but he was willing to sacrifice every principle to his own advancement. Over the army, the Queen and the chief minister never completely lost control. Even the prestige of Condé could only divert a few regiments from their allegiance. Turenne's influence with Bernard of Weimar's soldiery yielded to Mazarin's gold. Turenne himself and his brother the Duke of Bouillon, though more than once they joined the rebels in the hope of recovering Sedan, were induced to accept compensation in other parts of France, and rallied to the crown, 1652. Thenceforward, the government had a leader of hardly inferior quality to oppose to Condé and his Spanish allies. The general and just discontent of France gave considerable strength to the rebels. The feeling against Mazarin outweighed for a considerable period all other considerations, but, apart from personal rivalries, this feeling only found expression in the parlements, and among the mob and the bourgeoisie of Paris. The provincial parlements supported, though not firmly, the constitutional movement, that of Bordeaux, through its quarrel with Emperon. The governor of Rouen was dragged furthest into the revolutionary course. Those of Aix and Rouen were chiefly influenced by a personal grievance, the additional posts that had been created therein for financial purposes. The bourgeoisie came by degrees to see that the princes cared even less for their interests than Mazarin had done. The lovers of peace and order gradually rallied to the government. The nation possessed no alternative organization. Individual leaders, one by one, lost credit or were reconciled, and at the last Condé was left, almost alone, to fight with foreign aid against his country and his king. Space does not permit us to dwell on the women of the Fronde, whose activity gives to that movement its character of romance, inconsequence, and frivolity. But besides those mentioned above, a place must be found for Claire Commence de Brezé, Condé's slighted wife, who developed during his captivity unexpected qualities of fortitude and energy, and Anne de Gonzaga, wife of Edward, a son of the Elector Palatine Frederick V, who throughout the disturbances exercised a controlling and moderating influence. An able judge of political possibilities, she was the counselor of all and betrayed none, and eventually threw all her weight on the side of the Queen, contributing not a little to the final reconciliation. The course of events can only be briefly summarized. After the declaration of Saint-Germain, the court returned for a time to Paris. The Parlement continued its attacks upon the government. Claims were put forward by Madame de Longueville on behalf of her husband, and a younger brother, which Mazarin was unable to concede. Financial difficulties were chronic. The rents were not paid. The Parlement grew more pressing. The Rets stimulated its opposition. The war of pamphlets, characteristic of this struggle, began to rage, and in January the court decided to leave Paris and to bring the capital to reason by blockade. In this short war, January 6 to April 1st, 1649, Condé stood firm by the crown, and even Orléans remained with the court. But Madame de Longueville, Conti, the Dukes of Beaufort and Bouillon, Marsillac, and de Retz placed themselves at the head of the rebels in Paris, while Longueville raised Normandy. Negotiations were opened with Spain. Turenne was one for the rebellion, and was preparing to march with the army of Germany to its aid, when his troops, bought by Mazarin's agents with money provided on the security of Condé's jewels, deserted him, and he was forced to take refuge in Holland. Harcourt kept Longueville in check. The Spaniards sent an ambassador, who was received by the Parlement, but their army was slow to move. Rantzau, commanding at Dunkirk, who was suspected of treason, was seized and imprisoned. Condé directed the blockade, which became more and more pressing. The Parisian levies could not face the regular troops, and finally the rebels were forced to retreat. March 4th. On April 1st, the Treaty of Rueil was registered in the Parlement. Arms were laid down. The Bastille and the arsenal were surrendered. A complete amnesty was conceded, and no general meetings of the Parliament were to be held till the end of the year. The Declaration of Saint-Germain was confirmed, and the decrees against Mazarin were annulled. Efforts were made to meet the exorbitant demands of the rebel leaders, but they remained unsatisfied, and the peace was only a truce. The provincial risings on this occasion were not dangerous. Movements at Reims in Anjou, Poitou, Maine were easily suppressed. The members of the Parlement of Aix, who had attacked their governor, the Comte de Alais, were for the time satisfied by the suppression of the new posts in their court. But sporadic conflicts continued in Provence throughout the period. The Parlement of Normandy came to terms, and Longueville was fain to accept the amnesty. At Bordeaux, after the general cessation of hostilities, the city and the Parlement continued to make war on the Duke of Erpenant. But for the present, this conflict seemed to have only local and personal significance. All the principal persons were ostensibly reconciled with the court. Even Beaufort and de Retz paid their visits of ceremony in August, but discontent was only repressed, not cured, and thus, for the minister no less than for France, peace was much to be desired. But to secure peace with Spain, on tolerable terms, some striking success was needed to counterbalance the effect produced by the internal troubles. An effort was accordingly made in the north, and the court went to Amiens to support it. But the best leaders were ruled out, Turenne by his recent treason, Condé by the attitude of his family. Harcourt, who received the command, proved an inferior substitute. Siege was laid to Cambrai and afterwards abandoned. The results of the campaign were insignificant. Condé might have extorted peace. Confidence and employment might have kept him steady. By slighting and suspecting him, the government gave to Madame de Longueville and her friends their opportunity. The prince was surrounded by youthful and arrogant nobles, the petit maîtres, who exacerbated his passions and stimulated his ambition. When the court returned to Paris in August, Chavigny reappeared. In September, an open quarrel occurred between Mazarin and Condé over the proposed marriage between the Duke of Mercer and Laurie Mancini. Mazarin was not yet ready for an open breach, and in October consented, in return for Condé's promise of support, to make no important appointment without consulting him. The honors which Condé procured for his friends and their wives excited jealousy at court, not unwelcome to Mazarin. In December, the rentiers, whose interest was not regularly paid, appointed deputies to press their claims, and a pretended attack upon one of these deputies was got up by de Retz to discredit the government. By accident or design, in the disorder which followed, a shot was fired into one of Condé's carriages, and the prince brought forward in the Parliament a formal charge of attempted murder against Beaufort, de Retz, and Broussel, the leaders of the Old Fronde. End of section 65. Section 66 of the Cambridge Modern History, Volume 4, The 30 Years' War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 21, Mazarin, by Stanley Leiths, Part 3. Mazarin's enemies were now divided. Condé affronted the queen by protecting the Chevalier de Jersey, who, as she thought, had personally insulted her. By assisting the Duke of Richelieu, a minor, to a secret marriage, the prince showed designs upon Havre, of which the Duke was titular governor, and offended Madame de Chevreuse, whose daughter, the Duke, had been intended by his guardian, and Mazarin, who had hoped that he would marry one of his nieces. The cup was full. Mazarin adopted the course long urged by de Retz and Madame de Chevreuse. In order to secure Orléans, La Rivière was dismissed, and on January 18, 1650, Condé, Conti, and Longueville were arrested and imprisoned at Vincennes. Madame de Longueville fled to Normandy. Driven from Dieppe, driven from Arras, she at length reached Stiner, where Turenne had taken refuge. Tavannes took command of Condé's troops in Burgundy, but the alliance of Mazarin and the Old Fronde, supported by Orléans and the Vendôme family, seemed strong enough to face any opposition. As a symbol of the new policy, Chateauneuf was recalled and received the seals. Chavigny was ordered to leave Paris. The course of events was in fact favorable for a time. Mazarin, who was at the head of the army of Catalonia and devoted to Condé, was arrested at Perpignan. Gaston was left to conduct the government at Paris under the guidance of Letellier and Servien, while the court made a series of military expeditions. Normandy was completely subdued, and Longueville's officers were displaced. Richelieu was obliged to give up Havre. Condé's fortresses in Bar were recovered, except Stenay. Tavannes was forced to surrender Bellegarde in Burgundy, and his army was disbanded. Turenne concluded a treaty with Spain April 30th, but some time elapsed before he could act vigorously. At Bordeaux, the principal resistance concentrated. Hither repaired Claire Clemence, Condé's wife, with her little son. Bouillon, with forces drawn from his country at Touraine. La Rochefoucauld, with the levies of Poitou. After a visit to Compiègne, to provide for the defense of the northern frontier, the court at length returned to Paris, end of June, and prepared for the main expedition, that of Guyenne, where La Meilleraye, with the king's forces, was already confronting the rebels. On August 1st, the court was in the neighborhood of Bordeaux, having purchased the neutrality of Douarnenez at Brouage, by confirming him in the irregular command which he had held since 1646. Negotiations were at once begun, but were interrupted owing to some unnecessary severities, which led to reprisals on the part of the rebels, and prolonged operations were needed to bring the town to reason. An amnesty and peace were at length granted to Bordeaux on easy terms, September 29th. The Princess of Condé, Bouillon, and La Rochefoucauld received liberty to retire whither they pleased. The king and the court entered Bordeaux, and the southwest appeared pacified. In the south, Provence alone still gave cause for anxiety. Montrond, the last stronghold of the princes in the center of France, surrendered towards the end of October. But when the court returned to Paris in November, Mazarin still saw work to be done. While the court was before Bordeaux, the Spaniards under Turenne had advanced into Champagne, captured Rothwell and Chateau Porcien with other places, and defeated Haucourt near Fismes, August 26th. This advance had terrified Paris and necessitated the removal of the princes to Marcoussis, a castle to the southwest of Paris near Limoges. Mazarin was anxious to restore his prestige by recovering the lost places, and after patching up an accord with Orleans and removing the princes to Havre for greater security, he set out in December and successfully accomplished his task, defeating Turenne. But while he was away, a conspiracy that had long been preparing gained strength. Mazarin had found his allies of the Fronde exacting. The nomination as cardinal, which Retz had demanded, he thought it impolitic to concede. During his absence, the coadjutor had won more and more influence over the Duke of Orleans, and now saw his way by an alliance with the imprisoned princess to clear Mazarin from his path to power. This alliance had been prepared by the Princess Palatine and involved the exile of Mazarin, the liberation of the princess, the post of chief minister for Châteauneuf, and the marriage of Conti to Mademoiselle de Chevreuse. It was not, however, concluded till the end of January. In December, a petition for the release of the princess was presented to the Parlement, who proceeded to consider the question. Just before Mazarin's return, de Retz declared for liberation, and during the whole of January, the chief minister, deprived of the Queen's effective aid by her illness, maintained an unequal fight to prevent the union of his enemies. On February 1st, Retz announced to the Parlement that Orleans had decided for the release, which was voted a few days later, together with the demand that Mazarin should be dismissed. On the night of February 6 to 7, 1651, Mazarin quitted Paris, leaving the Queen to extricate herself and protect his interests. But she was detained by force and became practically a prisoner in the hands of the Fronde. In vain, Mazarin tried to win credit by releasing the princes from prison, February 13th. For the moment the game was up, and the minister fled through Picardy and Lorraine to Bouillon, and thence to Bruhl in the Diocese of Cologne. The alliance of the two sections of the Fronde did not last long. Mazarin, from his place of exile, corresponded constantly with the Queen through Lyon, Servien, and Le Tellier, and his friends, though for a time he thought otherwise, served him well. The elements of discourse were skillfully utilized. The nobility and clergy assembled at Paris and demanded a meeting of the Estates General, a proposal distasteful to the Parlement. It was found necessary to break up the assembly of the nobles after promising a meeting of the Estates when the king should have attained his majority. The Parlement demanded that all cardinals should be excluded from the king's council, as owing allegiance to a foreign power. Both Châteauneuf and Retz, as aspirants to that dignity, were menaced by this decision. The pretensions of Condé were equally incompatible with their ambitions. The dismissal of Châteauneuf and the substitution of Chavigny seemed to show that Condé had abandoned Retz and was determined to reign alone. The announcement made the same day, April 15th, of the rupture of the marriage between Conti and Mademoiselle de Chevreuse proved at least that he cared little if this was believed, or what other persons he might offend. Orleans was thereby alienated, and the Princess Palatine, whose plighted word had been treated as null and void, was bitterly aggrieved. The supremacy of Condé, though temporary, was for the moment complete. He held Burgundy and Berry, besides his strong places in Bar. His brother was governor of Champagne. His friends were installed in the governments of Limousin, Saint-Ange, Augemois, Anjou, and Béarn. The Condé regiments were united in the north under Tavannes. He now obtained Guyenne in exchange for Burgundy and claimed Provence instead of Champagne for his brother, two provinces chosen as discontented and accessible to Spanish naval aid. It was indeed desirable to remove Épernon and Delay, but prompted by Mazarin, the court resisted Condé's demands. Retz approached the Queen's advisers to urge the murder or arrest of Condé. Condé was warned. In July, he left Paris and exacted, as the condition of his return, the dismissal of Le Tellier, Servien, and Lyon, which was reluctantly conceded. But Chavigny, at the same time, was removed from office. The Parlement intervened, August, to reconcile Condé and the Queen, but to no purpose. In despair, she turned to Retz. A new ministry was formed. Chateauneuf was restored. The seals were given to Matthew Mellet, the intrepid independent first president of the Parlement. The finances to La Vieuville, as a reward for the services of his friend. The Princess Palatine, who was drawing closer and closer to the Queen. Retz was to have the cardinal's hat, and Mademoiselle de Chevreuse was to marry the young Mancini. The new alliance had only one bond of union, hatred of Condé, which reconciled for the moment the incompatible interests of Retz, Chateauneuf, and Mazarin. Each party to the treaty had the firm intention of duping the others, and Retz did well to obtain an effective nomination, September 21st, and to take his own measures at Rome to hasten the action of the Holy Father, while the unstable coalition lasted. Secure for the moment of Retz and his friends, the Queen summoned on August 17th the great meeting of princes, officials, and sovereign courts, and the municipal authorities of Paris, and laid before them a formal indictment of Condé. Condé and Retz appeared in the Parlement, each supported by an armed force, and on August 21st a fracas occurred, in which Retz narrowly escaped murder at the hands of La Rochefoucauld. The court seemed to hesitate. Immediately before the ceremony of the King's majority, September 7th, the charges against Condé were withdrawn, and the banishment of Mazarin was confirmed. But Condé's patience was exhausted. He left Paris on September 6th, and, backed by Orléans, demanded that the establishment of the new ministry should be deferred. When this was refused, he moved southward. On September 15th, he was at Montrond with his sister Nemours, La Rochefoucauld, and a few other friends, and there they persuaded him to declare for open war. Conti joined him later. Condé relied upon Bordeaux, where the Parlement and above all the populace were still in open revolt, on the fleet at Brouage and La Rochelle, where Dudouin was governor, on Marzin, who had been replaced in command of the army in Catalonia, on Tavannes, who was at the head of the Condé troops, with the army of Picardy, on Stiner, one or two places in Burgundy, and the stronghold of Montrond in the Bourbonnais, on the influence of La Rochefoucauld in Poitou, of Rohan in Anjou, of La Force in Périgord, and above all on Touraine. He seized the public money in the districts where he was master and levied the tailles. Marzin brought him 4 regiments from Catalonia. The rest were loyal. Tavannes collected the Condé regiments at Stenay. Orléans controlled a certain number of troops and might be won. But Turenne and his brother refused to fight against the king, now that there was no longer any regency, and Condé was driven to make a disastrous alliance with Spain. In return for the promise of men and money, he engaged himself to make no peace in which Spain should not be included. To faith unfaithful, falsely true, He was held in bondage by this treaty. He could, in consequence, offer no terms which the court could accept. His Spanish allies supported him when failure seemed imminent and withdrew their aid when complete success appeared possible. They loyally stood out for his complete restitution in 1659, but until peace was signed, they used him as an instrument to weaken France. They did not desire to see him in power. In the south during the winter, Condé was steadily forced back by Saint-Luc and Harcourt. The Spanish fleet appeared in the Gironde and occupied Bourg. Negotiations were opened with Cromwell, and an extraordinary scheme for a republican government of France was drawn up under Condé's name. Meanwhile, Mazarin had been recalled, and on January 29, 1652, he reached Poitiers, with a little army raised in Liège. The news of his return decided Orléans to join the rebels January 24th, but this defection was more than counterbalanced by the arrival at court of Turenne and Bouillon, February 2nd, the duchies of Château-Thierry and Albert, the counties of Évreux and Auvergne, with the compensation for Sedan and the price of their adhesion. In February, the rebels were driven from Anjou, and Angers fell, in spite of Beaufort, who was commanding Gaston's troops. In March, Tavannes joined him with the Condé's regiments from the north, and Nemours with the Spanish contingent. But Beaufort was incompetent and quarrelsome. The royal advance continued in the city of Orléans, was only saved by the picturesque intervention of Mademoiselle de Montpensier, March 25th. In these circumstances, Condé, who had been struggling hopelessly in the south, decided to take command on the Loire. He left Agen with a few followers March 23rd and joined his army at Loris on April 1st. A week later, he surprised that portion of the royal army, which was commanded by Hauconcourt at Blenheim, and drove it en route, capturing 1,500 men. The court of Gien was in danger, but was saved by the skill of Turenne. But instead of following up his success, Condé repaired to Paris, where he remained for some months, perhaps entangled by the Duchess of Châtillon, but also retained by the necessity of watching Orléans and de Retz. Turenne reorganized the royal army, defeated the rebel army at Étampes, May 4th, and laid siege to that town. To save it, the Spaniards detached the Duke of Lorraine. He crossed France, plundering and burning, but unwilling to risk the army which was his sole possession. He contented himself with persuading Turenne to raise the siege, and, when threatened by that general, returned to the Netherlands. After his retreat, Turenne occupied Saint-Denis with 12,000 men, menacing Condé's army of 6,000 at Saint-Cloud. Wishing to reach a safer position at Charenton, Condé asked leave to pass through Paris, which was refused. And, while making for this point by a detour to the south, he was caught by Turenne at Saint-Antoine and forced to fight with his back to the gate among the houses of the suburb. After a fierce struggle, in which Turenne's forces were roughly handled, artillery came up and Condé's defeat seemed in view, when Mademoiselle de Montpensier extorted from her father permission to unbar the gates, and the Bastille opened fire on the royal troops. The remains of Condé's army took refuge in the city, July 2nd. A rising had already taken place in Paris on June 25th, in which some officers of the Parlement suffered violence. On July 4th, the mob attacked the Hôtel de Ville, whither an assembly representative of all the interests of Paris had been called. Some 30 of the deputies were killed or wounded, and the town hall was burnt. The enemies of Condé alleged that he had instigated this outrage in order to force the city to join his cause. Amid growing dissatisfaction, on July 20th, a provisional government was established by authority of the Parlement, with Orléans as lieutenant governor, Condé as commander-in-chief, Beaufort as governor of Paris, and Broussel as provost of the merchants. But this was the last effort of the Fronde. Money could not be raised. The army was melting. Disunion prevailed. Beaufort killed Nemours in a duel. On August 6, by royal decree, the Parliament was transferred to Pontoise, and the rival assembly there established steadily grew in authority and numbers. To facilitate an accommodation, Mazarin once more withdrew from France, August 19th, and a general amnesty was offered. On August 9th, and Vendôme had defeated Douarnenez and the Spanish fleet off Ré. Montrond capitulated early in September. The agents of Mazarin stimulated the Parisian populace against the Fronde, which was becoming more and more unpopular. The Spanish government determined to make one more effort to support the faction, and early in September, the Duke of Lorraine and Ulrich of Württemberg, with 8,000 men, set forth for Paris. Turenne met them at Villers-Saint-Georges and held them in check all through September. Retz and Chateauneuf opened abortive negotiations with the court. Even Chevalier was willing to abandon Condé. But, crushed by his master's wrath on hearing of his treachery, he fell ill and died, October 1652. Towards the end of September, the change of feeling in the capital became unmistakable. Broussel resigned, and the king was invited to come to Paris. The supply of provisions to the Duke of Lorraine was stopped. He was forced to retire, and Condé followed him. Beaufort resigned, and Gaston announced his intention of retiring to Blois. On October 21st, the king entered Paris, and the government was re-established. Beaufort, Chateauneuf, Rohan, Fontrailles, with 10 councillors of the Parlement, and the Duchesses of Chatillon and Montbazon were exiled, and an edict was registered forbidding the Parlement to concern itself with questions of state, administration, or finance. Orléans retired to Blois and ordered his troops to withdraw from Condé's army. Retz was offered a mission to Rome. On his refusal, he was arrested December 19th. He escaped in 1654 and went to Rome, where for a time the Pope supported him against Mazarin, who wished him to resign his claims to the Archbishopric of Paris. Later, he was forced to leave Rome and became a wanderer. He resigned his see in 1662 and was permitted to live in France, but took no further part in affairs. Mazarin's return was delayed by the necessity of resisting Condé in Champagne, where he had firmly established himself. After recovering Chateau Porcien and some less important places, the cardinal left Rethel and sent Mehenhold in the hands of the enemy, and in February 1653 returned to Paris, where he resumed all, and more than all, of his former power. Of his enemies and rivals, Condé was a proclaimed traitor and commander-in-chief of the forces of Spain, Retz a prisoner, Bouillon, Chavigny, and La Vieuville dead. Chateauneuf died in this year. The Parlement was humbled. Turenne was the king's servant, and the king identified Mazarin's authority with his own. Only a few outlying troubles remained to be remedied. Bordeaux, where Conti and Madame de Longueville had ruled by the aid of a violent faction, called the Orme, had to be reduced to obedience. Harcourt, as governor of Alsace, had taken advantage of the disorder to seize Brissac for himself and made overtures to Spain and Lorraine. Douarnenez still held Rouage, and 1 or 2 other leaders were in possession of governments which they could not be permitted to retain. Mercer, the new governor of Provence, needed aid to establish his authority against the Comte d'Alès, now Duke of Angoulême, who had joined the party of Condé. Épernon who had been assigned to Burgundy in place of Condé, had to reduce Dijon and Bellegarde. Bordeaux made terms on July 31, 1653. Conti received his pardon. Madame de Longueville returned to her husband, and after his death entered a Carmelite convent. The Princess of Condé followed the prince to Flanders. Marsin took refuge in Spain. Guyenne was restored to the Duke of Epernon. When Harcourt came to terms and surrendered Brissac, March 1654, the Fronde was ended. During the Troubles, France had steadily lost ground in Italy and the Netherlands. In 1649, Ypres was taken by the Spaniards, and Modena made peace. In the following year, Piombino and Porto Langon fell. In 1651, Barcelona was captured, and on the Flemish frontier, Furnes and Berg-Saint-Venix. In 1652, France was forced to abandon Gravelines, Mardyk, and Dunkirk, while Cassage surrendered and was assigned to the Duke of Mantua as the price of his adhesion to Spain. From 1653 onward, the tide turned, slowly at first, afterwards more rapidly. The campaigns in which the genius of Condé was matched against the high ability of Turenne are full of interest to the military historian, but only the general results can be indicated here. Turenne had the advantage of the ungrudging support of his government, and that of undivided authority, and, though France was seriously embarrassed, her resources were yet superior to those of Spain. Condé, on the other hand, was hampered by the jealousy of his colleagues, and sometimes by the timidity of a superior. Moreover, owing to the clause in his treaty which gave him the sovereignty of any conquest he might make on the soil of France, the Spanish government stood to lose by any reverse, and not to gain by his success. Hence, in spite of some brilliant strokes, the fortune of war was on the whole adverse to him and his allies. In 1653-4, he was driven from Rethel and Saint Menehould in Champagne, and from Stenay and Clermont in Lorraine, and, defeated before Arras, had the poor consolation of making a skillful retreat. Mazarin's intrigues with Lorraine led the Spanish government to arrest Duke Charles, February 1654, and his troops took service under the King of France in the following year. In 1655, Landrecies and other places were taken by the French, and treasonable intentions of Haucourt to surrender Peronne and Ham were discovered and frustrated. In 1656, negotiations for peace were opened, but the Spanish demands on behalf of Condé proved an invincible obstacle. Turenne's defeat before Valenciennes, July 16, 1656, stiffened the resolution of Spain, and Mazarin broke off the discussion. Further successes were needed before he could obtain such terms as he desired. The cardinal had already more than once approached Cromwell, with a view to joint action against Spain. He recognized the Commonwealth in 1652, the Peace of April, 1654, between the English and the Dutch seemed to offer hopes. But the Vaudois and other misunderstandings ensued, and the Treaty of Westminster, October 24, 1655, which established friendly relations between England and France and led to the expulsion of Charles II and the Duke of York from French dominions, was only a step in the right direction. At length, in March 1657, by the Treaty of Paris, it was agreed that the two governments should together undertake the conquest of Mardyk, Dunkirk, and Gravelines. Operations began in May, and Mardyk fell in September. The French arms, however, suffered a reverse before Cambrai, May 30th, and it was not till 1658 that the Allies got effectively to work. Dunkirk was invested, May. Don Juan of Austria and Condé were defeated at the Battle of the Dunes by Turenne, whose force included 6,000 English, June 14th. The city surrendered a fortnight later and, with Mardyk, was handed over to England as agreed. Bruges, Saint-Venix, Dismuiden, and Furness were then recovered in rapid succession. On July 29th, Gravelines was invested, and a month later it surrendered. The conquests of Oudenarde, Menin, and Ypres followed. In the same year, Mazarin had succeeded in extorting from the new emperor, Leopold, before his election, a promise to cease his clandestine support of Spain, and had joined the League, which was formed to maintain the independence of the princes of the empire as secured by the Treaty of Westphalia. Deprived of the assistance which the Austrian house had been supplying, the position of Spain was becoming more and more desperate. A proposal to marry Louis to the daughter of the Duke of Savoy was perhaps intended as a lure. At any rate, towards the end of 1658, Spain offered peace and the Infanta Maria Theresa. An armistice was concluded in May 1659, but the infatuation of Louis for Marie Mancini, one of the cardinal's nieces, threatened to ruin the plan. This obstacle was, however, removed, and negotiations proceeded with goodwill on both sides from August to November, when the Treaty of the Pyrenees was signed. France retained Gravelines, but surrendered all her other Flemish conquests except Bourbourg and Saint-Venant. Between Bourbourg and Saint-Venant, Spain kept Saint-Amour and Aire, but abandoned the rest of Artois. In Hainault, France acquired Landrecies and Le Quesnoy. Between Sambre and Meuse, Annise, Philippeville, and Marienburg. In Luxembourg, Montenade, Dumvilliers, and Thionville. The county of Charolais and a few French conquests in Franche-Comté were given back to Spain. The Spanish king resigned all his rights in Alsace. The last forts in Catalonia were evacuated by France, and the Pyrenees became the frontier between France and Spain on this side. The King of France promised to give no aid to Portugal. The Dukes of Savoy and Modena were to be restored to the positions which they held before the war. To Condé, the possession of all his rights was secured, together with his office of Grand Maitre and his government of Burgundy. In return, he ceded his remaining fortresses, Rocroi, Le Catalet, Longchamp, to Louis XIV. Maria Theresa abjured all rights in the succession to the Spanish crown, but a clause stipulating the payment of her dowry as a condition of this renunciation left a loophole for dispute hereafter. The peace contained clauses in favor of the Duke of Lorraine, but he refused the terms offered and made his own peace in February 1661. Bar was then restored to him on condition of homage. France received Moyervic, Clermont, Wannetz, Stenay, Sierck, Pfalzburg, Saarburg. The fortifications of Nancy were razed, and France retained the right of passage through Lorraine from Metz to Alsace. On these hard conditions, his duchy was restored to him. The last years of Mazarin saw other questions settled. The restoration of Charles II in 1660 took place without much assistance from France. Hyde's party, then in favor with the English king, resented Mazarin's caution, maliciously advertised such surreptitious aid as he provided, and did their best to counteract the influence of Henrietta Maria. In 1660, Gaston of Orleans died. Louis visited, and finally pacified Provence, and his marriage was celebrated at Fuenterrabia, June. The rash enterprises of Sweden, which Mazarin had viewed with alarm, were terminated by the death of Charles Gustavus, and peace was restored in the northeast of Europe by the Treaties of Owlivia, May 3, 1660, and Copenhagen, June 6, 1660. Under the influence of France, Henrietta of England was married in March 1661 to the Duke of Orleans, brother of the French king, and France set on foot the scheme for the marriage of Charles II with the Portuguese princess, Catherine of Braganza. When Mazarin died, March 9, 1661, he might claim that he left all in order, except the administration and the finances of France. Even before the Fronde, war had ravaged the frontier provinces, and taxation had devastated the interior of France. Lorraine, especially, was a desert. In 1646, it is said that 23,000 persons were in prison for failure to pay the tithes. The gabelle furnished a third of the convicts. Troops protected the tax collector, and the usurers gave him his orders. In January 1648, Omer Talon said, "The country has been ruined for 10 years," and his testimony is supported by the sober judgment of Matthew Molay. The Fronde brought war and pillage of unpaid troops to almost every part of France. The environs of Paris and Bordeaux suffered most, but few regions escaped, except perhaps Brittany, the Lyonnais, and Dauphiné, on which the taxes fell with added weight. The Croats and other horsemen under Johann von Firth, the mercenaries of Charles of Lorraine, made destruction a fine art. But among many French troops, discipline was impossible without pay. The charity of St. Vincent de Paul and of the votaries of Port Royal hardly touched the fringe of the distress, which continued long after the Fronde had ceased. The Mediterranean was given up to pirates. Plague followed on famine. Hard winters and inundations aggravated the misery, and 1658 and 1660 were years of more than usual scarcity. The cessation of civil war revived the rule of the usurers. Mazarin owed much to the Fouquets. Basile Fouquet, the Abbé, was his chief of secret police, both during and after the Fronde. Nicholas was useful in the Parlement as Procureur General. Their services were rewarded by the installment of Nicholas at the head of the finances in 1653. Servian, nominally his colleague, became a cipher. Fouquet, charged with the receipt of revenue, had funds to meet such expenditure as he favored, and none when payment did not suit his purpose. His influence with the financiers, in whose illicit gains he shared, made him useful to Mazarin, who shut his eyes to his defalcations, and perhaps had a part of his gains. The enormous fortune, 30 millions, left by Mazarin must have been almost entirely accumulated after the Fronde. Fouquet rendered no exact account of receipts, and bought up old claims at a low figure, which he then paid in full. On the death of Servian, 1659, Jean-Baptiste Colbert, who managed Mazarin's private fortune, denounced Fouquet's transactions to his master, but Mazarin contented himself with a warning. Fouquet bought everyone who was worth buying. The money which he made by fraud he spent like a prince. Of men of letters, he was the magnificent patron. At the death of Mazarin, he was the most powerful man in France, and prepared, if necessary, to assert his power by civil war. The story of his fall must be reserved for a later volume. It is said that Mazarin, on his deathbed, left Colbert as a legacy to his master, with the advice to rule in person and without a chief minister, 2 gifts that were more valuable than all the cardinal's fortune. Both Richelieu and Mazarin possessed transcendent gifts, but the task of universal government must always be beyond one man's power, especially when complicated by the necessity of preserving a precarious ascendancy and defeating incessant intrigue. Neither minister attempted to establish, perhaps neither dared to establish, machinery to supplement his individual deficiencies. Only a king can delegate power without impairing his authority. The inordinate ambition of Louis XIV laid arduous burdens on his people, but his personal rule was at least free from the gravest defects that disfigured the brilliant record of the 2 cardinals. The personality of Mazarin fills his period no less than that of Richelieu the previous 18 years. In both periods, all serious public action in France was directed by or against the chief minister. But whereas Richelieu gave a new form to the polity of France, the energies of Mazarin were devoted to working out, in his own way, the formulas provided by his predecessor. In foreign policy, he garnered where Richelieu had sown. At home, he perpetuated Richelieu's errors and supplied none of his omissions. The second period seems to repeat the first, only the means of action are different. While Richelieu relied mainly on force for the accomplishment of his ends, Mazarin trusted to subtlety, adroitness, diplomacy, and tact. Forces which Richelieu would have crushed at the risk of perishing in the attempt, Mazarin allowed to grow and work till they became dangerous. He then eluded, diverted, managed them until their energy was exhausted. The brilliant victories of France and the disorders of the Fronde may alike be attributed to this more elastic policy, but in the result, Mazarin, though always the central point of all observation, seems rather to follow than to direct the course of affairs. By adopting in every crisis the less detrimental of alternatives presented, he secured in the end successes more complete and substantial than his predecessor. But he added no new idea to the repertory of statesmen. The ends which he reached had already been indicated before his coming. A consummate opportunist, he left no distinctive and individual mark on the state or policy of France. End of section 66.